can juice it up. Fill up the tank if you're tough enough. Turn up the sound till you feel it pump, pump, pump. Pump it up, go higher. So hot like fire. Pull it up, reload. Turn it up, full power. Pump it up, go higher. So hot like fire. Pull it up, reload. Power up.
Hey, can I be a little outlandish for a sec? Yeah. What I gotta do to get y'all respect? Give me the microphone, 1, 2, check. What you gonna do? And let me go and run it, I'ma run up the check. Stay light on my feet, flow like a butterfly, sting like a bee. Say you got sauce, you ain't outsourcing me. Said you want extra, it ain't gonna be cheap. Say what? We ain't gonna do a little this, do a little that, get a little crazy. Say what? Everybody wanna get busy, get steady like it's titanium. Say what? Finna go all out. Finna go all out. Say what? How much time you got? Sit down, let me line them up. Hey. On a scale, like 1 to 10, I'm like way over 10. And there ain't no explaining it, it's just the way I live. And I won't say sorry, beg your pardon. You don't wanna get me started. Ain't no I go extra hard and I ain't stopping, I ain't stopping, I ain't stopping. So say what? Like you ain't heard me the first time, or you ain't see it with your third eye. I'm always ready like every time. Show and tell 'em my preferred style. I like jeans with a little bit of rip in the denim. Shows you how long I've been in 'em. Back and forth, I ain't gotta tell 'em. Take this work, now go sell it. Say what? We ain't gonna do a little this, do a little that, get a little crazy. Say what? Everybody wanna get busy, get steady like it's titanium. Say what? Finna go all out. Finna go all out. Say what? How much time you got? Sit down, let me line them up. Hey. On a scale, like 1 to 10, I'm like way over 10. And there ain't no explaining it, it's just the way I live. And I won't say sorry, beg your pardon. You don't wanna get me started. Ain't no I go extra hard and I ain't stopping, I ain't stopping, I ain't stopping. So say what?
Yeah, 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 yeah. Okay, I've been at the bottom, let it down from the top. I can't let them freeload. I got hit on my plug. We got so much to do. I gotta reload. Let me call you tomorrow. I got tests when I'm finished, but I keep it moving. If I step in the process, you gon' run out my time. I need it, it's crucial. It's life in the top of the mountains where eagles will run. How they find me is higher than ever. You can not fast around me, get down, me get minute. I push, I've been on the way. I got no time to look back at my family, gon' need some more cheddar, so let's get it poppin'. Told me to put up a setup, you should not put never been better. You gon' let it count, it fine. Bumpin', I'm crossing the line, we ready to sign. Yeah, oh, can't get out of my way, they shouldn't know what I'm trying. Yeah, oh, don't want me swallowing my teeth, might have some blood on my tooth. Yeah, oh, I kinda settle the beef, so Lord forget what I do. I'm at the top, yeah, been at the top of the mountain, I'm higher than ever. Yeah, might have to settle like calling for all my endeavors. Yeah, I ain't gon' slut on you tweaking, you know I don't let her. Yeah, so Lord forget what I do, cause it's now or it's never. Yeah, been at the top of the mountain, I'm higher than ever. Yeah, might have to settle like calling for all my endeavors. Yeah, I ain't gon' slut on you tweaking, you know I don't let her. Yeah, so Lord forget what I do, cause it's now or it's never. Yeah, Lord forget what I do, cause it's now or it's never. Yeah, Lord forget what I do, cause it's now or it's never. Yeah.
16 down to 8. And this wall represents all of our fallen soldiers. We only have 4 regions representing day number 2, but the ones who have fallen, that's NA, EU, and Africa, eliminate in the competition. But moving on over here in the brackets, this is what you're going to expect for day number 2. 2 teams from Garena, 2 from LATAM, 1 from India, and man, 3 from China standing strong. Let's see how day number 2 is going to play out. Let's go to the action.
I mean, it's the best feeling in the world. It's just a step, of course. It's good to win, no matter the score. Like if it's 3-2, 3-0, like it doesn't matter. So winning is winning.
Got to dive the point. If you are Amigos, you got to go forward. Viper finds two, finds another. Jez with the
The emotion is crazy. It's just an insane feeling, to be honest. Nobody expects anything from us. They don't know what we're doing. They have nothing on us, so you don't want to face us because we got Viper.
Forward, you've got yourself the trophies. Oh my God! 4 and 5 and 6, and you push and you find everything.
I think this time we are playing like we are adapted to the meta the teams are playing, so that's why I make the top 8 be there. We are ready to play whatever who it takes.
But it's just loading. That's maybe going to give UMD an opportunity to try and find a flank. Well, it would have if Raph wasn't here. 3 kills.
It doesn't matter the team. If you want to be the best team in the world, it doesn't matter who we face, we have to win.
I think the plan is to go just a map after a map and keep shooting hot.
You know, best of luck. Everyone that's here, you know, you got here for a reason. Just keep fighting.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to day 2 here at the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships of 2025. I'm Enigma. I'll be one half of the pair that's bringing you all the action across today, alongside my good friend here, Gil. Man, how much are you looking forward to today, especially considering everything we got to see just last night?
With all we've seen yesterday, today I am only expecting for more and more action coming down from the last remaining 8 teams in this tournament.
Yeah, 16 down to 8 indeed. A wall of fallen soldiers, a line of bodies to take us into the second day to start off the playoff bracket. We've got 2 streams, of course. If you're in here, you're in stream B. There is also, of course, stream A. And if you're trying to keep up to date with everything that's going on, make sure to check us out on socials. That's Instagram and X at PlayCodM Esports. But we've alluded to it a little bit, my friend. We talked a bit about what happened yesterday, but just in case you missed it, we do have a little bit of a recap to run through to get you up to speed so that you know what is happening coming into today. Buddy, we had some insane moments. 250, 249s, 1v4 ace clutches. Anything coming out of day 1 that you think is very important to focus on coming into day 2?
I mean, I like to think the fact that Nugen definitely showed a lot of really, really good gameplay with themselves. As we see there, Marvel with Accolade and an extra kill to nearly finish that round. It was really, really impressive to see so many of these players showing the talent that we are already aware of them, but at the same time that not everybody can bring in when it comes down to the final stage.
No, we've seen indeed several players step it up something extra, and we got to tune in with Amigos and S8UL's roster mixing in with Godlike's roster, New Gen Ninjas now that team becoming Wolves and Animus. Unfortunately, we said goodbye to Animus pretty early in this one, and then Amigos at the end here in this dramatic fashion. Viper, no anti-venom to him. He shut everybody down, wiped them off the board, and that sets us up beautifully to the playoff bracket for today. You'll have Elevate alongside Street Gaming up there towards the top. It is going to be the matchup that we see here on B stream. We've got Wolves and Galoris, that will be over on the A stream. Q9, New Gen Ninjas, will also be on A stream today, and Stalwart Esports v OUG will be here on B stream. Looking at all 8 of those teams, all 4 of the games that we've got, we're set up for a beautiful day here in Poland.
We absolutely are. We absolutely are. And in case you want to take a peek onto what the schedule is going to be looking like here on the B stream, well, as you mentioned, we're going to start off things with Elevate going versus Street Gaming. Then we would like to see that STE Stalwart Esports versus OUG. And after that, we'll figure things out.
We certainly will. It'll be obviously winners against winners, losers against losers, and so on and so forth. You're aware of how playoff works at this point. It's a double elimination bracket, so you will get second chances. There's no losing to the champions in round 1 and falling early. If you're Wolves, you've plenty of chances to make that dream run and get yourself through. But that's the schedule for today. we know what our first game is going to be here on the B stream. It is going to be the defending champions to kick us off. It is Elevate, a team that stole it last year, the squad that knocked out the defending champions of last year to take the throne. This is, of course, the boys coming out of the Garena region. Chloe, Kendi, Yoppie, PJ, and Susano, coached by Olia. This is a team that, well, quite frankly, my friend, are not struggling with the pressure of being defending champions.
Not at all, not at all. It seems like they knew what people were expecting from them, and they are being able to show us just that. It's sometimes, well, we saw it, for them to be able to be champions, they had to defeat the at the time reigning champions, which was Wolves, as you mentioned. But this time around with the double bracket is going to be interesting to see how that plays out as we take a look onto the players, of course. That's Kendi, Susano, Kalo, PJ, and Yop. And I gotta tell you, man, I was watching the games from yesterday from Elevate. They were not sweating at all, you know. They were just like pretty much a walk in the park for them because of how good of a roster they had managed to build.
Well, one of the conversations is, of course, how good they have been. Would they be the team that we saw last year? There's obviously a lot of growth that goes on through the competitive year with these teams being split off into various regions. But Elevate have come in swinging, showing that the crown is indeed not heavy. Winning yesterday 3-1 VOUG and a 3-0 against Unmythic Dream. It has been pretty straightforward from them. But when you are one of these teams that's coming into this, you know that target's on your back. You know that you're under a lot of pressure. And well, one of their players actually has a message for everybody else in this competition if they want to steal their crown.
There are no more questions! There are no more doubts! Elevate are the greatest Call of Duty mobile team in the world!
I really don't feel any pressure just because I'm a defending world champion. Like we said, we just enjoy the game, enjoy the moment. Of course, the win matters, the world championship matters, but our coach always tells us to just enjoy the game, enjoy the moment, don't think about anything else. Back to the grand finals, we said that nothing really matters now. I know we're secured, but we want the throne back. We wanted it more than them, then we defeated them with a score of 4-1.
Back, it's going to be a B execution here. FPX gets the first blood. PJ gets a second. Make it a double for the side of Elevate Puck. Susano gets Reap as well. And that's the players of SDE here. Trap here. You go for the strike here on the B side. And it's going to be scored away from the scene as the Elevate Puck are your Arena regional champion.
I'm looking to get my second world championship trophy. If you want the throne that badly, you have to go through us first.
If you want the trophy, you have to go through us first. How many colder words can be spoken going into a world championships, my friend? And these guys are standing tall and very much are making their point of, we're here to be the world's best team yet again. Go back to back. A feat that's achieved by very few in anything, especially not here in Call of Duty Mobile. This is the team that everyone else is looking at. They will have to get through. And this is a team that's ridiculously strong when it comes to their respawns. They're a team that, quite frankly, look untouchable, whether it be hardpoint and control. Why do you think that is with these five? Is there something about them, whether it be the way they play or individual players, that stands them out from the crowd?
I definitely feel like it's how they play individually. Their micro is just so clean, so good. The way that they always manage to fight till the very end on each and every single hardpoint, for example. They always manage to make sure that what could be scrap time, whenever it comes down to the 15 and below seconds, they fight for it. Even if they don't necessarily jump in, they're just trying to make sure that you don't get to chip away. You know, they're trying to make sure that you're not truly taking those 10 seconds or whatever amount is left, and at the same time they always manage to caught you off guard when you're trying to rotate. It is really wild how their individual decision making is done, because at the same time it feels like they are on their own in a sense, but at the same time collectively have a general idea of where they want to be, where they want to go. I would love even to hear what the comms sound like for this team, because it is really wild how they manage to control pretty much the entirety of the map at the time.
They do indeed. It's a fantastic thing to watch. Phenomenal, really, to see how much they control that chaos, deal with the pressure. They've no problems in doing so, and a very strong team unit. And if you are going to go through them, you're going to have to be pretty much perfect. And the team on our screen now is Street Gaming. These gentlemen coming out of Brazil, and they have shown a few things at this tournament that have raised a couple of eyebrows. This is, of course, GTO, Maggie, Chaotic, B1 Godera, and Pabzera coming in to this lineup. We'll get to that pretty soon. But yeah, coming in, you're playing as this third seed, and you're kind of in a situation where maybe a couple of other teams aren't seeing you as a threat. The fact that you've stood up and gotten to playoffs pretty smoothly, losing only to Stalwart in the group stages, shows that actually this team are here to play. They are here to be counted. And it is a case of them where they are overcoming this seed situation so well. We mentioned it there, third seed out of Brazil. They did not care yesterday. They marched through TLE not once, but twice. 3-1, 3-0. Looking incredibly impressive. They do take a map as well from Stalwart, one of the best teams, of course, in the world, coming out of that Garena region where they have to consistently play against the likes of Elevate. So this squad, very impressive. It looks like a team that could do a bit of a run. However, if you are going to start that run, Elevate is a hell of a way to try and get things started, for sure. This Pabzera transfer, he comes in, Zeus going the other way off to Galoris. Was that something that surprised you at the time?
He definitely did. He definitely did. Because I wasn't sure whatsoever who would benefit the most. You know, it was an internal decision, of course, but to flip those two in particular, Pabzera and Zeus, it was really, really interesting to see how everything played out for them. It seems like both of them have really made sure that they have gotten used to their own respective teams. And in here, well, Pabzera is already an amazing player, so adding it into the roster, I feel like in a sense was really a good catch for the side of Street Gaming. And as you mentioned, it showed off. It paid off heavily. They were managing to fight against the current champions, sorry, not the current champions, but the second seeded team for Garena. And at the same time, they dominated in a sense that 3-1, 3-0 against TLE, the best team in NA for now. It was really good to see them play. Pabzera definitely doing his job, making sure that the transfer was good, but everybody else also doing a phenomenal job as a team.
Yeah, 100%. They look beautiful. Pabzera, of course, that superstar sniper coming in and having an instant impact. And if you are going to have an instant impact, if you're going to elevate your game and your strategy enough to take on Elevate, well, you're going to have a fantastic brain behind the scenes. And what we have, ladies and gentlemen, is an interview with their coach to break it all down.
Back here in the pit with Street Gaming's GLDA. Coach, you had a very intense day number one. You started it off with your match one with TLE. You weren't too happy about it with the control. But one thing that stood out to me, in the possible elimination match, your control raid. You played it again. What made you want to play it again up against TLE?
Like, because we know we can be aggressive like on them, so it's not a problem for us. Like, we lose the map, we just burn the map, so we just fix some things and we can play again. Like,
it looks like that you know how to adjust, even though it's a chaotic environment. Today's going to be even more chaotic as you're going up against the previous 2024 champs. How have you prepared your team to go up against the boys of Garena?
So, like, against Elevate, we need to prepare to hold their push. We know that they are really aggressive, so that's the goal here.
All right, let's see. Good luck, my dude. We still have a lot of matches today. We'll see you.
Lovely looking at how they're planning for this. You know that Elevate are going to be very aggressive. You know that they're going to push full front onto you, and you're looking to hold against that, set up defensively. So what that says to me is when we come into the hard point, rotate early, aim to put the factors on your side of trying to set yourself up in the best positions to defend from that onslaught. Love what they're saying as well about VOD review. They adjust into things very well. They'll have gone back to the hotel last night, sat down and done the homework, the hard yards to give themselves a great chance in this series. That being said, if you are going to take on Elevate, you need to do it across our 5 maps. It's going to be starting us off on Hacienda. We're back here again, my friend. That is to standoff S&D, a crossfire control, and should we get there, the slums for map 4 and firing range for map 5. Anything picks and bans that you're looking at and thinking that could sway us here?
I find it really interesting how often we've gotten to see that Hacienda hardpoint for the first map. And I gotta say, I do like it. I feel like that is definitely going to bring in a lot of opportunity for Amigos in particular to show us exactly how well they have prepared against Elevate. More in particular because it's in comparison to a lot of others, a map that has a lot of room, a lot of space for these players to try to capitalize on different things, a few details. It brings in a really good chance for the side of Street to show us, like they were mentioning, how well they prepare for the hyper aggression that Elevate has gotten us so used to.
Yeah, no, Hacienda is a map that Street do like playing on typically, and if you are going to try and bring that straight into the map pool at the start here, you've got to be well prepared, right? We've seen this several times through yesterday. P1 is going to be a bloodbath. We know that sits in the center of the map and everyone just fights for top halls control. It's rotating in early for P2. It's playing in for the back of Lambo, rotating in early for your P3. Over Rockside, that's a mess. Everyone's just going to launch grenades on top of that, pop a couple of operators, and we're going to get to enjoy a hell of a bloodbath over there. But yeah, it's that P2, P3. I think that's where Street need to set up to play defensively, as they were talking about in that interview. But of course, Elevate, arguably the best hardpoint team in the world. In terms of respawns in general, very few come close to laying a glove on them, so they'll be feeling comfortable regardless of the map, regardless of how much the opposing team has prepared, defending champions for a reason. And their message was, if you want our throne, you will have to go through us. And when they will go through them is in a minute, because we're going to reset the lobby and sort a couple of things out. Don't worry about it, ladies and gentlemen. We'll keep on yapping up here until we are all sorted. Moving beyond this map one, I guess then, my friend, and talking a little bit about what there is through the rest of the series. Of course, if Street do like this map one and somehow nick it away, well, actually, the one thing that Elevate have wobbled with is search and destroy. So there is a situation where, although Street aren't necessarily amazing at search and destroy, it's a case of, could you put yourself in that spot to maybe have done the research, find the chinks in the armor that exist in that mode, and put yourself up 2-0? That then puts a whole lot of pressure onto Elevate's back.
That would be wild. That would be wild to see, but at the same time, we were talking about it. Papsera, a great addition for the side of Street, and his long distance control is definitely going to have to come in play when it comes down to standoff. It was actually a map that was picked by Street, so it makes a whole lot of sense. It's going to bring in the opportunity for Papsera to shine, to make sure that those early picks are there, and to allow the team to, well, capitalize as best as possible on those early things. I feel like it's really important with such a aggressive team as Elevate is, for you to be fast. You need to be quick.
Yes.
You need to make sure that you are positioning yourself right, that you are well prepared for what they're going to be doing, because they are pretty much like a Goliath. They may not necessarily be the fastest, but they certainly are the strongest.
Oh, most certainly. We saw this yesterday a little bit. We saw, for example, there were moments where Animus did the right thing, but Wolves were so quick to adjust, to make those movements around the map and counter what was coming their way, that even though Animus had made the right decision, that window closed before they could even execute it. And that could be one of those situations here. All the preparation in the world is wonderful, but you still got to go out there and play. It's not done in just VOD review. It's done out here on land, on the stage, in the map. So for Street, there's a lot to kind of figure out as you go here. Have they upset a couple of seed positions? Sure. This is the biggest task they may well face all weekend. For Elevate, I guess the conversation is the pressure that they consistently are having to deal with here. It can burst pipes, but it can mold diamonds, and they seem to shine ever more every time we see them.
Yeah, no, definitely. I feel like that's the biggest thing. Even under pressure, they seem to get more and more thrilled to do what they do best, which is just dominate. And it's not something that every team can do. We were talking about it yesterday with Animus, the fact that whenever they start making mistakes or whenever they start to feel the pressure, their gameplay tends to lower in a bit, but it's the complete opposite end of the spectrum for Elevate. As we go straight onto game number 1, we were talking about it. This is Hardpoint on Hacienda, and as we start, the initial few seconds are going to be here for Elevate. Really intrigued to see what Street has to bring into the table.
Yeah, this P1, as we know, it'll be 50-50 more than likely. It'll be just about cutting players down, but it's about making early statements, and Street with 4 kills in the feed there, unanswered, is a good way to make noise about how much you intend to fight for every inch of this map. 30 seconds left of P1. Start to look in the next 10 for players rotating in. It's a weird split spawn that comes in through Street, actually, that will still hand them lobby control, so they can set up to defend. And as per the interview, we know that that is what they want to do. 15 left on the clock, so start to keep an eye on those arrows rotating over, getting themselves set up for Lambo. But honestly, off the P1, Street, they're in the lead. It's slender, but it's there.
Yeah, no, and I mean, the amount of kills, for example, right there, Kiyot is getting on top of that, the Pred missile from up above will allow not only to potentially get a kill, but also get the information. It's so important to take as much intel as you can from there, and I feel like that's going to be huge, as Street Gaming are actually going to be slightly late to the party. There is Maggie trying to get inside, gets a kill, but going to get executed himself. The remaining of the Street gang are trying to get inside, but, well, there you have it. It's quite hard when you're facing Elevate.
It is indeed. GTO is going to pop up from the waters, finds 2, does a great job, but going to be traded out instantly by Susano. Kendi's going to be there for backup as well. Chaotic tries to fight this and will find himself cut down from a heady. You do have the backside if you're Street, and a player actually spawns out the front and wins the fight, so this will set you up for a pinch situation. PJ's going to do his very best to stay alive with the tempers, finds 2. Susano's there for another. PJ doing great work around the point to keep himself alive and provide assist to the teammates. He started off with 11 in less than 1.5 hills. An incredible beginning here. Street Gaming, they are here to fight, but when a man starts like that, it's very difficult to counter.
It definitely is, and even more so when you have a War Machine into the mix is really tough to get through. In here, Candy already with the double digits will get the last few seconds, 52 to 25. A really good way to start the game for the side of Elevate. This time around, though, it is Street Gaming with a super clean rotation, and they are the ones who have to build in a wall to make sure that they can't get through. That's a double kill there for GTO using the Tempest. That's the third and the fourth one, just like that. On top of it, there's going to be the War Machine coming down from Kiyada. No one from Elevate was able to get through. Finally, there is the Sparrow to break through the enemy lines, but even in here, Street Gaming are showing really good potential against the reigning champions.
Yeah, they're certainly giving as good as they're getting. Maggie's going to pop the equalizer, slip in through 10, reach the spawn. Susano will be first victim. You know that the enemies are going to be on the point. Your teammates are clearing out from the opposite side. However, it's countered quickly. PJ with 2, Chloe with 1. Pabzera will answer with a grenade. Still just going to go back and forth here. 10 seconds left, so who begins the rotation on towards Rock after 3 hills? Very little to split these two teams. And Street, they're on the rotation, but it's going to be matched. Elevate already have 3 bodies over here. Controlling middle of the map, very important. That's what Maggie's going to try and do.
So far in here, I really like the fact that Street Gaming has not made themselves feel small. You know, they're making sure that even in the individual gunfights, they're taking so much value off of this situation.
Oh my god.
What happened?
Chloe just turned and burned and won a fight that he should never have won. We get that free cam coming in from the Observer, and GTO's not going to want to watch that one back. 3 around the point to hand it to Elevate. PJ's got himself another Tempest. There's the second with it, and the third will finally be cut, but will be numbers to reinforce this point. That being said, Chaotic's having his own moment around the point. That's 4. Pabzera with another. GTO wipes the board. There will be close spawns for Elevate. This is one of those hills. You get yourself immediately back into the thick of things, and as the paper planes go up over the top, Elevate will look to the skies and start to cut down the players in front of them.
And right now, there's only about 20 points in between one another. The last few scrap seconds will potentially go in favor of Elevate, but the fight continues. Already see PJ with 22 kills, but he's not the only one doing a phenomenal job when it comes down to obliterating the opponents. Now Vigo there making a 40 in here, gonna find a triple kill now, a 4th one. Well job done there by Vigo there, but the fight just continues. It's just so much chaos, and that begins to show more and more of the potential from these 2 squads as we see Candy here with War Machine.
And does a great job just to shut down Office and the bottleneck in through Rock. Around about a 45-point lead here for Elevate after our first set of hills, or at least partway through our next P1. And that's the most comfortable we've seen either of those teams so far. So that Rock Hill, most certainly somewhere that Elevate felt great about. Yoppie's going to pop the Sparrow, just cooking it for now. Just trying to launch it into areas he's expecting players to be. Use that blast radius, and there is one with it. Didn't get much, but definitely cleared a couple of angles to allow his teammates to mop up some points. Kartik will do his best. Will fall. But it's about that rotation. Last time, Elevate, they were here first. They will get their first body in as well, but there isn't the numbers to back them up. So should Street win the fights at the front, and they do, they can break in.
And slowly but surely, Elevate managed to nearly double the amount of points that their opponents have. Now the side of Street have to defend with the two operators. There's a great usage of the Tempest. Still not going to be enough. The Death Machine is still alive there for Bigodera. But can he actually defend in here? Susano trying to break through. Not going to be possible. Going to get executed through the smoke. Bigodera just praying and praying. Is going to get killed by Kalo. His allies are going to manage to survive, but not for long in here. The fight continues here on P number 2. The Lambo is just a blood fest in here. And Street, yes, they get a few extra seconds, but they are once again getting shut down by Elevate.
I think the problem right now for Street is, we heard it in the interview, they want to defend. We haven't seen a solid setup come from them yet. I'm looking for that earlier rotation rather than just trying to mash yourself on the Elevate wall. Equalizer will be cut down. GTO then the last to arrive. And it's moments like this. You have 10 seconds left. Get yourself over to Tin. I want to see these blue arrows move over to that point. You're starting to see it come through. But Elevate shouldn't be far behind if they get running now. Actually going to be well side spawns for Streak. Don't think they expected that. So they might be looking through their backside for a play that doesn't exist. Chasing ghosts. And how Kendi wins that against Pabzera, I don't know. Street will get here first, not with full numbers, and Elevator here instantly.
That's going to be the issue. That's going to be the thing. They're rotating properly, but they need to defend. So far, here has been 10 seconds of good control. That's going to be the War Machine for KO, getting that kill into Susano. Now looking for more, making sure that no one's getting that close to the team. Now on top of it, there's Pabzera with his Sparrow. Pabzera defending his allies. The War Machine still gets an extra kill in there, doing a phenomenal job. Now it's been 30 or so seconds of pure control coming down from Street, and now from up above, Pabzera is still alive with a really solid opportunity. A Trippy is now going down from Maggie, and as they continue to defend, a great turn of events here for Street. They were falling slowly but surely behind, but with a really single, well-executed heal, they're going to be super close and evening things out in just a second.
An incredible passage of play for Street Gaming. Really, the Brazilians have clawed back that 50-point deficit that we were seeing, and Claw's going to get turned and burned. So we will tie up here, rotating over to Rock for the second time. You're saving the Predator missiles that have been well earned and invested. Great work from Chaotic, who, by the way, is at 35 kills, only beaten out by PJ of Elevate with 38. So those two trying to lead their teams towards map 1 glory here. We pop open onto Rock side, and it's another clean wave. That being said, Yoppie will answer back with the Sparrow, 2 to set up PJ for the third. You find the last body here, you have an opportunity to push forward again.
Yeah, no, although PJ has the 39, Chaotic is trying to hold the bull by the horns, and in here finally managing to stop their dominance. 30 seconds left here in this kill. Slight control coming down from Maggie using those equalizers. There's PJ with the Tempest. PJ trying to come through, not gonna be possible. Gets executed. Now the War Machine and Death Machine coming down from the side of Elevate as they break through the hill one more time. There's only 15 seconds, but that is still going to be feeling like sweet time going in favor of the reigning champions. Now Street, they are not too far behind, but they gotta make sure that they don't lose control again. That happened already once, and if they allow that to happen one more time, that could be another rock solid opportunity for Elevate.
Good. All of the operators used as we get to the end of the second rotation. So a few points splitting these two right now. GTO is going to be caught hard by the stun and shut down by PJ. Great work. Chaotic over the top. What a map he's having as he approaches 40 kills in this. Another 2 will push him ever closer. Sparrow's out from Pabzera, a marksman by trade, and a hell of an entertainer will push forward to squeeze the spawns here. This is also a decision that could pay you out later. Should your boys spawn in, and well, it's actually going to be splits for teams across the board. So Pabzera's got a huge fight in the back and wins it. So could well hand you P2 spawns. While P1's going off here, this is a moment where Street could flip the script here and finally rotate in first for Lambo.
I mean, I gotta say, I love to see the side of Street Gaming are doing a phenomenal job. We saw them, unfortunately, lose against STE, but in here against Elevate, they are getting stronger and stronger by the second. Another double kill here now for Pabzera. The paper plane gonna be flying there for a little while. We are now gonna be moving on to point number 2 inside of the hill. There's gonna be Kendi trying to defend. There's GTO using the Tempest. His allied is gonna be a bit late to the party, but doesn't matter too much. They're gonna have the initial hold. That's gonna be an extra set of seconds for control. controlling the enemies, and on top of that, their usage of the PEM is gonna hurt like crazy to Elevate.
It is chaotic, just raining hellfire over the top, and the players pushing the driveway will be sent packing just over the top. It's just stopping players moving forward. They can't do anything. Godera's got the death machine. Cook's one. Second's going to be in lobby. Do you dare push that corner? You do. Somehow Yoppie wins it. Predator missile, though, for Chaotic. Will cut players down, approaching the vehicles through the bag. It's a great job so far. You've got yourself over the 200-point marker. If Elevate take this scrap time cleanly, they'll pull it very close. But it's all, again, about that rotation to tin. Street go early enough, set themselves up properly for the first time this game. They could pull off the upset in map 1.
They could, they definitely could, and 10 seconds left. That's gonna be feeling very, very nice for the side of Street Gaming. The 100-killer drone completely gonna secure that area as GTO eventually gets knocked out. Doesn't matter too much. Look at the minimap. They have already gained control over the next area. All they need is 31 seconds to end up with a victory, and the first upset, as you mentioned, could be coming in, but they still need to close it. They need to clutch it. It's really, really important. The same way they got the 200 points, they need the final few seconds. They need to continue fighting right now, and that's not going to be the case as Elevate are not happy about what's going on.
Elevate will punch in. Clo pops the equalizer and instantly dies. Kendi's over the top with the death machine. Out comes yet more of the operator investment. This P3 seemingly somewhere that both teams are happy to square it up on. Dance around. Yoppie will pick up top plat. Susanna with the death machine in through the bag. And now squeezes tin, but there's still going to be a contest, and still Street refuse to go away. Just chipping at this Elevate defense over and over again. Pabzera up the top, drops in, finds a second, will also support his teammate, won't matter because closed there, but gets Chaotic in to find his 52nd of the map, 53rd. 230 points have been crossed. The scrap here, you can't win it, but you're pretty bloody close.
Super, super close, only 18 seconds away. They will be once again moving to the next area. There's Pabzera with already 44 kills. Look at Chaotic with 53, already tying things up alongside with PJ. The initial hold is going to be in favor of Elevate. Their job using this Sparrow to make sure no one can get close. A great prediction as to where they're going to be coming from. An outstanding job from an outstanding player. The fight's still going to break through. Not going to be enough for Street. The side of Elevate getting quietly close. They are not happy about what was happening, but in here, they're going to tie things up, and with a really good hold, they are gonna take the lead now.
Yoppie's gonna call in the Pred. That's gonna find 2 and 3 in the feed, as well as Clo answers back. Pabzera is gonna be the next to fall. The Tempest is out. You're squeezing forward if you're PJ. Beautiful work to find Maggie and Chaotic. Wipe them from the board. 3 seconds left, and all of the skies will open and rain on Street Gaming's parade.
It's wild.
The pressure was most certainly there, but if anybody is going to stand tall and shine bright under that, it will be the defending champions.
And I mean, some people say don't put all your marbles on the same bag, but the way that Elevate did it, just operator after operator after operator, then a score streak, then another operator, more score streaks. Like you said, from up above, Dev was coming against Street, and that's because Elevate did a phenomenal job of making sure they realized their opponents could not win on that prior point, and because of it, they could allow themselves to use all of their utilities at once, and for that reason they end up with a victory that I'm too sure that not a whole lot of people expected to be so close.
No, I don't think anyone saw it being as tight as it was, and it's largely going to come down to that man top left, Chaotic, 54 and 37, plus nearly 2 minutes in the hill. Sir do it all if I've ever seen one, but it is a case for your Elevate team, where this is littered with, of course, the defending champions of last year, but so much talent. But it's that teamwork element. You mentioned it there. They decided to invest all of their operators into that final hill. They recognized that actually, as long as we just contest enough, which we can do with our gunny and our play, that Street can't win it over by tin. So what we're going to do is save everything for one last rain over at Rock. They do that to a plum. You saw him chaining consistently back to back to back operators. Gave Street nowhere to go. They've run out of gas, and then the Predator missiles come in, and it's just painful for Street, despite all their efforts, despite all their hard work, their preparation. I will say, the one thing that surprised me from Street, they never set up defensively. We heard about it in the interview. We want to set up because what we want to do is have Elevate play onto us. If they'd done that at any point, they could have crossed the line and won that there.
Yeah, no, absolutely, absolutely. Maybe they ended up changing their minds. I mean, these are the reigning champions. You need to make sure that even if you have a plan, you can adjust to different scenarios against them. In here, I feel like what they were doing was very good, was fairly good in a sense, but at the same time, as you mentioned, what could have happened if they would have stuck to the original plan? At this point in time, that's old news, you know. It's already a 1-0. Elevate have done it. It was the map pick coming down from Elevate, if I'm not mistaken. Now we talked about the S&D on standoff. We talk about the importance of Papacera joining the party here for Street Gaming. So they may be the third seed coming from Latin America, but at the same time, they have shown such good promise so far in here that I do have faith in this going for a long run on this best of 5.
I get that feeling. It depends to me how this map 2 goes, right? Because Street, they come out and perform so well there. And sometimes you can walk away from a map like that and think, okay, we can contest these guys. We know what we're doing.
Yeah.
Also, it can be a bit of a gut punch, right? You can suddenly have the wind taken from your sails. You're a little bit like, oh my God, we were so close. And what you just said there is, that's old news. They've got to see it in that way. Their leaders in the room have got to sit, and you can see the coaches and the teams just chatting things out here. That's what it's got to be like. I'm very glad that we're seeing that for Street for sure, because they're just getting on with it. All right, another day, another map. Let's take it to the world champions. Speaking of which, Elevate, I gotta say, those are the most gorgeous jerseys I've seen in some time. CODM World Champion written across the front. They earned that right, and they've said that they will do everything they can to defend the throne. Teams will have to go through them. And despite Street's efforts, they most certainly could not. Standoff S&D. Let's talk about it. Both of these teams, we talked about potential chinks in the armor when it comes to S&D. In particular, Street, this isn't somewhere that they've always performed incredibly well on, but you do bring in Papacera, and that adds a different element.
It totally does. It totally does. And I feel like that's a key part of what could happen in here. We know how good on spawns it can come down to Elevate, but as we are no longer in that situation and you're adding in a player who has historically been so good in this type of scenarios, I do feel like it could once again be very close. We are a few moments away from starting, and I'm truly curious to see that sniper play in here for these two teams. I do have to keep an eye open for Papacera in particular, but everybody else for that matter, as this team has shown to us that individually are great, but their strategy are nothing to be, you know, that lack of aware of.
No, definitely nothing to be sniffed at, as we see instant aggression from Elevate. Kendi will open up in the sniper battle against Chaotic. That will be an ongoing thing to watch through this. And First Blood's forever important. It's going to slow Street Gaming down. Their attack certainly stunned, as Kendi finds himself top grandmas and has an inkling, and it would have been a correct one, but GTO is actually going to find Susanna to tie things up.
In here, only a 1-for-1 trade. Kalo with a great kill there over Vigodera. GTO also bites the dust by Kendi with his second kill so far this round. A lot of damage going to be taken there, but still going to be a kill in favor of Papacera there. 2v2. Great headshot there for Maggie. Evening numbers out. 2 for each. So far, PJ and Job trying to find some opener kills for themselves. Bomb is going to be taken. Bomb acquired.
I like the decision from Elevate. They've decided to just group up, watch each other's backs, essentially army of two the situation, and just let them plant. So often if you're the defending team, you're rotating towards one site, you're guessing, you can be cut down on that rotation because the attackers have baited you in. But they've said, no, you plant, we'll come and fight you there.
Yeah, I am not against that decision for Elevate. At a distance, Papacera gonna hear those shots, immediately backs out. He knows that his ally is there to defend, at least for the time being. Maggie with a shotgun in an interesting place now will be going into the A site to try to cut them off guard. And that's exactly what's gonna happen. He gets the intel, he knows exactly where they're at, gonna take the kill. He knows where the next one is, can get the information to his ally. They are not trying to pinch in, they are just trying for the time to run out. It's only 13 seconds here. PJ with the sniper will not even get a chance to shoot at his opponent. Great round here for Street Gaming. I love the decision making coming down from Elevate, but the execution from Street, just majestic.
Yeah, I think the Street adjustment there was we recognize that Elevate have tucked themselves off in a corner somewhere, so what we can do is wrap out wide and collapse in through the back, and pays out incredibly well. So 200 IQ strats against 200 IQ strats here. Just in round one, Street Gaming will march forward again to attack. Chloe's going to have a lot of work and will not be able to deal with it. So first blood this time to Street Gaming. Tying us up in that column. Chaotic will answer. PJ returns with the shotgun. So a 3v4 in favor of the Brazilians.
And I mean, it begins to show quite early how much they have studied each other. You know, they know to a certain extent sort of what the other one is going to be doing here at distance. Candy, especially waiting, and because of that, takes that kill onto Papsera. Great job done. Another retake kill now for Beagle there, but the immediate answer with that gunshot. A double kill now for Beagle there, and all of a sudden it's a 2v1. The bomb is not taken, but it doesn't matter too much. They still have the upper hand in this 1v2.
Well, PJ has killed 2 players with the shotgun, so you should be pretty aware at this point of where his location is. The big brown house most certainly belongs to him. However, that should allow Street Gaming to collect the bomb, move relatively freely. Does either player recognize that they don't have the bomb at this point? Because they've pushed up towards B. And, well, it doesn't matter. GTO hits a beauty through the wall, predicts the corner, and I tell you what, that's a hell of a way to march 2-0 up in this. We talked about how both teams, when it comes to S&D, have chinks, they have reasons. You said it there. They studied each other. They figured things out about how they want to play this. And maybe that's part of that paying off as you predict exactly where PJ was going to be.
Oh, look at that aggression coming down from Maggie. With a shotgun, could be causing a lot of pain, but has to be cautious. There's a lot of people in here. Maggie patiently waiting. Shots being fired. Waiting for them to reload, waiting for them to get distracted. Maggie back and forward, back and forward. Do you want to push? Do you want to wait? Do you want to wait? Do you want to push? Let's see what he's going to be doing in there. There's a double for Chaotic and another one for his ally as well. Kalo will get a trade, but immediately blown into pieces. Great job done here by Strategy. We are getting to see both their micro playing and macro as well. The decision making has been super accurate against the current champions.
It's been brilliant. Chaotic there with 3 over the top. As Elevate tried an interesting strategy of all playing the exact same A defense. Kendi will catch Godera rotating through top round. Susano gonna try and play close, but have you read the player behind you? The answer's no. Gas station cleared up by Maggie, and great work with the pistol as well. Find yourself 2 to flip the numbers advantage again in favor of the Brazilians, who seemingly have all the answers right now.
Seems to be, even when they don't see them. We saw that on round number 2 where he just gets the kill through the wall. He does not care if you see it or not. He knows where you're going to be, and for that same reason he's paying off heavily. Great job done here so far for Street. Less than 40 seconds. They have already planted the bomb. There's only 2 more people trying to defuse. That's gonna be PJ and his ally Candy. But is it possible though? I'm not too sure. I feel like you mentioned, they always have an answer on the side of Street Gaming. It's getting very difficult, and they have gotten into their heads now through the smoke. They're trying to defuse. Papsera is very well aware he's gonna be missing those shots, but he does get it at the end. There's Maggie, gets killed, doesn't matter too much. A 1v2, they can just make him lose time. That's exactly why they're backing out. Eventually gets the knock, but there's only a few seconds left. Not a whole lot that he's gonna be able to do. PJ trying to defuse, and of course there's GTO to finish things up. I mean, I was expecting good things from Street, but this goes beyond my expectations.
This is superb from the LATAM team. 4-0 up in the search against the defending world champions.
Crazy.
That's truly a statement made, especially the way they lost map 1 as well. You could easily have felt a little bit hard done by there. A little bit sore about it, but they've gotten on with it. And the first blood will go the way of Maggie. Street continuing to notch in the column. PJ, of course, will tuck himself into Brown House, as he so often does when it comes to the defense for Elevate. Susano will be tagged through the wall as Pabzera. Well, if a sniper is going to know the locations of anyone else, it's most certainly going to be a sniper, and he reads that pretty early. The Street, they're happy to just play this slowly, take their time, slowly pick away at Elevate's defense, and not get over aggressive, give those lives up.
Yeah, there's no real need for them to do anything crazy just yet. In here, trying to defend Alpha. Ooh, Kendi gets the sniper shot. Susano does too. And Yub to top things up. A great 3P is now fourth one falling to the ground. Elevate finally showing some signs of being alive. Pabzera will defend himself with a double, but the two remaining players will try to collapse onto him. Manages to survive and is going to be healing back up. That is wild to see. Now 40 seconds left. Does have control of the bomb. But what else do you do now?
This would be...
Oh my god.
A 1v4. Now, we saw one of these yesterday. It was an ace. It was on defense with bomb down. Pabzera is the attacker with bomb down. He makes this a fight that he takes on his own terms. 35 seconds. Elevator can try and play around each other. Do you get the instant hop?
Oh, they're defusing. He's not going to get it on time. Yep.
Oh, he doesn't check. He doesn't check. And the pros don't fake as Elevate decides to get on that quickly. Don't want to whittle down that timer. They don't want to hand any sort of advantage to Pabzera. It was the right move. It was a great play, but countered instantly and will finally get Elevate on the board.
No fear, just pure defusal. Like you mentioned, pros don't fake. And because of that, Elevate finally will get a number in their score here now. 4-1, last round before we switch sides. And as we begin this one, there's going to be the backup from Chaotic as he picks up the bomb. 5v5 still unfolding. A lot of aggression coming down from Elevate as they begin to push onto, I think that's Kendi. Kalo knocked down to the ground. Great answer by Bigo there. Bomb is going to be planted. And Street are pressuring a lot onto Elevate.
Yeah, Elevate are very aggressive with their A defense. Clearly don't feel comfortable about retaking that. We haven't seen much in the way of evidence to say that they're comfortable with retaking B either. So... interesting strategy to leave Klo out by himself there. PJ needs to get into some sort of close confinement. Godera will find Kendi. Yoppie does great work through the wall to find Maggie and Godera. Continues to ping through the sheet metal here. Just looking to see if there's anyone on that bomb. Pabzera has to check. Yoppie's having himself around. Susano finds Chaotic. GTO, can you be the spoiler? You find Susano. Have you got the angle onto the bomb? You find PJ. Can you hit Yoppie? And the answer is no. Yoppie holds his nerve as his teammates fall around him. And it will give you a 4-2 on the defensive side. And considering that just moments ago we were talking about a 4-0, and this probably should have been 5-1 realistically, you'll take that all day if you Elevate.
And how would you expect something like that, you know? GTO just was killing them so quickly. I'm pretty sure he did not expect for them to be defusing, but he was wrong. Right now, as we flip spawns, a lot of kills are going to come through pretty much immediately. There's only been 20 seconds, but 4 people have already died. 3 of them being on the side of Elevate. Now, Mecha 4, Maggie takes a shot onto PJ. All of a sudden, Kalo, the only one alive here. 1B4. Kalo completely on his own. So far has gotten only 2 kills. He does not have control over the bomb. He does not have control over the map. That is Maggie once again doing a phenomenal job here with the sniper. I was talking about before we started about the snipers, but here the shotguns, Maggie has been out of this world, already on 10 kills.
Yeah, we saw it last time out of PJ. He was happy to play shotgun as defense in the bottom of Brown. Maggie's turn here, and does a great job on 10 kills alone. 5-2. You pick up another attack round quickly here if you're Street. Sorry, defensive round. And Elevate become a little bit concerned. Pabzera will find the first blood as well. That makes it 6-2 in that mark, but Kendi will answer, finds Maggie. That's the shotgun dead, might open up Brown.
They don't care on the side of the Street about waiting at some point. They like pushing. This time's not gonna work. Pabzera to the ground. Chaotic answering back. Chaotic looking for the double. Let's see if he can do it with the Odin at that distance. It's pretty much of an ego challenge in here, going against the VMP now for Susano. On top of it, he's got the sniper and takes it onto GTO. I feel like that over-aggression that definitely was working for Street, this time heavily plays against them.
Well, one thing when you are attacking, you get to decide where the fight goes down. And Elevate will pick themselves on the board here on their attack side by clearing up house over towards B. 5-3. The gap reduced to just 2, the deficit. Nades go out, Kendi up over the top. Susano's going to play through mid, but it's Maggie who wins the shotgun duel. Yoppie will answer back by clearing up onto Maggie, but 4-4 here. You have managed to get yourself to A if you're Elevate, and the bomb does go down. So what's your retake looking like from the Brazilians?
I mean, it's going to be difficult because Yoppie not only took that kill, but also took that weapon from the ground. There's Vigo there. Surprising Kalo. That's a great start. Make it a 4v3, but only less than 30 seconds on the clock. They have to start running towards that bomb. It's going to be 2 on the A side. 1 defending from the box at a distance. They try to come in, 2 doing it at once. Quixote getting the kill onto Susano. Kendi feeling a lot of pressure, but still managing to survive. His allies are all down. He's on a 1v3, gets a kill, but immediately gets blown into pieces. Great job done there for Vigo there. That will be defused in the last few seconds, but still, that's my point.
I think honestly a lot of that comes from Clo. His route in through the back is very patient, it's very slow. And sorry, not Clo. That's obviously on Elevate. I'm talking about Godera there. Just very slow route in through the back and finds himself a way in, which then stops Elevate having a solid defensive setup. As such, you end up on match point. This would tie us up in the series. PJ. Going to try and defend from Godera inside of Brown. Maggie's dead, so you know the shotgun's out of the equation from Yoppie. Chaotic answers. Clo dead. 4v4. Yoppie's up high here. Seems Brown was a very important part of Elevate's plan, but it will be slowed for a moment.
What's the plan here? Chaotic finds the kill now onto Kendi. That's 2-for-1 trade. Make it a 3rd one. Vigo there with a knock. GTO suffering the consequences. Not going to be enough. 1v3. This could be map point going in favor of Street. All they got to do is get rid of PJ, who, let's be reminded, has this shotgun and is very, very lethal. Has to be careful. They have already spotted him. The bomb is not on PJ's control, which is heavily against them. They can just pretty much just chill, you know? They can hang into that area that they are already at. They want to wait for PJ, who's with a shotgun, has to go all the way around, still managing to get that kill onto Vigo there, which I feel like it's a big mistake on Street's side.
You do not want to hand PJ any opportunity here to split this into 2-1s. He's going to try and play close, of course. Does have the machine pistol, but also the shotgun, and probably should have gone with the latter because it will be closed out by Street Gaming to tie us up in the series. We were wondering about chinks in the armor, which one of these teams would struggle the most when it came to Surge. It was a case for Elevate where they had no answer to clearly a lot of prep from Street Gaming's side. Dominated in the first blood column. The rollouts were really impressive. Took a lot of map space very early. Have done their homework, and it pays out with a grade A here in map 2.
And I begin to question, would you, like, if Elevate was looking at that interview, would they realize, you know, I'm gonna say one thing, I'm gonna do another? He definitely showed a lot of confidence. It showed the fact that they were strategizing against them, but at the same time, he gave us a cue of where they might go with their gameplay, and they are showing something completely different. They are not necessarily being a team that falls behind and tries to hold on against them. They are trying to go 1-for-1 against them, and it worked great on the hard point. They ended up losing, but here on Search and Destroy, it paid heavy. 7-3 against Elevate is something that's just not easy to do, but Street Gaming has done it, and I begin to feel more and more pressure on the side of Elevate, if I'm being honest.
Most certainly, because map 1 was anything but easy. They had to go big in that final hill to clutch it up. So you now recognize why people are suddenly raising their eyebrows a bit about Street Gaming. This team is much better than we expected. Pabzera obviously coming into the mix was always going to change the dynamic, but it wasn't Pabzera that went off in that. He had a fine game, 5-5, but 3 players from that roster going positive, some nearly double so. So impressive all-round team performance as we get a look at some of the highlights off the back of map 2. We were treated yesterday to some glorious matchups. We were back in the green room and we had, you know, the other talent saying we were tuning into some of these games. You were having a hell of a time. We were up here on the desk. After 2 maps, I get the feeling that we're about to be treated yet again to kick things off.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's been amazing to see these 2 clash with one another. It is incredible to see that, well, a team who last year dominated, and I mean dominated everyone, even Wolves when it came down to the single bracket elimination. When they went into the finals, they won in a really strong fashion. In here, they are struggling. They have finally felt what a lot of people felt in their hearts when it came down to them last year, which is uncertainty, not feeling actually sure of what do I do now. We're gonna be moving on to control. We have things even. We're at least going onto a map 4, and I'm not sure if the side of Street Gaming has the ability to have that same type of momentum throughout the entirety of the series, but if they do, there's a solid chance that they could bring in the action so solid that they knock and have the first upset in these playoffs.
Most certainly could be an upset on the cards, but if they're going to do that, they're going to need a glorious device to do it on, and we're very glad to say that we are partnered by OnePlus 15, who've officially endorsed the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships. A huge thank you to them, as all the players are going to be using this for the weekend and are enjoying using it. So it is where we're managing to make these hero plays, potentially pull off comebacks, potentially upset champions. And as the players fist bump and get themselves locked in for map 3 for the control here, the two teams that we're going to be looking at with Elevate, we know how bloody good they are when it comes to control. Doesn't matter what map we're on. For Street Gaming, control has been a mixed bag, particularly on standoff. We know this is a very defense-heavy map. We saw that in the hard point, defense wasn't exactly at the forefront of Street Gaming's mind, despite their intention. They were always attacking, always trying to break. If you're going to be winning here, victorious here, you need to find yourself either an incredibly clean defense or use that offensive prowess that we saw in map 1 to break hard early.
Well, it's going to be the side of Elevate who's on defense first, so that is certainly going to bring in a little bit of an edge going in favor of Elevate as they begin to pick quite a few kills. The trades are not going to be waiting to happen on the side of Street Gaming. They have gotten 2 kills, but they're looking for more through the smoke in the middle of the map. It's just not going to be working out for them. A 6 kills lead immediately going in now in favor of Elevate. And ladies and gentlemen, that's a good start kill-wise going in favor of Elevate, but smart thinking there as we saw Chaotic begin to capture or try to capture onto the A side.
Certainly making good progress as Pabzera finds one, GTO with 2. GTO's going to get very aggressive here. I actually think you probably want that fight back. You want to make that clean. You find a kill there. It does so much for your presence on the map. Chloe just tucked into the shops here. Finds one. You're going to be pushed up on his left-hand side. And Gardera, GTO, they're making noise. So much presence in the back line. And how the hell you're still alive? If you were to look at that map right now, you can't tell who's defending, who's attacking. It's all over the place. And it's all because Street Gaming looked fantastic early.
All over the place indeed. Now Maggie immediately begins to capture over on Bravo, has already taken 2 ticks. Let's be reminded it's usually the A side that gets captured first, but in here with 2 players in, they are most certainly going to be getting it, and for that same reason I'm really intrigued as to how the side of Elevate is going to react to this situation. They are heavily defending on A, but if they begin to get killed, that could be really hurtful as they begin to even use utilities on the side of Street. The paper plane is in the air. We see Yoppy trying to push forward, Claude trying to defend himself. They are still having the control, but that could fade rather quickly.
Most certainly could. Susano here, you've got a wave of pressure. Manages 1, Pabzera will trade. Tapping away with the Type 63, waiting for the teammates to support. I like that call, 10v7 in terms of kills. 1 ticks in, but that all of a sudden becomes a sudden death situation. 9v5, but Maggie goes big for 2. Onto the point, pressure applied, Sparrow is out. Elevate will try and run at this, but you're walking into a death trap, and there's the first, but a great counter with the grenades.
The 2 grenades are going to take down Maggie and Pabzera, and what could have been a capture all of a sudden is just chaos, destruction. Now Bigodera using the Tempest is going to be careful now. There's a shotgun kill once again for PJ. I liked the way that Street Gaming realized that they could have gone big in here, but those 2 nades, they hurt like crazy.
An incredible counter from Elevate in the moment, under the cosh. You've just lost map 2. Map 1's far closer than you could have ever have thought. You come into map 3, you do give up 5 ticks. That's a huge thing for Street Gaming here, and an opportunity to defend. We talked about how good they looked on the attack in map 1, certainly showing that here early in 3. But Elevate, while they may have been stunned, they were most certainly not bowled over. They countered in just enough time. Yoppie will fall inside of house. PJ with the shotgun, getting up close, personal, and pops the Annihilator. Do you find the kill? It's a bit of a mess. It's a bit of a mismatch. Goes for the melee, misses. Chaotic dealt with. Keeps you in the back line of your PJ, but not clean at all. Dealt with Clo. Pops the Tempest to squeeze up. Hold this angle. Close side. Do you also read that there's players on the opposite side of the street? I think you do. And with the Tempest, you're not even really going to need it. Teammates are doing enough, and it comes to nothing. These players right now just not making the most of their operators. Relying instead on the VMPs, the XM4s, and everything else that they've got in their hands right now. That being said, 2 coming to play from Street.
And with that being said, I mean, now there's the usage of the War Machine, finally getting a kill there for Pavsera, then begins to spray onto the opponents. A great second kill onto Candy. There's only 20 seconds left. It seems like the pressure from Street Gaming will try to prevent them from getting inside of this kill. So far, currently working. PJ, yes, you're in enemy's territory, but how much of an impact are you actually having here? War Machine for Candy tries to do damage, not gonna be possible. All of a sudden, they have to rush in. They're trying to do so at a distance. There's Pavsera with a Type 63. Yes, he gets killed, but he's still confusing the opponents. They get into Bravo. The one inside is going to be Yoppie. So far, 11 kills for himself. Tries to defend. First tick is going to be taken. The side of Street have managed to have a tie when it comes down to the lives, but the objectives are going to be really, really important for Elevate.
A little bit of a misplay there, I think, from Street. They were so comfortable, 10 seconds to go, and they actually give up that B side. How they'll regret that now, as lives are, well, 10-9 actually in Elevate's favor. So just as it looks like Street were closing this out, Elevate flipped the script, as they have so often already in this series. Hunter Killer's going to go out. Yoppie just trying to stay alive here, wants the backup, wants the support before he makes the moves, and the boys will activate elsewhere to turn it into a 9v5. 1:08, the 4th ticks in when it falls in the favor of the Garena team. Chaotic's up close with the shotgun. 6v3. What can you do? A moment of magic would be needed here for Street Gaming. And Chaotic, I like the angle that he's trying to find, but the Tempest gonna come out, finds too quickly. And Yoppie here just biding his time. You have it. You've still got 45 seconds on the clock, and Godera overstrays and is found by Clo. 4v2. Chaotic, what do you have at close?
Incredible. There's Chaotic with a kill at a distance. Sparrow gonna be used by Yoppie. Gotta be careful. 40 seconds left. They get the knock onto GTO. All of a sudden, Chaotic is completely alone, and that's a double for Susano, who patiently waited for the opponents to try to go across the map. He had the perfect opportunity for the kill and just took it.
It's crazy how this could so easily be Street Gaming 2-0 up. And yet Elevate withstand incredible circumstances. Push through for B, last chance Saloon, and it was in their final breath that they get the nade over the top to clear Street off the point back on A. Fine margins, but that's what separates greats from the best, as Clo finds 2. Susano with another. You're going to get forward here if you are Clo. You're going to try and watch that crossing in through the rubble.
PG with that double kill using the shotgun through the smoke. They are still trying to push forward. Another kill there for Yoppie. They are destroying the side of Street Gaming, and ladies and gentlemen, that's got a sting like crazy after a phenomenal map 1 and 2. The side of Street have been oh so close in this round, but it's just not been enough. They're using even more utilities on the side of Elevate. Look at Susano here using the death machine, just spraying through those walls, spraying to the enemy's health bar, and for that same reason they are doubling the amount of health that they have when it comes down to lives. And an Annihilator coming down from PJ, and it's just hit after hit after hit after hit. Their side of Street are getting demolished now.
And how much, I wonder, are you suffering from the previous 2 rounds and the way in which you lost them? Chaotic will play close. There is going to be the investment of the War Machine here. I guess it is last dance for the Brazilians. So even though you're 19v6, you don't really have a choice, and you get one with it, but you are traded. So it turns very quickly to a 16v3. And if you were just tuning in now, you'd have no idea that Street Gaming had the defending champions on the ropes through pretty much all of the control. You do get 2 if you're Godera, but Well, it's purely for pride, surely. We've seen some incredible moments on this stream through this tournament, but this will not be one of them for the Brazilians. Elevate will 3-0 the control. Anything but in the way that it played. Plenty of credit, again, that we hand over to Street Gaming, but it's a repeat almost of map 1 in the big moments, in the important moments, when it comes down to taking the round, the victory. Elevate, summon it from their souls. They clutch up in the depths.
Yeah, no, they're very, very good at clutching those very tight spots, very tight situations, and that's something that you just cannot take away from them. We spoke about how good they are on respawns, because they are not only taking the kills but taking value when it comes down to hardpoint. Well, here, when it comes down to control, there's the real value is the kill itself.
It is, and talking about kills themselves, we're going to get a look here at the board. It's tough seeing Chaotic go 9-21. He's a player that has had a great series so far, but that's not a map he's going to want to watch back. The interesting one for me is Klo. At one point, halfway through the second round, he was on like 4 kills. He was having a really tough time of things. It really needs to step up. Managed to get himself to 15 to tie up with his teammate and 1 less than Yoppy. So he suddenly had a run through the back portion, a part of putting Elevate 2-1 up in this series for sure. But PJ, a lot of great work with the shotgun, a lot of great work just in general. Really enjoying watching him play right now. 24 and 14, so much impact out there on the map. It's a weird series for us so far. We had an incredibly close hard point that Street Gaming will just feel they lost purely on the fact they invested their operators far too early, ran out of gas in the tank, Elevate counter. S&D, comfortable for the Brazilians, really. We talked about it. It was first blood dominance from them and then clean in the finishing moments. Whereas here, we could just as simply be talking about a 3-0 for Street as we could for Elevate. It's only that final round that really looked like there was a gap between these two teams. As such, we will see a map 4. We will see another respawn between these two teams. Anyone who was looking at this series on paper, they're probably thinking it's a 3-0. You're going to march on if you're Elevate. They know they're in a series right now with all of the attacking prowess in particular that this Brazilians lineup have.
I feel like the Brazilians, they dropped the ball on this one, yes, but as we will be moving on to this hard point on slums, it's yet another opportunity to try to redeem themselves. It is wild to me the fact that they lost the way they did. It's a 3-0, but like you mentioned, it was only a single round that they struggled with. That clearly goes to show that they are definitely lacking a little bit of that clutch at the very end, but they certainly have the skill, the gun skill. They have the strategies against Elevate.
I think this is one of the things, because Elevate, they have ridiculous amount of talent across all 5 players, and we know that Respawn in particular is somewhere that they're really, really strong. I think a lot of that does come from that ability to lay out. All 5 of them can have their moments where they pop off. And that's where you're thinking, okay, eventually Street Gaming are going to be overrun, but they've been able to hold their own in that department. Chaotic has a soft map there, but he was a huge part of their map 1 that saw them run very close. We move to slums, and you can see the huddle here coming through from the Brazilians. This is clearly okay, we know we're in this, let's set up, let's go again, as Pabzera tries to rub his eyes awake. It was an early call time here.
It's understandable to be sweating now,
yeah, absolutely. But slums, let's talk about how it plays out then. You're looking for, I mean, of course, P1, it's in the courtyard, it's a bloodbath, it's a kill box. Everyone's going to put everything on the line when it comes to that, nade central, etc. For me though, P2, P3, P4, P2 in particular, that's a money hill, right? You've got a very deep backside, you can lock that down, control arches, very much so can control that. P3 to P4, they're basically next to each other. You chain them together, you're looking great here.
Absolutely, absolutely. And it's one of those kill situations where, of course, you have to hold those spawns. Of course, you have to hold those angles. But to truly get inside is, once again, another opportunity for PJ if he goes down to use a shotgun again. Or on the side of Street, they have their own type of performance. I feel like these shotguns is something that we did not talk enough about yesterday. But today, the importance that it's been having is being wild, and we will see that again.
Well, I think one of the things as well that's important to kind of go back to is the interview that we saw from the coach from Street Gaming. He talked about how they want to defend. Now, we didn't see much of that on Hacienda. They were very comfortable breaking, but we didn't see them set up anything clean in terms of a defensive strategy. If you achieve something like a 3 to 4 defensive strategy, you chain it in well, that's where I think you can easily overturn a 20-point gap.
Absolutely.
And where Elevate might suddenly recognize we're headed to a game 5. Now, of course, as we see them sit down here, and this is a great thing from Street. We're not focusing on the fact that we just lost map 3. We're not focusing on how that went down. We're not focusing on how close this could have been to a 3-0. They could have taken map 1 and map 3 in this series. They're instead focused on the future. Map 4. Let's talk about how Slums plays. Let's talk about how we make sure we shut down what we've seen so far out of Elevate. For all of that, for all that we're building, everything that we've seen from Elevate so far shows us why they're defending world champions. If you can still not play your best, but come out on top, that's the sign of a ridiculously good team.
Yeah, no, absolutely. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter if you win just by a little bit or you win with a 3-0. What matters the most is to end up on top, and that's exactly what Elevate are looking for. It doesn't necessarily have to look pretty, it just has to be the W that you get, and that's exactly what they're rooting for. I do want to mention again on the shirt, it's just so beautiful, you know. I definitely love it. I'd like to snag one of those if I get a chance, because it's just so good looking. But I feel like we saw it on the side of Street Gaming's faces, the fact that they are comfortable, but at the same time, they're nervous, and understandably so. They're facing Elevate.
Yeah, it's a case of you've just got to focus on what's in front of you, right? Like, we've all been there. We're all competitive people. That's why we are here. That's why we love this space. And you know what it is? If you try and play the person, there is a tactical element to that where you're supposed to play the person. But if you play the names in front of you, it can become overwhelming very quickly.
Absolutely.
You've just got to play your game and focus on what is happening out there on the map. In terms of individuals, in terms of the names that we have here, the 10 formidable talents that are going to be stepping out, is there anyone that you're looking at to really carry things through map 4, or is there anyone that you're asking to step things up because so far they've been a little bit quiet?
Not necessarily quiet, no, not at all, but I do want to give more of a spotlight, as per usual, to PJ. You know, I feel like it's gonna be really important for him to be there for the squad, be there for the team, be on the lookout to just make Street Gaming uncomfortable. They have already shook them up with a 3-0 on control. If they can manage to early on make them feel uneasy, that is going to hurt like crazy to the side of Street.
I love that you're calling out PJ. I think one of the things I've been very impressed with is how dynamic he is. Sometimes running the shotgun, sometimes running the SMG. He'll change it up depending on what the team need from him. Yes. And when you're in maps like you were in map 1, where it's incredibly close, and you're like, okay, we need to invest everything into this hill, having someone like him that will change up his playstyle to suit what's needed for the team is invaluable. So I think that that is a wonderful call, a player who's been putting on here to remind everybody why Elevate are the squad on the throne, and if you want to usurp that, you'll have to go through them first. For Street Gaming, it's been very close, yet very far as you trail 2-1 in the series, but Slum's hard point is off and underway. Nades will, of course, litter the skies, and we will flood in for the first. Bad Bath absolutely everywhere, but it will be Elevate who actually get themselves the lion's share of the deaths, actually. Street Gaming counter quickly. Looked like that they'd lost the initial engagements, but they'll be there for them. Pick up the early points. Of course, it's all about this P2, and Godera's found his way around the back. Got to consider whether or not he can be found by the Garena team. He can, and it will start to settle into that typical back and forth here for P1.
Very impressive hold here for point number 1 in favor of Street, but the fight continues. As you mentioned, double kill there for Chaotic. Gonna clean things up once more. The side of Elevate constantly making sure that they try to get a player in. It took them a second, but now they finally have done it. Double kill there for Yappy. Immediately bounces inside of the hill, goes for the third one. Let's see if he can find it. Yes, he does, but gets caught off guard from behind. The back and forth continues, and I would like to pay attention to those 3 now players coming down from the side of Street Gaming who spawned all the way to the left. Have to begin a long way to go, and the spawns are gonna be so clean for Elevate, which is exactly what we're talking about.
The spawns were really interesting there. For some reason you had 2 Street Gaming spawning through the back, so you end up with Elevate having to clear that out. That means they don't get pushed out, which means they can't set a forward defensive line. It allows Street to just hit that again. So what you were talking about was correct, but they get away with it if you are Street. They're going to play in through arches here, just try and clear out this backside. At least if you're not spawning in, neither are Elevate, who are currently spawning at blue. It's splits, it's a race, it's a foot race, and Chloe will be the first to fall over Arch's side. Elevate is still managing to chip away at some points here, though. They're still making progress when it comes to the important part. and the Tempest will try and shut down players arriving in through the steps. Yoppie will do enough. And for a moment there, it looked like Street Gaming had found their way in, but they will have to hit this from the front as Elevate do enough to hold.
It's already difficult as is to do it in a ranked match if you're doing it against other players, but in here you're facing Elevate, so doing it so clean. Finally, they seem to be getting inside, but there's only 10 seconds left. What else is there left for you? And they are not only not getting the hill, they are now getting the bad spawns yet again. Elevate doing an outstanding job. Even if 3 of them got killed, they spawned so close into the next hill that it is now the perfect opportunity to be popping those operators. And this is exactly what I was talking about. Elevate doing a phenomenal job at keeping things to their own rhythm. Finally, Street manages to get through with the help of the utilities, but it took them a solid minute.
Yeah, it's a concerning moment for Street this. You have to make sure you don't let Elevate sprint out ahead of you. You can't be watching them disappear off into the distance. It's one thing to fight toe-to-toe with them. It's a totally different game to catch them up once they've picked up a huge lead. Street will have one body tucked inside the point, who will now be cleaned out, but you should spawn shop side for P4 at the very least. You do. 15 seconds left on this, so Elevate starts to prioritize moving across the map. Shotgun will get you 1. You're going to find a little bit of a trade. And actually, Elevate player gets in. That's going to be number 2. That's PJ. Of course it is, who's found himself in for shop. Street will start to recognize that as a couple of their bodies spawn out. And just like that, Street Gaming go from a position of answering the P3 into the P4 and have to watch now as they will need to break again.
Definitely am questioning a little bit about the decision-making of heavily pushing whenever there's still 8 seconds left. I understand the reasoning behind it, but at the same time, against Elevate, I'm not too sure if that's the best call. In here now, Yoppie with the Sparrow gonna take a double, picks up that M4 from the ground, and try to defend himself. Already triple digits on the side of Elevate as they begin to hold once more. And you said it yourself, the fact that Street should be doing what actually is Elevate to do first.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a case for Street where I want to see that bit of an earlier rotation and defense. You are very capable of breaking. Pabzera picks up 3 there, so does Maggie with the equalizer. So it's not a case of you can't shoot, it's just setting those odds up in your favor. It's far easier to defend and attack. That's regardless of anything you will touch in this game. But Street, they will close the gap a little bit. It was starting to approach concerning numbers. It will be around about 30 points at the end of this. And the Brazilians need to take that momentum into this P1. You'll be pushed very far out and found eventually if you're chaotic. And this goes back to that bloodbath that we saw before. There will be 1 operator available to each team. I think for PJ, that's the Tempest. For chaotic, it's going to be something actually that's matched by GTO. So do you decide to bring these out? War Machine is available. You're just going to pause and hold for now. And, well, the back and forth continues. 40 seconds still left on this. Elevate will get themselves in and pop 3 operators to do so, because what they're trying to do is not just take P1, but punch through for P2 side as well.
Okay, interesting call. There's still 30 or so seconds left. There's the Claw, the equalizer for Claw, who takes a triple, goes for the 4th one, completely wipes the entirety of Street Gaming, who just do not have the control of the kill, do not have the control of the spawns. Look at all the way back. There was Susano making sure that even if his teammates died, which they did, they're spawning once again where they want to, doing a phenomenal job, but it's still not perfect, as I saw Candy spawning quite far back, and that could be an opportunity for Street Gaming to try to capitalize on.
Love the patience from Claw there as well with the Predator. Pulled it up, read where everybody was coming in from to communicate that to the teammates, and then picked the most impactful target, and it turned out to be 2 on the way down. Susano roams forward with the Death Machine and just turns it, and this is one of the beautiful things. We've watched players pop Death Machine so many times, but they'll stray out, they'll get a bit kill hungry. He just stands in a hallway and says, well, if you want to walk into this, feel free, my friends. I don't need to do a damn thing. I'm protecting my boys on the point. Now you start to look into this final 30 seconds. Street Gaming, 70 points down from the defending champions. It feels like you need a break, but we've mentioned it several times. When is that defensive setup going to come through? If you are going to get back into this, a P3 early and then into a good P4 could be the route.
Yeah, elevated, approaching 100 points, lead in here. Another Pred missile, this time not going to connect. Does not matter a whole lot. The rotations began for points number 3, and although Street Gaming was trying to get there first, it's just not going to work out. It seems like it is now Elevate, the one holding all of the cards. They have complete control about who goes where and who spawns in which side. Incredible performance so far here from the current champions here on the Call of Duty Mobile Championship. Now they are once again with the control. Street Gaming are gonna try to break through, but they're losing by over 100 in less than 40 seconds now are just needed for Elevate.
It's tough reading. If you're the Brazilians, you will break in, and you need every bit of this. And the equalizer from Maggie will be intended to make this as effective as possible, but it's shut down by none other than PJ. Yoppie will find 3 with the Sparrow. Kendi gets aggressive with the War Machine. And just like that, Street Gaming, they put up a little bit of resistance, but their backs are broken instantly. You said that Elevate were holding all the cards. It's the ace in the hole as well. It's the ability to just suddenly turn it on when they need to.
It doesn't even matter what Street Gaming is doing at this point. They are just playing their own game on the side of Elevate. They have already rotated. They have the spawns. The one pushing in on the side of Street is Maggie. Maggie gonna be executed by none other than PJ. We were talking so much again about him, but look at all those numbers. Pretty much everybody on 35 kills on the side of Elevating. Candy just a few kills short. 228 means only 22 seconds are needed in the side of Elevate, and that feels like that's gonna come sooner than later.
It does. It needs to be perfect if the Brazilians are going to stand a chance, and that is anything but as PJ finds 5 kills in a row. Will be caught by GTO, but then the rest of Elevate are waiting in the windows, and the death machine will ring out in the streets of the slums as Elevate close it out 3-1. The first 2 maps of our series were anything but comfortable for Elevate. Even halfway through map 3, we're thinking the defending champions going to look like defending champions, but they clutched up, they saw themselves through those tough moments, and then when they found their flow, when they found their form, nobody could lay a glove on them.
Absolutely, and I mean, it's the best way to describe it, because the first 2 rounds on Control, contested, yes, the third one, pure dominance, and then snowball that into the next map, doing a crazy job. It's very difficult to do what Elevate was doing, but they just sometimes make it look easy, you know? It almost feels like they are everywhere in the map at once. Look at those crazy numbers. 39 kills for Yoppie, 40 for PJ, 38 for Claw. It is just pure madness with everybody having 30 plus kills. And I'd like to point out that 2 minutes 34 seconds coming down from Yoppie in particular, because not only did he get those kills, he didn't die that much, but also staying in the hill for so long for the squad.
I think 2 minutes and 34 is the highest individual hill time we've seen so far this week.
Absolutely.
This guy's paying rent on the hard point. It's insane stuff. Great performance from him. Of course, the 39 and 24 looks pretty, but I love that you point out the objective work, the important thing here inside hard point. It was tougher reading on the Street Gaming side. We'll move on swiftly from that, because honestly, I think that they've done enough in this series to prove that they can make a run. If you're able to put up a fight like that against Elevate, you should feel quite confident about your performance against many teams that are still in playoffs. You will be put into the lower round 1 here. However, there's no reason to look at anyone else in this tournament now and fear them, because you know you can go toe-to-toe with the very best.
Absolutely, and that's really important, right? In a sense, it's still, although they lost, it's a vouch of confidence on themselves, making sure that, okay, I can do this against Elevate. I'm good enough to genuinely beat them. They could have beat them if they had those last few seconds in a lot of these situations, which means they're capable of doing so to Elevate. They should be able to do it against anybody else. So although they lost, well, the winner, you have it here, it's Elevate Puck. Well done on the side of Elevate.
Yeah, they were fantastic, and we talked about a superstar in that lineup that saw them through those tough moments and to stand victorious at the end of this one, and it was PJ, and I'm very glad to say we've got an interview with him down on the stage.
Down here in the pit with Elevate Puck, PJ. I know that you guys had a really strong last hard point, but you guys lost out in that search and destroy. What happened there, man?
I think we were shocked just because we're really not used to playing SND. We're used to playing SND, but with the Easter team. So Street's playstyle is a little different. So they beat us. They are really strong right now.
And when it comes to the gameplay in that hard point in Hacienda, I wanted to ask you guys, that was also very close. So a lot of people are also saying that Elevate, you're kind of struggling a little bit in this competition. What do you have to say about that?
I don't think we're struggling. I just think most of the teams are adapting, unlike last year where every team has a different playstyle. Now in hardpoint, almost every team has a similar playstyle, and not only that, I think they're underestimating Streets for that reason. If they're kind of saying that Streets is a very strong team.
Yeah, and we saw that matchup against TLE and now up against you guys. They were able to get a particular matchup in that standoff against you. Now, though, that you're done, and congratulations for this dub, you might go up against Wolves. The champions versus the champions. How are you going to prepare for that?
Just like the usual, we just want to give our best so we don't have any regrets. Just enjoy the game. Other than that, I'm looking forward to it, facing Wolves again.
All right, thank you so much, PJ. Back to you, casters.
Are we sure that these guys are the world champions? That was incredibly humble. I usually love an underdog story, but I'm actually rooting for Elevate up here because that was wonderful for PJ. What a beautiful response. Gassed up Street Gaming, talked about how the rest of the competition is just elevating themselves to Elevate's level in order to compete in these world championships. Looking very much so forward to seeing and hearing more from them. But it will still be an Elevate victory, which means we have a team moving forward in the bracket. Let's take a look at that. They will march on, and as confirmed in the interview, will be a matchup against Wolves, a rematch from the championships of last year. Both teams winning 3-1. Wolves beating out the Brazilians of Galores. Those two will play each other in the lower bracket. You told me something in the green room. Brazil are guaranteed at least top 6 here. That will be confirmed because one of those two will march forward. But for Elevate and Wolves, that's one that everyone's going to be licking their lips about.
It's going to be wild. It is going to be wild all over the place. That's exactly why we love the double elimination bracket. It opens up so much room of opportunity for these teams. But as you mentioned, with Elevate and Wolves once again facing each other, that is going to be pure madness here today. And reminding you all that we are on the B stream, but we also have a whole lot of action going down on the A stream.
Yeah, of course, we do have plenty of action still to bring you. It's going to be a long day, a glorious day here in Poland. But very quickly, we're going to grab a quick water, quick bite to eat, and we'll see you on the other side of this quick break.
Hi guys, I'm FDX, the captain for Stalwart Esports, and here is my loadout. I'm gonna start with the loadout. Since I'm a sniper man, I'm usually go with the Tundra. Even if it's nerf, it's okay. So here's my loadout for it. So I'm gonna first put the muzzle here. As you can see, oh, it's not upgraded, so let's upgrade it first. So muzzle, I usually go with this tactical suppressor just because I don't want to be seen in the map. The barrel, I usually put the one with the fire interval. So here, I recently used this just because some of the attachments are banned. But if it's not banned, just like before, I usually use this Hammer Forge. But for now, jump set, I use this rapid fire. So for stock, I just go with the FMJ so I can wall bang, one hit, you know, something like that. And for the ammunition, for sure, it's gonna be the 7-round. Rear grip, it's gonna be the Serpent Ramp, yep, for the ADS. Then we go to the secondary, I go with the gloves. Of course, just gives me the mobility. I usually use gloves just because I'm really into rushing while having a sniper. And if close range, I usually pull out my gloves and just punch them one hit, you know. And here, I play lightweight, then toughness, then dead silence. The lightweight gives me the speed, toughness, just because I don't want the hit flinch for the sniper. For the dead silence, so I could sneak up into the enemy. For my OS, I usually like Annihilator. Yes, this one. since I'm a long-range person, sniping gives me also a one-shot kill OS. Then just flash. Then for my score streak, it's just the champ set, obviously. The normal one, we just put the EMP in the AV and it's all done. For those who wants to rush with a sniper, just like in getting that TikTok trend, you know, rushing with sniper, use my love.
Yeah. 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 Okay, I've been at the bottom, let it down from the top. I can't let them freeload. I got hit on my plug. We got so much to do. I gotta reload. Let me call you tomorrow. I got tests when I'm finished, but I keep it moving. If I stop in the process, you gon' run out my time. I need it, it's crucial. It's life in the top of the mountains where eagles will ride. How they find me is higher than ever. You can let fire surround me, get down, make it minute. I pressure, I've been on the way. I got no time to look back at my family, gon' need some more cheddar, so let's get it poppin'. Told me to put up a setup, you should not, but never been better. You gon' let it count, it fine. Bumpin', I'm crossing the line, we ready to sign. Yeah, oh, can't I get out of my way? There should no walk up a giant. Yeah, oh, don't want me showing my teeth, might have some blood on my tooth. Yeah, oh, I kinda settle the beef, so Lord forget what I do. I'm at the top, yeah, been at the top of the mountain, I'm higher than ever. Yeah, mad at the satellite calling for all my endeavors. Yeah, I ain't gon' slut on you, tweaking, you know I don't let up. Yeah, so Lord forget what I do, cause it's now or it's never. Yeah, been at the top of the mountain, I'm higher than ever. Yeah, mad at the satellite calling for all my endeavors. Yeah, I ain't gon' slut on you, tweaking, you know I don't let up. Yeah, so Lord forget what I do, cause it's now or it's never. Yeah, Lord forget what I do, cause it's now or it's never. Yeah, Lord forget what I do, cause it's now or it's never. Yeah, Lord forget what I do, cause it's now or it's never. Yeah, Lord forget what I do, cause it's now or it's never. Yeah. I'm loyal to this till I die, I don't switch sides. Tryna make some moves, but I can't until it's time. I've been taking chances, I ain't letting nothing slide. It's you listen, I didn't get as fast, do or die. I ain't taking L's, and I ain't switching sides. Tryna make some moves, but I can't until it's time. I've been taking chances, I ain't letting nothing slide. It's you listen, wait up, can as fast, do or die. I ain't taking L's, and I ain't switching sides.
So good, it can't stop. That rhythm on top is moving my feet as soon as it drops. So you can try to fight it, but that music don't stop.
OUG was granted another life here in the competition, but they're not going up against any slouch. OUG versus Stalwart Esports coming up next.
We are about to get ready for what's going to be the next match. Stalwart Esports going versus OUG.
Yeah, going to be a hell of a matchup this. The Garena team, of course, a squad that have to essentially contend with Elevate all year long. And one of the things that we have seen from them is a lot of growth in that area. Getting better, in particular at hardpoint. They're very strong when it comes to S&D. So it's a team that has a lot of great things about them. For OUG, it's coming into a very difficult matchup. But let's focus on that OUG roster. Now, this team have got, the Stalwart roster. Let's talk about the Stalwart roster. This is Skurd, Jay, Reef, FDX, and Clove. And of course, coached by Palatao as well. This is a lineup that, as I've said, got better and better throughout this year. If you're closing the gap on the world champions, that should make you a very big force out here.
It absolutely has, and I feel like definitely Palatao has added so much into this already good squad. I feel like the strategy behind it, all of the extra opportunities that has allowed for STE to even at one point throughout this year being capable of defeating someone as strong as Elevate, it goes to show a lot of improvement coming from them.
Yeah, so this is the team that are raising a lot of eyebrows. We spoke about it in the last series. There was an interview there with Elevate where they talked about how everyone else has raised their level coming into this World Championships. This is one of those teams everyone's kind of quietly gone, you know what, they look all right. They look like they're going to be a force to be reckoned with. And this team, coached by the Brazilian in the back there, receiving their marching orders, heading in toward map 1. It's a squad that is getting better, as we've said, all the time in their competitive performances, even at points have beaten Elevate through 2025. So if you can do that, you can take on anybody. Get a look here at some of those performances that we're talking about. Upper bracket finals, a 3-0 victory, and some of it incredibly comfortable. A 250 to 180 on the Combine, a 7-1 on Tunisia, a 3-0 on Crossfire. That's a lovely performance to look at. Yes, you want to lose in the grand finals 4-1 plus the 1-4 being the winning bracket team, but if you're in that lineup and you come off a 3-0 with Elevate, you then suddenly recognize that you have a whole new level to your ceiling.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, the same way that they had a 3-0 on the upper bracket final, it could have been a 3-0 on the grand finals. You know, it didn't happen, unfortunately, for the side of Stalwart, but it goes to show that they are capable of very, very good things, of great things for that matter, after the fact that, if I'm not mistaken, they were not managing themselves that great last year, where they didn't actually qualify for stage 5. This time around, they have shown so much greatness throughout the year that I'm thrilled to see how they're going to be performing here on the first matchup that they have here on playoffs.
Absolutely. So much that we get to tune into here on the B stream. Beautiful work coming through for sure from these teams. But let's focus on their opponent. This is OUG. Now, we've got a couple of teams here in this tournament that never should have been. And OUG are one of those, rising like a phoenix from the ashes and putting their claim out here as to why they should have been in the room all along, that they belong. This team have done some beautiful things already. This is, of course, Solo, Raf, Tectonic, a fan favorite out there. We know Cartels and Kings. If you haven't seen Kings 1v4 Clutch, do go and check it out on social medias. That's at PlayCodM Esports across Instagram and X. It's truly something and shows the level of power that this squad have, that they can compete with anybody. Speaking of which, there's the main man himself. This is a team that, again, shouldn't have been here. This is a miracle run, if anything, that they're trying to pull off. That being said, the reason why they couldn't be here is initially was purely just because their region is so damn strong. This is a team that, despite coming in 4th from their region, it's a case of, yes, but you're brilliant and everybody else will respect that in this competition.
No, absolutely, and you are super right to mention it, because although China, of course, yes, has 3 spots to bring into the mix, to get those 3 spots is so difficult. The competition is so fierce, so strong, and, well, like you mentioned, it's pretty much a miracle for them to be here, but they are making the most of it, and so far it's definitely showing the heart that they put into this as we begin to see their miracle run so far.
It has been just that. Every victory earned here is something that you never thought you'd have the opportunity to do so. 3-2 against Exclusive, a back and forth of a series for sure. I sat talking to Via last night and he was going at me about how close the series was a beautiful moment for this team, though, because it showed that they can overcome those tough circumstances that so many squads never really know that they will be able to until they step out here on LAN. 3-0 then against Unmythic Dream as well, comfortable in the end to march into playoffs. And as the players lock themselves in, I guess you understand the task that's in front of you if you're OUG. You understand how good Stalwart are going to be. You know how good Elevate are. You know that if they're running them close, you recognize just how much you have to respect this team. That being said, we've just mentioned it there. The fact that OUG are coming out of China, the fact that this is a squad that are able to compete with the very best in the world pretty much all the time, just shows that they will step up here and be a force to be reckoned with. Honestly, all I think this is building up to be is an incredible matchup. We are blessed here on StreamBeat to get this one.
We definitely are. We definitely are. It was actually one of those matchups that yesterday when we took a glance onto the playoffs, I was immediately like, yeah, this is going to be fire. This is going to be amazing. And I'm sure it will be because these two have a lot to prove. You know, this is number 2 in Garena. This is a China, coming from China region team that originally was not intended to be here, but they are. They managed to be here. They had a little practice, I want to say, or so, but they are showing so much, and they have so much to prove.
They do have so much to prove. And do you know who else has so much to prove? Tectonic. He's going to be down here for an interview, so let's go and listen into what he has to say.
I'm back here in the pit with Tectonic. OUG right now, y'all got nothing to lose. How was day 1 for you?
Day 1 was good. As you said, we have nothing to lose, so we're just trying to see what we can pull out day 2, and if we make it day 3, then that's what's best.
And if you guys know your history in Call of Duty Mobile, it's your lower bracket run for Tribe that actually won your team the first championship, and you're the only player that has a taste of that in your team now. How are you able to guide them throughout this day number 2?
Just keep their mental strong. I think that's a big thing for any player that's going into a lower bracket. If we were to go there, I'm not saying we are, but definitely a strong mental, because at the end of the day, you know, the game's not over. Anything can happen.
Anything can happen. The reason why you're here, right? Exactly. How are you guys preparing up against Stalwart Esports? They're not an easy team to beat.
I think for us, you know, our S&D is definitely our weak point. So if we could take S&D, then that'd be ideal. Hard points against Exclusive looked a little rocky for us, but I'm going to say this now. I think Exclusive is probably one of the best hard point teams in the game right now. And I think as long as we play our game, I think we'll be fine.
Especially with the performance of not only yourself, but everyone seems solid, especially Kings. He was getting a lot of the 1v3s, even a 1v4 at some point. So again, good luck, my dude. Stalwart, OUG, gonna be up next.
Going to be next, and Dayton is going to be a banger. Listening into that interview is interesting. I think it's a fair point from Tectonic that Exclusive are one of the best hardpoint teams here. They just can't win anything else. So if you're OUG, you're probably, okay, well, actually, we can learn a couple of things from the losses against them in those hard points. Take it into the game against Stalwart. Just because you lost the European squad doesn't necessarily mean you're going to lose to the Garena team. But if you are going to understand exactly how you're going to beat that Goliath standing in front of you and how you're going to improve in the hard point, has your hard work paid off, you'll have to do it across these 5 maps. Combine will be where we kick things off, then into the firing range and take off for map 3. Should we need it, Slums is map 4, Tunisia is map 5. The bans, the picks, they're all on your screens ahead of what will be a gauntlet for all 10 players. Sorry.
I gotta say, with this map combination, I feel like the side of STE has to be really, really careful, because the way that I've seen in the past OUG play both Search and Destroy on firing range and Control on takeoff is brutal. It's amazing. They have so good of a control on those two that if Combine is dropped by STE, we could see a 3-0 in favor of OG. But at the same time, if STE manages to be the one to take that hard point on Combine, I feel like they could end up winning either a 3-1 or a 3-2. I feel like it's gonna be really, really tough for STE on both firing range and takeoff. So it's really crucial for them to take that initial W on the first map, or else we may see dominance coming down from OG.
Okay, so important then for Stalwart to get off to a great start. We heard in that interview from Tectonic about how they're not too worried actually about their hard points because of who they were up against when they took those losses. So this is a team that's very much capable of their own great start. Stalwart needing to recognize that to ensure that they can punch to the deeper stages of this series. We wait then for the players to get locked and loaded. We know the stage, we know the stakes. It is moving through to the next round of the playoff bracket in the winner's side. Always very important, not just in terms of pushing further into this tournament and the prize pool at stake there, but also to let everybody else know here that you are a part of the conversation when it comes to being world champions. We've talked about it, Elevate, they said everyone is better this year. They've raised their game, They're tougher to play against. We got to see that when it was Wolves yesterday. They were incredible to tune into. Could we be looking at either one of these two teams at the end of this and saying they're right up there with the very best?
I feel like we will. I definitely feel like we will. And it's always interesting to me, particularly on the side of OUG, that they tend to have a lot of games where their KD is quite high, you know, over 1.5, sometimes reaching 2.0 of a KD, not constantly, but so confidently that it begins to hurt when it comes down to the hard point and control games. If I'm not mistaken, even it is Kings, one of the players with the highest KD from day number 1. He was not the one with the highest, but he was competing top there. He was at least top 3, top 4, okay. And it goes to show how good of a performance he can have. And not only him, not only Kings, of course Solo, Tectonic, those three in particular are players that tend to, a lot of the times, just either rush or sit back, but always make sure that they're taking so many consistent kills and taking value off of it that makes an easier job for Cartels, for example, who's the player who's always in your face, trying to make you uncomfortable, trying to make sure that you are just not feeling yourself at the time. So it's a really, really solid combo that OUG has for themselves.
Okay, so we know then the strengths and the weaknesses of OUG. Looking forward to seeing Cartels get up close and personal. Kings, again, his 1v4 yesterday was insane. It was a ridiculous play, beautifully cast by Ton and Brody over on the main stage, but it was one of those moments where you kind of go, okay, these guys are the next level, doing some insane things. Of course, Solo, Raph, Tectonic, these are names that none of you out there watching will be unfamiliar with. This is a ridiculously stacked lineup. The opposite side of things, Stalwart. This is, again, Scared, Jay, Reef, FDX, Clove. Anyone there that you're looking at and kind of thinking that this is the player that we need to be paying attention to going into this series? We kick things off on hard point. You've just said how important it is to take this if you're Stalwart. Yes, all 5 of these players are talented, but if you're in that lineup, who are you looking to and say, look, get us through this first one?
If it comes down from Stalwart, I definitely would be looking at Jay. I want to see how much he can bring into the mix, into the table, because he's a super, super important player for the squad. And I feel like, in a sense, it's because of how well-organized Palitao has helped him and his squad to make sure that they are combining both the aggression and the strategy in a lot of situations, and allows for super, super solid control points when it comes down to hard point, actually. So yeah, I feel like Jay is definitely a name that could shine today.
Okay, so we know the stage, we know the stars, we know the stakes. One thing is, ladies and gentlemen, while we get a couple of things sorted up here on the main stage, what we're going to do is throw to a quick break. But please make sure you're here when you come back, because Stalwart v OUG promises to be an absolute banger, and we'll be ready to cast it all on the other side of this one.
Hey, yo, Raph. So we're currently going to be going through a pro player's loadout. I am personally a sub and heavy player, so I'm a machine gun and shotgun player. But my personal favorite in this meta is probably going to be the VMP. The USS is a great gun, but the VMP takes that throne for #1 spot, honestly. So I'll be showing you guys my personal and everybody's loadouts in the pro player. All right, and adjustable, heavy barrel, great attachment to use. Gotta go with the rapid fire, it's crucial. And this one's honestly where a lot of pro players differentiate. I personally like the integrated grip set, but other players do like the Phoenix grip set. It just comes down to how you like to play as a player person. I'd probably go for the integrated grip set though. And then for secondaries, honestly, melees are the best. I feel like pistols are overrated. You know, you got to go with the gloves, boxing gloves, prize fighters, Mike Tyson, you know what I mean? It's really, really good stuff to use. Down to the operator, I personally am a fan favorite of the equalizers. It's really, really fun, just running gun, Rambo style, really, really great. The 3 perks, gotta go lightweight, you gotta go gun-ho. Toughness is honestly really, really good too, but I believe personally gun-ho would be the best one to go for. The 3rd option for the blue perks, you gotta go with Dead Silence. It's a crucial must-have. Now, obviously in pro players, you know, you gotta use these 3 score streaks. You gotta go EMP, Predator Missile, and Hunter Killer Drone, because obviously everything else is banned. But yeah, honestly, that looks like a great loadout. You know, got the frag grenade. Actually, I'm one of the individual. I'll put you on a secret. I personally like sticky grenades. I think they're low-key, very underrated. Besides that, this is my loadout.
We're moving and grooving. Let's see what we can get going here for the New Gen Ninjas over towards P2. Marvel doing his best. He'll now call in the Predator Missile as well, so getting a little bit of room for his team. And some decent time once again for New Gen Ninjas. This is really where they found a lot of it, and over towards P3 as well. And locking down P2. New Gen Ninjas now in the lead.
Here we go, New Gen Ninjas now. They will take the last 10 seconds of scrap time. Cloud's actually investing in War Machine here to provide some space for his team. That will give them some time to work with as the new hill pops. Of course, you always have that 8-second grace period between hard points. So Q9 will have to patiently wait. Here comes the next investment from Mauchi. He wants to run through absolutely everybody. A couple of investments actually coming up from New Gen Ninjas, and both of them will be shut down by Mauchi, who is burning through absolutely everybody, and those shutdowns are important. Yes, they'll get charged back, but they'll have to wait a minute before they get those ops again.
Incredible work. And those are those moments when we talk about operators where they make the difference. If you can find somebody else who's bringing it, I mean, we've seen it towards the end of the control in our previous game. It was Lucian finding an Annihilator kill on the Annihilator player on the other side of things, and it swings the game entirely. And moments like that can define a hard point. 30 seconds remaining here, and Q9 just lining these operators up and getting the job done. Plenty of kills coming through on either side, but Q9 are finding the important ones, and they're finding the time.
Yeah, this looks a lot better than what we had in the first set of rotations, right? When New Gen Ninjas, they felt like they got a better time of things. Q9 feel like their operators to push out have been huge. Yeah, New Gen Ninjas are going to get in now, protecting the last 10 seconds, but if you're Q9, you're happy with the spawn flip to go, right? You're now looking for a 1 versus 1, a huge 1v1 for D-Chen, who actually wins that over by New. You give away the last 10 seconds of scrap time of this hill to rotate towards that next one and lock down those spawns.
A perfect flip at the right time. Now New Gen Ninjas will really have to go through the fire and flames to find themselves on the way over. There's gunfight win coming through from Warden. Can find a second as well. Eventually he does get taken down. Q9 are set up, and Kelly is here with the Tempest. It's going to have to be a push through ice. They got one player pushing the other side, though, so there's a little bit of a pinch set up here by the side of New Gen Ninjas, but they've been slain by Ao Ling on the outside. He can find 2. Chen is going to be here to try and just hold this down, but they will continue to find the kills. It's a good hold from Q9 so far.
Q9 in control. This is where they invested their ops previously as well. Sparrow is keeping an eagle eye on that top side, and they're locking down the spawns here too, Chris. Again, it's that setup that works so damn well for Q9 with the block there on the back, and now the Tempest as well. The spawns are gone.
2 or 3 kills coming through from Viper. They can now try to get a rotation back into the hill, and they have done. New Gen Ninjas fighting off the back foot just a little bit, but then once again, it's every single time we go on board with an Oling. 47 kills to his name right now. He is lighting the New Gen Ninjas up, and Q9 have got a 30-point lead.
Q9 in control here. It is a tentative advantage here as we go into the third and potentially, probably, the final set of this game. It feels like Q9 have got the better look of hills off the back of operators who's pushing New Gen Ninjas out of the hard point. They're going to want to do that again here. They're going to want to steal as much time away on this P1 as possible.
I mean, if we look at the slaying game here as well, Q9 have definitely had the moments, I want to say, as far as what you're saying, Oling, Curly, putting these numbers up. But New Gen Ninjas are not far away. When they're getting the opportunity to find points, they are making sure they're efficient, and they're being efficient here with our operators as well. The Death Machine is out, the Equalizer is out. They are holding down P1, and they are chipping away at that Q9 lead.
Yeah, it really does feel like both these teams right now are being dogged with their operators, making sure they just use them basically as soon as they get them, more or less, to get as much time away from the opposition. New Gen Ninjas trying to keep their head above the water right now inside P1. 15 seconds left, still kills in favor of New Gen Ninjas. We go towards the next hill though, Ton, and this is where things get mixy.
And here we go over towards P2. It has been a good one for the side of New Gen Ninjas. In 5 seconds time, we'll find out how they can do. But after being behind by 20, they pick up some substantial time over towards P1. P2 incoming in 7. And the setup for either one of these two teams is not definitive. Neither team in the best possible spot they could be. Marvel down low trying to get something going, but here goes Ao Ling. 51 kills to his name. Equalizer's out, and he's not going to find a great deal. It was only 2 in the end. For Q9, though, they've got a couple of operators on the table. Now they're starting to get some control, and it's time they absolutely need it.
Yeah, triple investment coming out from Q9. Again, I'll keep on saying it, mate. It feels like both teams right now, as soon as they get those ops, they are out into play again. Curly also starting to streak out as well. Predator missile to his name through the smoke. It's carnage. It's chaos on P2. New Gen Ninjas come out on top for the moment.
They've done well again. P2 has been their bread and butter so far throughout this side of Summit. We said that this is maybe not the best of a pick from them, but they've actually done so well to extend this as long as they have done. But Q9 are going to find plenty of kills, but this rotation over towards New in 20 seconds is massive.
Yeah, that's it right there. Right now, it's New Gen Ninjas in control of the rotation. They're not going to go too heavy at 15 seconds. Yes, it feels like a lot of time at the moment, but those spawns for next hill are invaluable, especially as we cycle into the next operators.
You can see already they're on their way over, but Ao Ling is the one who's over there, and he is causing problems. 54, 55 kills to his his name. And there's that going to be the flip. Not quite. New Gen Ninjas are still going to be here. Owling trying his best to hold it down. He's finding as much as he possibly can. Everybody falling to Owling. The hill will pop 2-3-2. They only need 15.
Front in front is going to find a couple of kills here. New Gen Ninjas are trying to keep the door open, but it's now Cloud with his War Machine. He's trying to keep them out.
New Gen Ninjas have to fight somehow, some way. They have to find a way through. Jez can find one, but they've all got to go through one door. And who is here? It's nobody but Cloud and Owling, who light it up. Owling with 59 to find map 1 for Q9.
Wow. Q9. They meticulously search for every single player that could possibly have gotten through to change those spawns. Jez thought he might have gotten away with it. Marvel thought, hey, I'm here, maybe I can do some damage. No, neither of those players are able to get through, both of them denied. And Q9, they lock out on P3. Man, what a game to open up this series. New Gen Ninjas, how about that, hey? They come into this series, they come into this tournament as a team that, yeah, I know they've got a ton of support. Shout out to the entirety of the Indian Call of Duty mobile community out there, who I know are supporting the boys here at Katowice. But still, I don't think anybody really expected them to be going head-to-head, toe-to-toe with juggernauts like this, and yet still they make it a close game. Honestly, both teams' operate utilization in that game was pretty much perfect. I think a lot of the time what you'll see is you'll see teams kind of really focus in on P3. We'll save 4 or 5 operators to really lock that kill down. And that's kind of what we saw back in P1. But I think as the ante was being upped hill after hill after hill, we started to see more operators coming out on P1, on P2. And that was much, much better there for New Gen Ninjas. But in the end, it just comes down to one hard point. It just comes down to one rotation. Q9 had that thing on lock.
I mean, it really is the hallmark of quality teams when we see how proficient everybody was with their operators. I think you're so right. But I think that was a big moment when Maushi was able to find multiple kills and they were able to get a decent lead over towards P3. That's give them that breathing room. They were able to sustain it. And they come out on top. But again, Owling and Curly, I mean, yeah, what's that? 117 kills between the two of them. Absurd numbers. Ridiculous, some would say. Curly, the MVP of that one, but every single time we went to Owling, it's just HS kill after HS kill after HS kill, but Curly will take the plaudits. What's a game from Q9 to kick things off here, but New Gen Ninjas very much in it, but the problem lies here. You now move to a search and destroy against Q9, and if you really do want to force it, even just to that map number 5, you're going to have to play another one. This is not necessarily nightmare scenario for New Gen Ninjas, but it puts them massively against the back foot.
Yeah, I think the difficult thing is, and this is the kind of the fundamentals of just Call of Duty, doesn't matter if it's mobile or mainline, right? If you're a newer team that doesn't have the strategies locked down, search and destroy is going to be a very difficult thing for you. And that is just the baseline of how Call of Duty works, is how it's always worked. If you're a team, the most strategy kind of laden game mode of the 3 is always search and destroy, and so that's the thing you're going to struggle with the most if you don't have that on lock. If you're simply relying on fundamentals, S&D is going to be difficult. How about we're going to up the difficulty by having you play the best search and destroy team in the damn game for the remainder of this series. So if your way to win and go forward towards top 6 in the winners bracket semi-finals is search and destroy, yeah, this is like playing on like Ninja Gaiden ultra difficulty level, right? You're getting absolutely slogged right now. I mean, it's so difficult. Now, I will say one thing, the resilience of New Gen Ninjas, I want to say there's a chance that they can do it, but I mean, everybody at home knows that Q9 are S&D gods. It's going to be difficult.
Be loading in very shortly to map number 2. Well, even sooner than shortly, actually, right now, as we go over towards Coastal. One of the newer additions, of course. 2-hour map pool. I've enjoyed it. I enjoy it a lot, honestly. Shout out to the devs because Coastal, Tunisia, all these maps. I mean, look, one of the big things I love about COD Mobile, me and Chris were just talking about as far as the difference between mainline COD and mobile is we just get to play all the best maps here on mobile, but some of the maps that are specifically on mobile, absolutely outstanding. I love some of these S&D ones, and specifically for me, Coastal, Tunisia. Been ringing true, and it's, well, kind of been the same for somebody like Q9 as well. Coastal, Tunisia looking good for them. They've only managed to lose 3 out of, what, I want to say 20-odd maps on these 2 maps combined, I should say. I do speak for a living, I promise. That sentence was not necessarily my best, but here we are. Q9. Q9 good at search.
Yes.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Very good at search. Q9 search, very good. We'll see that here as they wait patiently. Interesting start from Q9, I will say. They completely abandoned the B site. If New Gen Ninjas get that information early on and Warden is kind of edging his way in towards B, they'll recognize, hey, we got a free bomb site and try and transitioning it, but it's where they transition it. If they do try for them on the map, well, there's a nice little trap set between Mauchi and Cloud ready for it if anybody tries that.
And it's such a different setup to what you typically see because you would always just stack in towards B, right? But they're going to get caught.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the B stream here. Of course, shooting in with some incredible action going on in A as Q9 and New Gen Ninjas draw up a war in map 1 there, marching on to map 2. Q9, of course, S&D gods, so very much up against it if you are the New Gen Ninjas, but what a matchup for sure. Anyway, we've got our own, and it sets itself up to be a banger just as much. OUG, Stalwart, Tectonic, Raf, Solo, Kings and Cartels, Scared, Jay, Reef, FDX and Clove. 10 names that will ring out true to any Call of Duty mobile fan. Players that we all want to see on the World Championships, and they'll be squaring off against each other right here.
Yes, they will, and I am loving it. I mean, I've said it since yesterday, but it's just so refreshing to have a top 8 playoffs where everybody could take it home. We were just watching that game from Q9 and New Gen. It was quite close between one another. This time around, OG versus STE versus Stalwart Esports. What is going to happen? I genuinely have no clue, but you just got a 4-piece there for Cartels to open things with.
You spoke about Cartels. You said he likes to get up close and personal, and 4 kills to start off P1 is a hell of a way to show us that. He'll be hitting around the outside catwalk here as things continue here for the first hill. 30 seconds through, pretty much nothing to split. Not a surprise really the way things start here on Combine, but it will be about that rotation. Who sets himself up to defend? Do we see an early break? Kings with 2 will get his team plenty of space. And OUG just looking for a way to punch through this line. Kings with yet another 2, Wrath with 1. So it's Stalwart who are being hemmed in here actually, trying to figure a way to give them a reason to set up, a window even, to prepare for the defense. They will get themselves a couple of kills that give them at least mid-map pressure, but that one there will mean that you actually have less numbers for this than you would like. There will be a break of the hill here for 2. There will be OUG hitting the front door as Stalwart tries to control.
And look at all those kills happening right now. That's going to be pretty much a 4-piece. Still not going to be enough. There's going to be 1 player left, and that was Cartels taking care of him. FDX not really able to survive. A great, pretty much immediate retake in favor of OG. Look at Kings over there already with Sparrow. He may be taken down, but has a couple more extra utilities to hopefully use quite soon in here. FDX trying to defend it with Tempest, but from up above, there is that Pred missile that I was talking about from Kings. That utility used very, very effectively to take care of that operator and immediately allow the team to once again bouncing back of that hill. And I do want to mention how frenetic this is being and how many kills are being taken on both sides. But look at Kings already on 14 kills. That's exactly why he had yesterday one of the highest of all the KDs.
Yeah, you called it out before we came in, and he's exemplifying 15 for that man. Raf gonna squeeze forward here, and he's just trying to get out of P2 and across towards P3 at this point. As Stalwart set themselves up yet again on the rotation, but OUG have shown us early on here they're happy to break, but Scared with 2, Clove with 2 will mean that first wave swatted away. Let Stalwart start to close that gap. Cartels picks himself up some more kills here. Kings, it's those 2, it's their little show at the minute. They're having themselves a great start, but Jay's decided to invest the War Machine, and as players run through the doorways here, they're going to be meeting grenades at their feet, and that's 2. And do you clear out the back line now to get the spawns? You looks like you're rapping for it. Jay's just going to continue to push here, and great work. But it's going to be Raph trying to use the claw and shut down before he can really do too much.
Completely shut down. That claw not being as efficient. Let's see if Tectonic can make it work. He does get that kill onto FDX and immediately bounces inside. He had to run away from that nade, still managed to survive a few extra seconds that are going to be super sweet for the side of OG, who now begin to think about the next kill. This time time, they will be there first. So let's see how well they can manage to defend. It's going to be Cartels alongside with Tectonic, who will be on that top side trying to defend, and they hold the fort like crazy. Maybe Tectonic died, but they managed to kill everybody else in the process. Look at Tech with that Pred missile, gets that kill, gets that info, Hunter Killer drone in the air, immediately turns around, gets taken down, but still the damage was very, very effective there coming down from OUG. Unfortunately enough, it was not good to defend.
OUG there, it's a clean initial wave, but then the spawns were a little bit all over the place for Star Wars. I let them set up the pinch, and honestly there's probably a gunfight or two lost by OUG that they shouldn't have done. Clove picks up an insane shotgun kill off screen, so that's going to allow Star Wars in. They had a brilliant P2 to get themselves back into this. Now threatening here with P3 and have the lead. OUG going to swing straight back. Clove with that shotgun that I just mentioned, squeezing forward. Cartels trying to play around this, but Reef and FDX find what they need to break back in. 12 still on this clock. They can hit 100 points or there or thereabouts here, and that's a very different story to what it was looking like a hill and a half ago.
It definitely is. It definitely is what happened in here. Now, Ref with 16 kills. Now, I thought he was going to go big. Unfortunately, he had to go home. Now, Solo here with a shotgun will take one, brings it out, misses the first shot, and gets executed by FDX. The fight continues as we go back onto point number 1. Raf trying to defend will get that kill, and a double onto FDX. Raf through the wall, going to be executed, but there's now the usage of the Tempest coming down from Cartels, immediately trying or thinking about pushing and defending some more for his allies. Takes that kill, takes that double, does not take the triple, but opens a little bit of breathing room for the side of OUG. The fight continues to be neck to neck, side to side, 100 to 92. These two teams are both on fire, but let's see which one can last longer.
Bloodbath continues. Equalizer from Clove trying to make a statement here and push forward. And 3, nearly the 4th. Kings does just enough to shut him down. The Skurd dives into P1, finds hit markers through the smoke. It's going to do enough damage to back this front line off of OUG. Split by barely over 10 points, these two teams, but it's always Stalwart, I feel, who get themselves into the rotation, whether it's a very early defensive setup or breaking that first line of OUG defense immediately.
Definitely, definitely. And now, well, they got to do it again on the side of OG. Can they do it, though? Well, the one pushing first is going to be Cartels. Cartels takes the first blood alongside with Kings. They're trying to push through. And the War Machine is going to take a triple immediately for Jay. That's the 4th piece alongside with Rev's kills. Everybody in OG was executed from up above. Now there's a Pred missile. He may not get a kill, but he has a general understanding of where the opponents are at. Makes the calls. Takes another kill just because he can. He wants to. He feels like it, and the defense continues to be in favor of Stalwart Esports with over 30 seconds of pure control inside of the hill.
It's been a clean run for Stalwart. OUG got off to a fantastic start, but as soon as Stalwart managed to find their feet, they have not stopped, taking a further and further lead in this. Kings actually kills himself somewhere in the process. Tectonic with a War Machine doesn't do much more. Paper Plane tries to come out from Kings, doesn't happen. Wrath will fall as well. So for OUG, it feels like they're relying a little bit on these constant breaks, and while early that looked like a strategy that they could hang with, it's asking you to do that over and over again against some of the world's best. Stalwart are making the adjustments, have upped their pace, and while Kings himself is pushing over 30 kills, it's looking at some of those other numbers. Raph on 14, got to see a bit more out of him. Solo's on 20, just got to see him start to step it up if OUG are going to avoid seeing Stalwart disappear.
Yeah, no, like you mentioned, by them just constantly trying to brute force themselves inside of the hill, STE makes a few adjustments, and because of that, they have solidified nearly a 70-point lead in their favor here. Now, there's a Tempest coming down from Cartels, but how much can you do with it? His allies are going to help him out. There's a double for Raph and an incredible overtake, but that's the problem. There's only 20 seconds left. Yes, that's gonna help the scoreboard, but that's not going to be enough, and that's starting to get more and more concerning for OUG. They need to rotate better. They need to be there earlier, because at this point, Stalwart have done a phenomenal job at adapting.
They certainly have. OUG will actually finally rotate in first and be there early, but just as the hill looks to pop. It's not even open for another 2 seconds. Stalwart find the kills to ensure that there's no clean break here for OUG. There's a couple of kills answered, but it's going to be split holds for now. Death Machine through the bottleneck will be I thought it was going to be fine, but somehow gets a little bit over-invested in stepping out there and gets caught. Tectonic trying to ring shots out. This is a Stalwart team that refuses to go away, but Tectonic with 2 and up close with the Odin will eventually fall, but enough damage to get the instant trade out of Solo. 2 for him, the VMP up close, reload goes in, 30 seconds still left on this, but OUG aren't getting points. This is contested, and this is part of the problem. When Stalwart find themselves on point, it is clean. OUG, no such glory.
Yeah, that's the problem. They are not having such glory as Stalwart is, and that's a great point to have because, yes, they have the clean on STE, but OG, yes, they're fighting, they're in the point, but they're not actually getting the heal time. They're not actually increasing their score right now. They're nearly losing by 100 in hill after hill after hill. They are just not able to put in enough of a work. Look at that, it's gonna happen yet again inside of the hill. There's gonna be Clove, and of course there's Solo here trying to get inside, but through the wall gets executed by Jay. There's a double kill for Clove. There's a hunter killer drone coming down from Rev, and at this point it's just crazy to me that OG have just not been able to find an answer to the dominance that STE has put into the table. He's showing his cards, but he is just barely starting. Stalwart Esports, ladies and gentlemen, doing a phenomenal job in here, and they are only 15 seconds away from victory, while OG struggles to get to 150.
It is a gap that we didn't really see coming before loading into this one. Stalwart looking irrepressible as they approach win condition here. 5 seconds remains for them. Tempest Operator is active for FDX. Actually falls as Raph cleans up, but it is with a bit of a whimper actually. In the end, OUG stumble and stutter their way after the first 2 hills. Don't even hit 150 points. But it is dominance from Stalwart that should be applauded here. Incredible adjustments early, recognizing the need to change up in the pace, recognized that it was Kings and Cartels, the aggression from them that was helping OUG stay in the fight. They swarmed, cleaned it up, and made it a nightmare from that point on. There were moments that we talked about through the map. When Stalwart won a wave of gunfights, they were clean. They were picking up 10, 20 seconds, relatively unanswered. OUG would get a couple at best, and then it was this constant contest situation where they're saying, all right, you come and clean us out. We're in the lead. We're more than happy to stand on this point with you. Taking a look at the player performance, FDX 39 and 34 will be MVP with a minute in the time as well. Incredible performance out there, but Clove leading the way, 4 kills, 43 and 30. I think for me, just looking across this board, we did start to see better from Raph. We did start to see better from Solo, but it's a case of you're trailing way behind a lot of the rest, and that is likely the difference maker in the end.
It absolutely is the difference making in the end, and that's a big plus on the side of STE. You said it yourself, they adapted super good, while OG just continued trying the same. It was working at first, yes, but then it wasn't. They did not try to change their strategy. They did not do a whole lot of things differently, and it ended hurting like crazy. They lost by over 100 seconds, and that's a huge victory for the side of STE. I definitely felt like this was gonna be closer, but that was really well executed by STE. That shows to once again prove to us that they've done their job, they've done the research. Even if you surprise them with something, they are going to manage to come up with something new, so that now it is you who are now feeling uncomfortable. And as we get to take a look onto the player cam, there is of course Palitao just bringing in that knowledge from the outside view, making sure that you're telling them, hey, this was absolutely amazing, this was really well executed, that was a great, really good adjustment. And I do gotta give props to whoever, I'm not too sure the IGL is on the side of Stalwart, because that's not an easy decision to make, but to be able to everybody get into that same synergy is difficult, but made it look flawless.
They did make it look flawless. We talked about it coming into the build-up of this, that Stalwart all year have been getting closer to the defending champions in Elevate. it's largely in the hard points where they've closed that gap. They've started to be a threat in that, and that's how they've undone them at points through 2025. We see that there. I think that's one of those moments where StarWatch show their class, their growth from previous, where it's a case of, okay, we're not really having things go our way right now. What can we do to tinker this? Doing that after the map in the breakdowns with the coach, that's one thing. That's already an impressive feat. To do it mid-map, very difficult. So I love that you're calling out the IGL presence there and the work that's gone on clearly inside the game. For OUG, clearly a lot of talent on this roster. Kings in particular, a joy to watch at all moments. But his firepower will not be enough in map 1 as we look towards map 2. On, of course, the OnePlus 15, who officially endorsed the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship. Oh, beautiful device that we are using for this tournament. All the players will be running, and we will be witnessing all of the storylines and the dramas and the sagas and the chapters of history that are being written all on the OnePlus 15. But OUG, going through their own conversations right now, having their own discussions, and no doubt that map was far wider than they expected it to be.
Yes.
So what needs to be said amongst them there to make sure that they just roll into map 2 and not feel that gap that was there?
I just feel like I'm not too sure what the disconnection was, but they need to make sure that they are open to more things to happen. If you notice that your enemies have adapted, it's no longer working, I want to see a true change in the middle of the map, because you can just pray as much as you want, but if the same thing's happening, it will probably most likely happen again if both teams are doing the same thing. Now, as we're moving on to Search and Destroy, is an area that we know how strong China as a whole region tends to be. This time around, well, without Seven, without Javen, OUG is definitely not the same as they would like to be, but they still have the experience, and they need to show that in here. As through the wall, Solo picks up a kill. There's a nade by Cartel. Solo gets executed by Clove. The immediate two-piece trade on both sides. The fight continues to unfold as Scred takes a kill, but immediately gets traded. All of a sudden, it's a 2 versus 2. Not even 30 seconds in.
Incredible aggression here, and Cartels will feel the instant presence of Reef. That's going to make a lot of noise. Has the shotgun, does enough. 1v2 clutch potentially on the cards. The thing is, you should be aware if you're Clove that you're fighting against the shotgun. You know what he wants to do. He wants to close that gap quickly, so he lay in wait and does enough to avoid the clutch. 1-0 up if you're Stalwart, which is impressive because OUG felt like a lot of their aggression paid off early, but Stalwart, again, make those adaptations that they needed.
Definitely did. And now in here, we're gonna take a look onto Cloud through the smoke. Now smoking, but the enemies, great kill there into the opponent. Cartel's gonna answer back. The fight continues. Shred making sure that he survives that interaction. That was very, very deadly. The great push going towards A, but now coming all the way around this FDX. The answer is coming down from Cartels, gets executed Tectonic by the hands of Jay, and that's the two more that were needed. OUG has come up with two completely different things, but once again, STE managing to answer so quickly.
Yeah, I wonder if that one is an STE playbook play, because that PKM there ringing out told them everything that they needed to know, and as such, OUG suffered through that round.
Okay.
It's a big hit from OUG towards A. Nades are going to go out. You're going to have one player protecting the backline to try and make sure there's no flank coming through, and Reef's overwhelmed. Solo finds the blood. Skurd's going to back off Clove. Huge fight here, because this now allows you to pinch that safety net, that foundation to your setup. It isn't there. How do OUG respond?
It is incredible to see STE doing this type of things. Skurd in here managed to get the stun onto who I think was Raph, but not managing to get the kill though. 4v2. They now trying to defend Tectonic with a knock, but they are both going to quickly be executed. It is now, like, at this point, if you're OUG, what do you do? Because I feel like you're being smart about the fact that you're trying to do different things, but you're still getting the door closed straight to your face.
I think it's looking at each thing individually. So, for example, in that one, Clove, right? It's a big fight over towards bathrooms where he recognizes with the entire team of flooded forward, they're going to have one guy protecting his back line. If I can kill him, we squeeze them into a death box here. Right. And because he prioritizes that so quickly, OUG have no chance to respond. And it's just making those kind of heads-up plays that's separating these two teams right now, as FDX finds a beauty of a sniper shot onto Kings to get the first blood. Solo will answer, ties up at 4 apiece in terms of lives. And here comes the slowdown, the little dance that goes on before we start to engage again.
That's right, the calm before the storm. And in here, storm is something that OG does not want. They want to be the ones with things under control. That's going to be a knock onto Ref. Through the wall, FDX could have tried to go for a wall bang, but of course he does not have the intel that we have. That's really, really unfortunate. In here, he will just continue to wait, patiently holding. Here is the push coming down from Tech to take him down. And for that, we're now going to have a 4v2. Jay trying to push forward. Surprise, surprise, buddy. There's Raf. He gets traded. Does not matter. They're going to be planting the bomb. They know where the opponent is at, and that is now going to be 45 seconds.
Well, you find the first if you're scared. And a 1v2 is certainly winnable. How's the Odin? Oh, sees one tracking left, but just about protects his teammate, does Tectonic. Skirt here. What's the play? Do you bait? Do you push? I think the decision is to swing. You see one close left. That is a player that's isolated, but you know that these two are going to be around each other. Timer against you was never going to happen. Tries to force the equation, and Tectonic says thank you very much. Puts OUG here onto the board. Far better in the attack round. And what this was slowing it down, I think. I think this was, okay, we're going to slowly pick away. We're going to chip away at the defense that you have and see if the numbers advance is something that we can profit on. Works for them, gets them something here.
And that bomb plan is something that you don't see often, which is a super exposed area, but it helps them a lot because they can now just completely back out and completely finish off that kill. For that reason, they take the round. Solo's going to open up the floodgates this time around by eliminating Rev with a headshot, and that is OUG trying to redeem themselves, trying to fix their issues, their mistakes, their flaws, and although it took them a minute, they have finally picked up the first point with now first blood on round number 5. What can they capitalize on with that kill, though?
It's interesting to see that OUG was so aggressive through the middle here in the attacking sense. They've just decided to actually allow STE to rotate a little bit and sit in various corners, catch them on a bit of a timing situation as Raf takes his time. Do you finish the kill? You do just about, and you read the second, and do you find the third? The answer is no. Scared comes out on top, but a 2v3, bomb down, less than 30 seconds. Tectonic has the angle through the sheet metal. One's coming in through the backside. That's going to be Solo. Finds one, knows where Scared is, should be able to tell Tectonic exactly what he has to do, and he pops up at the right time to see the round out. Through 3 attack rounds, you were down 0-3 with very little foothold and presence in the game. These last 2, you'll be feeling a lot better if you are this OUG roster, but it's the different ways in which they're attacking as well. Every single round has seen something new.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And like you mentioned, they had to make sure that they were not getting caught off guard as they did on the initial rounds. And because of that, they have managed to pick up 2. Now, on the final one before we flip spawns, they're actually going to be struggling a bit as they have already lost 2 players without managing to trade anything for that action. They're going to lose 2 more now. And all of a sudden, it's a 1v5. Solo completely on his own. The side of STE looking for a flawless round. And that's exactly what they're going to get. 4th point in favor of STE. We're gonna be switching sides. It's now OUG who are on defense. I love to see what they can bring into the mix, but STE, outstanding.
Yeah, the snipers in particular, rounds like that shows just how talented they are, controlling everything. Jay picks up some beauties to stop that B push. And now STE get to decide how they want to play this. Cartel's trying to find an angle here. Middle of the map relatively open. OUG are happy to take their time here, considering a banana push towards B. There is only one body that side. Of course, with mid control, you could easily rotate a couple of players over if you're OUG, but you'll have to time this right. Trophy does enough to protect the defending player on B, but that will give you intel that there's presence. How do STE adapt?
And it also goes to show the the different approach between the offensive round for these two. It is Jay with the first blood onto Tectonic. That is going to be a very, very important kill. This time around, I'd like to see a little bit more coming down from Kings. You know, last time he did a great job at those gunfights, but this time around not doing a whole lot of things for the squad. He's currently holding a sniper at a distance, but big old donut when it comes down to his skills, at least so far. Problem is, we're already 7 rounds deep. There it is. He's gonna open up his first kill with that knock onto Skurd. Immediately, Raf and Cartels are gonna do their thing too. The trades continue to happen as Raf gets killed. And for that, it's a 2v2. Raf continues to push, goes into the bomb site, but gets stuck with the bomb itself. Suffers and pays the price. 1v2, and they don't have a bomb with less than 20 seconds.
Jay was going to opt for the creeped forward, decides instead to get on with it.
No time.
Have to go instantly for the plant. Kings and Cartels will be aware, and look at them swarm and collapse and pick up the victory in the round. So a superb first defense here from OUG. Felt like they frustrated Stalwart a little bit there. Stalwart do find the kill over towards B on Tectonic, obviously unaware that he's the only body on that bomb site, but from there, OUG very happy to play their defensive role. We'll take our time, we'll force you into our line of sight, and we will take the victory onward into round 8.
Let's see now. They are being a lot more aggressive. Kings is going to stop that rather quickly by eliminating Club. They try to push forward for more. Another kill is going to be traded. 2 for Rev, 1 more for Skurd. And for that, the 2 for 3 trades are actually in favor of STE, who are managing to also plant the bomb on top of it all. So 40 seconds on the clock. The push is going to go through the tunnel into the B site.
Skurd has a nade ready, a gift for the arriving Raf and Cartels, should they want it. Reach just going to hold the close angle with the VMP. Can see the bomb doesn't need to do much else. Nade's just going to pass over. The smoke's designed to cut off, force these players to move out. Has it come too late though? Skurd swings, Cartels has to take the fight, dies to Reef. There's damage returned by Raf, but Skurd does enough. Beautiful post-plant play there from Stalwart. Get it down, don't overcomplicate the situation. I like what OUG were trying to do by smoking off that doorway. I just feel at that point, they know that you're going to have to engage this regardless. There's no guesswork here. You're going to have to push, and Stalwart welcome them into their lair.
We're 9 rounds deep. We've seen something different, each one of them. Either in favor of FCE, in favor of OG. Now we've switched sides. It's incredible to see how much strategy can come out from a single map. That's the beauty. And well, of course, this is Firing Range. This is such a map that we all know, we all love. And in here is showing how much strategy goes behind it.
Well, certainly a classic map. And is delivering in spades here. Solo will hear the bomb plant, so starts to ring out with the PKM. Finds Skurd. Should also have picked up a couple of intel that players were crossing. Reef will answer by finding Cartels. But look at this attempt for a pinch play to come through. You've got Raf looking to hit through it. Actually, the call has come through. We're going to collapse back together here. Maybe hit this all from the same angle. Nade's going to come over. That could catch well and truly onto 2 different players. It forces them in through the door, and Solo welcomes them. Reef, Clove, dead. Tectonic finds Jay. A 2v1 then, but have you found FDX? You have. Tectonic does enough, and that then 5-4 draws us back to 1 round between these 2 teams. I've got to say, that nade over from Raf, I thought he was going to try and play in through the back, try and get into a situation we could collapse in, pinch maybe, but he just decides, actually, these guys still haven't put that bomb down. Solo's done enough to hold them off. I'm going to drop it over the top and force them to move.
Yeah, that was super smart thing to do, and he definitely paid off there. Now, Solo and Raf immediately finding a kill, each one of them. That's Kings following through with his 4th kill now. That's exactly what I wanted to see. Raf with a double now, and all of a sudden, with Tectonic's kill.
What just happened?
A round, I guess. 15 seconds, 20 tops.
OUG show us that trademark aggression in spades.
Guys, don't blink.
And
Don't miss it.
wipe Stalwart off the board. If you took a sip of your beverage, ladies and gentlemen, you probably missed that one. But we go again, tied up. OUG have clawed their way back into this game, tooth and nail, but Jay will open up in the sniper battle against Kings. 5 apiece when it comes to those engagements. Skurd finds very little. And this is where OUG feel a numbers disadvantage to Stalwart, who have just decided to group up together, and it looks like that banana hit's coming through. I think you've read it if you're OUG, but you're outnumbered. Are you outgunned?
Let's see. They're waiting. A lot of nades through the wall, trying to do some damage. There is Solo with his sniper shot. Raph immediately doing a lot of damage. Still not going to be enough. And Stalwart immediately realized, okay, this is not the right call. They have already read what we're doing. And for that, they're going to go all the way around once more, all the way towards A. They're going to immediately plant a bomb and give themselves now the upper hand. But Raph picks up a huge kill there onto that DX.
Ties it up at 3 plays apiece. Bomb is down though. And post plants have been pretty good for Stalwart when they can get there. Is this a repeat? Do OUG have an answer? It's going to be a relatively one-dimensional hit here, just playing straight in through the front. Was Jay spotted? Jay could be about to lose his life. Solo, I think, has made the route. Smoke will do enough, and no, Jay catches him just in time. Could be a huge kill in this. 15 seconds on the timer. OUG forced into a difficult position. You will get the kill. You're going to have to hop the defuse, but Jay should be here, and they'll do the dance. They'll toy with each other.
Oh,
wait, no way!
He got it! He's got it!
Oh my god!
No way!
Manages to get the defuse!
He did!
Incredible stuff there. Just does enough. Decides to pop the plant, the defuse, sorry, which forces Jay to step out, but surely he's just looking to throw a shoulder there. But you do enough to clutch it up. And we get a look at it. Wonderful work out of Raph there to give OUG the lead and put them on map point.
My goodness, Raph throws the bait and they bite into it. Now that's going to be map point going in favor of OUG. Incredible job done there. But can they actually finish it off? First blood is going to be in favor of STE. Great nade killing down Solo. They don't have the upper hand, but they still have the opportunity on the side of OUG.
And you're going to slow this down on both sides, but particularly OUG. They've done a good job of often finding a reply if they lose a first blood, and Raph will do exactly that here. 1 minute and 10 left. Still a lot of opportunity to move this around and pick your poison. Tectonic takes his time. FDX is begging for anything, asking for everything. The snipers have been impressive for Stalwart. I think for OUG, you've decided, well, we're not going to give you the fight then. We're just going to take this at close corners, force you to drive this bomb forward, and forward it shall go towards B. Looks like 3 of the Stalwart players moving in that direction.
And this is similar to what we saw in the first round when we switched sides. The time is running low, 30 seconds left. Let's see if they can push through. They managed to find a kill that is super, super important, but now it's them against the clock. They gotta be cautious, they gotta be careful. Raph with the first kill, they're gonna push. Double there for Raph. That's a triple with a single mag on a secondary pistol, just like that. They made the mistake of just grouping into one another. Unable to answer back to that type of situation. Triple kill and a tie to activate overtime.
Such a heads-up play from Scared. Doesn't sit statically, doesn't wait, decides his destiny by wrapping through the back of the arriving OUG players. And now overtime. And the last time you and me were here, my friend, went around 22. Let's see if we get a repeat here. Clove just looking to peer through the A side. Going to put shots through the smoke, just in case someone's decided to push this. But Scared should have a look over mid-map. And it's a flood forward from OUG. They've instantly played for A. The nades will go into trailer. And why you get hit markers, you don't get the kills.
Right now, at least the bomb's down though. Less than 40 seconds. Ooh. Picks up the opportunity to survive, but still not going to be enough. Double kill there for Clove, who immediately pushes for more, getting inside of the trailer. We'll try to look for the third one. There's a double now for Raph. Raph now trying to survive. It's a 2v1. FDX with a kill over on Kings. 20 seconds left. Raph trying to defend himself, but the sniper shots are just way too clean. The defusal will come through, and now it is Stalwart Esports with the opportunity to be themselves to put OUG with their backs against the wall.
Fantastic retake, really, from Stalwart. Once that bomb goes down, you've got all those numbers if you're OUG. I guess the one problem is you're hemmed in, you're trapped, there's not very far you can go. Stalwart don't give them the time to breathe, activate. It's incredibly aggressive from Stalwart towards B. Different to so many of the strategies we've seen out of them today. Tectonic, are you aware? Your teammate will die elsewhere. Cartels, who's arriving to provide protection, doesn't make it. 2 dead on the side of OUG. Bomb being moved towards the point now. You know one's just tucked in round the corner. 4 dead. Raph will be the one up, and Kings will be next. As simple as you like in the final round. A very different play out of them again. Stalwart showing an incredibly deep textbook here when it comes to strategy. They needed it to push them into overtime, and they needed it to close it out as well. Great work from them.
Gotta love it, gotta love it. It was, like I mentioned, important for them to be strong on hardpoint. They pushed that into the game of search and destroy. The playbook from them, it's gonna be huge. They have so many good answers to a lot of different situations. We see their smiles, we see them fist bumping one another. They have a 2-0 lead versus OUG, and in here that is just so important. As we take a quick glance onto the overall KDs, Raph, phenomenal. Outside of that, I would have loved to see slightly more coming down from OG, because look at all the results from Stalwart.
Yeah, it's tough because, I mean, Kings was the sniper, well, one of the snipers for OUG, and you can see the difficulties that he was having in those opening engagements. Don't get me wrong, it ends up relatively even when it comes to first bloods, but I think that was a case of OUG deciding to invest instead into different strategies to open things up. I think Raph has himself a great game. We talked about some of the plays that he made, but Skurd, 16 and 8, and one of them being that decision to push out. The bomb goes down over towards B. It was being moved in that direction. Anyway, OUG decide, okay, what we can do is group push through tunnel, and instead of sitting back as the defensive team in the post-plant situation and kind of welcoming them into the lion's den, he decides, actually, they're all going to push this side. Why don't I just push out the other, collapsing through the back of them, and find myself 3 clean kills. And that put us into overtime, from which STE won, and will stand 2-0 up in the series, which, as you said, puts OUG's back now against the wall. The theme of today, a lot about it, has been pressure. Burst pipes or makes diamonds. Which will they be here? Can you stand the test put in front of you? Or does Stalwart march on in through this bracket?
I mean, while I originally said that OUG has an incredible control gameplay when it comes down to takeoff, like you mentioned, are they gonna begin to crumble? Are they gonna begin to shine like a diamond here? I'm not too sure. I feel like it's going to be very difficult for them to overcome this pressure that's coming down from Stalwart. I would still be very surprised if we see a 3-0 victory for STE, but that's genuinely a possibility. That's something that we could see if OG is not careful enough. And I'm not saying that OG is indestructible when it comes down to control on takeoff, because they have had their flaws. They have had a game, if I'm not mistaken, in particular against Wolves that, well, they were very confident they picked takeoff, but Wolves went ahead and actually was so overwhelming to what the side of OG is used to that they ended up losing. They tend to like to always go forward. It doesn't matter if they're defending, it doesn't matter if they are on offense. They like to go all the way deep into enemy's territory to cause as much pain as possible. Look at them smiling, look at them focused. It seems like they're not folding under pressure, at least so far.
I've seen a couple of the fellas around this week, and they are characters, all of them.
They are.
Every single time. Raph in particular, a real laugh. But it's a case of, you love to see that, right? This is a team that are getting on with it. They understand the task that's in front of them. And the best way to overcome a challenge like this is keeping your head in the game. And they are doing that. We talked about some emotive teams. While that can be a negative for some, when it's moments like that, it can be a positive where they build the positive emotion into the game. But no one will be feeling more positive right now than Stalwart Esports, who are up 2-0, marching into the control here on takeoff. Nades will be launched out in the direction of A. Intended target early as Tectonic starts us off against J.
That's right, Clove gonna make them a favor and unfortunately ends up killing himself. And with that, OG will continue to move forward. Look at that headshot for Kings, turns around, gets taken down, but confuses the enemy enough so that it is Raf who takes him down. Raf pushing for more, takes a double. Raf going in deep into enemy's territory at a distance. Of course, Tech using that long distance weapon. Raf here with a KRM, if I'm not mistaken, the first time we've seen it here in the B stream. Trying to find some more chaos to cause, and that's a triple now. Immediately going for the enemy spawn. That's a 4-piece. Now looking for the next victim that is in front of him. Misses the shot. Does not have enough bullets, and that's a big mistake. What would you push with a single last pump on your shotgun?
I think we've all been in that moment where we've got ourselves a whole bunch of kills and we fancy ourselves. I think that's what Raf's doing in that moment. Gets himself a little bit invested, and fair enough. He's had himself
10. You see what I mean?
Incredible round, 19-10 now, as Kings continues to tap away with his 63. Just going to drop off this backside, hold the lowers, which is going to allow Raf to continue to control the front with the shotgun.
Jesus.
A clean wave though for Stalwart will give them presence. It's 14-4, and OUG making light work of this defense. Reef will try and put up a bit of resistance. It won't last for long, and as clean as you like, without a tick given up and a sizable life advantage, OUG show that they are not phased at the fact they're 2-0 down.
And I mean, like I mentioned, they are not indestructible on this map. They can make mistakes. But this is exactly the aggression that I was talking about. They are just so good when it comes down to control here on takeoff. They have already taken a really dominant round one. They're immediately pushing for more. It is Solo with the first blood. There's Cartels trying to push for more. Cartels gonna take that kill onto FDX. Immediately thinking about what the next move is. Where are we going? Are we pushing for the objective or are we pushing for the kills? Of course the kills are gonna be super helpful, and that's exactly what they're getting on the side of OUG. Look at Solo. Yes, he gets taken down, but that is the type of scenarios that they love to be in, pretty much on the spawn every single time they can.
Cartel's is going to make noise over here towards B as well, and it's more than noise. Pops the Tempest for 2, and that's going to allow his teammates to make progress at A. First tick's already in. That's better than we got at the entire round from Stalwart. You're up by 9 lives, and Cartel's reign of terror continues. Lightning in his hand and a God of Thunder from the top rope. The Claw next from Raf, who's having himself a series and finds 3. Superb work. Wins yet another gunfight that he probably shouldn't have done. 12 up in life count. 2 ticks done. I mean, you're not even trying to make progress at this point. You're happy to just go and kill everything because Raf is slaughtering the reinforcements.
This is OUG, ladies and gentlemen, with an over 15 lives lead. They will be rushing through round number 2. They are only a few seconds, a few moments away from capturing, at least trying to capture the side of A. But there's only 3 more lives, no more spawns on the side of Stalwart Esports. And ladies and gentlemen, this is why you need to be careful. And if I'm being honest with you, I feel like this was a huge mistake on the STE side not to ban this map.
I do wonder. It's a case for maybe Stalwart of trying to see if they can match up on this mode, but...
Very difficult.
Well, apparently not, because OUG slaughtering everything in their path.
Those numbers.
At this point. It is an insane difference. We know that Stalwart have plenty of quality. Their ability to adapt as well. We saw a lot of that map 1. If you're going to do that, it has to be now here in map 3. 3 operators come out for Stalwart. Quickly shut down for Clove. Reef with the Sparrow trying to do something. FDX is also going to push forward with the Annihilator, but Predator missiles rain in from the sky, so how much are you able to do? You're just trying to stay alive, if anything, here, if you're FDX. Does get the notification the player's going to be right in front of him here as the target locks on, but you're hitting nothing. 5 shots left at this. Out comes the Death Machine from Skurd. He can do nothing, and for all that investment, you get very little. And actually, you're up by 3 lives, but I think OUG will take that considering what they've just had to face.
Yeah, the fact that they had to utilize all of their utilities, pretty much all of the operators, only leaving 1 from J there, still not enough. They do have that lead, but let's see for how long they can actually hold onto it there. Solo took a double, eventually got knocked out by Clove. The fight continues, 30 seconds left. The objectives are still now being tried to be captured by STE inside of the hill. That is Jay, if I'm not mistaken. Solo now with a push. That is a 3-piece in favor of OG. The tie has been made, but the advantage slightly in favor of STE.
Tectonic taps away, but only finds damage. Solo.
The Chicom.
2. Very happy to slide after that fight. Stalwart finds 2 more. OUG will answer 6 to 8. 15 seconds, 16 apologies on the clock. And it's a beatdown here. And 5v6. This is far from done. Stalwart will capture. OUG won't care. They'll sit and defend.
I can't believe how long it took me to notice, but Solo rocking the Chicom so far this game. At a distance, there's Kings and Tectonic, but Solo still surprising. That's now a 3v2 as Ref and Clove continue to be alive. There's the usage of the Death Machine by Solo.
And best for Clove. And those two pass each other like ships in the night. And Solo's Death Machine should run out here. What can Clove do with the Tempers? Do you have a shot? Does anything line up in front of you? No is the answer. So a 2v3, 30 seconds on the clock. Reef creeping towards B. At some point you've got to stop the timer, but he knows the second he steps on this, that alerts the defenders and makes life a living hell for him. But you've got to go. 3 players waiting. OUG ready for this fight.
They definitely are. They're trying to defend. 15 seconds left. There's the bounce in by the hands of Clove. Clove inside of the hill. There's Cartel's at a distance. Solo pushing forward with the Chicom for some whatever reason. In here, 15 seconds left. There's a first blood, and there is Clove trying to survive, but Tech will say no to that. That's an insane way to end things up. They just do apparently what they want. They were rocking the KRM for the first time, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, I heard that Solo was actually playing the Chicom since yesterday. People were like, maybe he's not taking it seriously against, I think it was against UMD on Mythic Dream. But this time around, proving to us that was no mistake. That was no him trying to be disrespectful. He just rocks with it, you know?
It's one of those. Sometimes, I mean, these players put in so many hours, and sometimes you come across something that's like, I just feel more comfortable on this. This works for me for whatever reason. Clearly, the Chicom doing the job. But for Solo, it is 19 and 12. A very impressive performance. 13 assists as well. Outrageous impact across the map. I think for the rest of the team as well, this is one that you look back on very comfortably. 3-0. On the opposite side, this is the first time we've seen these Stalwart Esports players be quiet. Reef in particular, 11 and 21. He suffered through this map. And OUG march on them. We spoke about it coming into that map. OUG didn't look phased by the fact that they were 2-0 down in the series, probably because they know they're so good at control. Let's get our afternoon started here. I think Stalwart will be a little bit rocked all of a sudden, because even though you know how good the team is that you're coming up against in control, you're never expecting it to fall apart like that.
Definitely. That's the thing, right? You're feeling confident, you're feeling good about yourself. You did not ban Take Up thinking that you can face against the side of OG, and then you get curb stomped on the first 2 rounds. The third one was good, was genuinely a good round for the side of Stalwart Esports. Unfortunately enough for them, it was just not enough, not quite enough, and that's a problem when it comes down to being an offense. Now we're gonna take another glance onto what's remaining of this best of 5. It could all end in this hard point on Slums, but we could potentially go to a search and destroy in Tunisia. Once again, I would like to say I'm not too sure who may have it in here. I definitely feel like there could be a 3-1 victory for STE on this hard point, but if they don't, if we go to that map 5, if we go to Tunisia, I think it's going to be OG who takes it. So it's going to be super crucial for Stalwart to take the dub here, 3-1.
Interesting. Okay, then. So we know how important this now is for Stalwart. They've got to be strong here in Slums. They were great, of course, in map 1. Very good. We saw that early aggression. Well rewarded for OUG, but quickly Stalwart recognized that and swamped around Kings and Cartels, kind of suffocated them and ensured that their teammates never really felt the benefit of that pace. As such, they marched out comfortable victors, and it's looking to repeat that here on Slums. Now, we saw it in the last series. We talked about how important certain hills can be. P1, this is going to be a bloodbath. It's a cemetery at the best of times. P2 though, you're looking to control those back spawns. P3, P4, you're looking to try and chain them as best you can. We saw examples of where that can be successful and incredibly impactful. But which one of these two teams will do that here? Map 4.
I mean, it was Stalwart who did it best on the first map, right? So.
Yes. Oh no, 100%. And Stalwart, as you said, need to win this here, really. They do not want to be facing a map 5. As Reef dives the point, touches, finds himself 2 kills after pushing it through mid, but Kings will answer back with some of his own, and so will Cartels. The SMGs loving these opening duels. Well, Stalwart with Reef center fountain here will find themselves the opening 10 points.
And as we are already on the second half of this best of 5, what can OG do in this scenario, in this situation, in this unfortunate place that they have placed themselves in? Solo continuing to play with that Chicom. There's a few nade kills here and there. The control is going to be heavily in favor of Stalwart, at least on the first kill. It can be chaotic, yes, but they are still making a really good job. It's all yellow names on that feed, completely shutting down every opportunity for OG.
The one thing you have if you're OG is Kings has actually found himself off towards P2 and will now activate, and that will suddenly upset Stalwart, who thought they'd found control. So great work here. It's a player who we've talked about has a lot of aggression, a lot of flair, but also understood in that moment that he needed to just back off and play the rotation in. It's going to give his team an opportunity to stabilize 4 unanswered kills for OUG. A great passage, which they needed after seeing how much P1 was dominated by the Garena team. Skurd finds one, looking to play now Archer's side. Flip those spawns out. Cartel's just going to try and hold close. Does get one, instantly traded. 2 more in the feed. If you are Stalwart, and they just break through the front door, Kings will still be here with the Sparrow, but gets very little purchase from it. Reef with his own Sparrow now will start to move forward, and just like that, Stalwart break, flip, and control.
That's right. Well, job done here for Stalwart Esports. Not getting afraid to go deep into what was going on, changing heavily now things once again in their favor. There's Club now pushing to defend his ally. Skurd doing the same. Double for Skurd. Triple now kill for Skurd. Eventually, they are trying to knock them down, but it's just not being the case. And once again, and this time even earlier on, STE putting OG in an atrocious position.
Yeah, Solo will answer that with a death machine. Finds 3, slaughters a 4th, and nearly executes a 5th as well. But FTX just about stays up. He's going to be by himself though, because everyone else fell in the firepower of Solo. And Raf finds 2 towards Graveyard as well. So doing a good job so far here, P3. Tectonic. And now the Tempest from Cartels. The one thing I will say, you are getting yourself some points short, but this is a massive investment. You need it to pay off, and the equalizer from Clove breaks you back in. 3 operators in play at the same time for Stalwart. Death Machine over the top as well. Tempest's going to light up a couple in the backside, and this is where you flip plays out. You've missed one though. Tectonic actually gets a spawn in, and all of a sudden Stalwart have to turn and face, but they do enough, they clear it out, and they will tip themselves over that 100-point marker.
That's right, and after all the investment from OOG, they only had control for less than 30 seconds, and on the opposite end of the spectrum, you got STE, who is so very good with it, that now are over doubling the amount of points that their opponents have. And well, they are beginning to think about the next kill, but I feel like once again they're showing to us how good they are on hardpoint.
They are. Despite the attempts here from OUG, Stalwart will feel pretty comfortable. Kings is going to ring out with the Sparrow. There's plenty of damage to back FDX down, who will be cleaned up. 3 unanswered for OUG. Stalwart will then return a bit of firepower. They're knocking on the door and actually managed to get in here. I think that caught OUG by surprise. Just snowballed through the front, found enough of the kills, and it's in moments like that OUG probably felt comfortable. Okay, we'll close this gap, and STE walk out to 50 in the lead.
Not only knocking on the door, but full on just throwing it to the ground with a big kick to the faces of OUG. Triple kill now for Club, who continues to destroy the opponents. They try to fight in. It's just not being possible. It's not being made on the side of OUG. Stalwart Esports just want to finish things up here with a 3-1 fashion, and they are getting closer and closer to doing so. We're going back onto P1 that, let's be reminded, was quite in control over on STE's side originally, but this time around OUG have managed themselves to be there for at least the first 10 seconds.
They have, and they're clearing it out. Have you read, though, this spawn coming through? I think you're actually going to miss that Skurd is in behind you, and, well, he finds one, but will be instantly traded. Those flip spawns now for OUG, letting them recognize exactly where STE are. Not that it really matters right now. He's still 60 points down. 2 operators on the go. The Tempest and the Equalizer being more than that, as Reef gets a 3rd in that feed cleanly. It's a case for OUG of every time you push forward, every time it feels like you've fought for an inch, STE walk away with a mile. And for Tempest in hand in the center of P1, you spot Tectonic, you miss it, running out of time, just had to pop it off, 10 seconds left, and you're in control of P2. Stalwart starting to run away with this. The
dance has started, and it is looking real good for Stalwart Esports once again with the spawns in their favor. There is going to be the push going down from OUG. From up above, there's a Pred missile. Cartels trying to push in through the left side, but gets executed by yet another usage of the score streaks. Their stack using the War Machine, finds 1, finds 2, goes to try to get in, but there's a War Machine on their own. War Machine by the hands of Jay, and a triple now kill. A 4th one, because why the hell not the side of Stalwart want to finish things off?
Yeah, I think they've started to sing the song here. They are ringing the bell. Stalwart, they're asking OUG if you want to throw in the towel. They will not give this up, though. They will push forward for P2 through the front, find themselves a couple of points. Can they cross 100 here? Can you build some sort of momentum? Well, the answer's no. Reese gets 2, Clove gets 1 and a 2nd. And OUG will just have to give it up. The rotation's on. Can you set up something defensively? You've got 1 operator available to you, which is better than what I can say for STE, but what they have is a Predator missile. Solid can try and control the house here in order to cut off any players arriving. Does get 2, so slows that, stems it for a moment, but the hill hasn't even opened up. So just as it does, guess who's right here? The Garena region team.
That's right, once again, they're trying to break over enemy lines, finally reaching 100 points on the side of OUG, but immediately the usage of the PEM will just hurt them even deeper. They don't have a map, they don't have a shot of fighting here. Another way to clean them up rather quickly by the hands of ST. A double kill for Club, another double kill for Rev, and this could be the beginning of the end. This should be the last nail in the coffin when it comes down to the winner bracket for OUG.
Stalwart will actually lose a lot of these gunfights, so it will go on a moment longer. We will see at least 1 more hill. But the last time we were here, Stalwart had no problem defending or breaking around these 2 hills. Kings actually manages to avoid the Tempest, 1 just over his head, 1 between his legs. That's about as good as it gets. OUG will mop up some scrap time here, but that's about that. Stalwart will be knocking on the door then. Need just 7. Reef's going to use the Tempest. The Sparrow finds 2, but then falls. Raf in for 2. Got to go big here to keep your team in the fight. USS 9 doing work, but won't be enough. Stalwart break in, and bullets ring through the front door to cut down the arriving players, and you dive, but do nothing, as OUG will be knocked down to lower brackets. Stalwart Esports stand atop and march on here in Poland.
Standing on top with a well-deserved victory. They have a really solid hard point. I mean, it's something that they, of course, had to practice in their own region. We know how strong Elevate was, and that begins to show that, well, if a team manages to just so successfully dominate others, if you are on the same region as them, you gotta take advantage of it. You gotta improve the same way they have. And look at that 2.0 KD coming down from Jay. 46 kills while only dying 23 times. It is just wild to me to see numbers like that on playoffs.
No, it's incredibly impressive performance. Star Wars, we were wondering, can you keep with some of the OUG pressure, the presence? And well, they do more than that. They apply plenty of their own. It's a statement made, I think, in the hard point sense. As you said, it's very strong, looking really good. S&D took it to overtime, had to close it out there, but did enough to make the adjustments. Clearly have a deep playbook. The control, yes, we can ask some questions, but is that just a situation where it just favors OUG so much? They look so good on that standoff control. For Star Wars, though, this is a lot of questions answered about where they stand right now. Move forward to find out a few more of those. But look at his highlight feed. I mean, the fact that Jay puts a 46 shouldn't be a surprise to anyone. So many kills, so many moments, clearing out those spawns, breaking those front lines. A great player stepping up in a big moment.
Definitely stepping up as needed. Well done. And well, now they have to begin thinking about what's going on the other side, because, well, whatever is expecting or waiting to be played for Stalwart, it is still going to be a challenge. It is still going to be another shot at them trying to get closer. I mean, we keep on saying getting closer to Elevate, but at this point, with how close matches have been, it could be anybody's game, right?
100%. And, well, whose game it was in this one was Stalwart. One of the players who really stood out through that series was FDX. You know who I want to hear from? That man right there. And we've got an interview down on the stage.
I'm with FDX from Stalwart, and you're fresh off a win. But let's talk about that win for you guys. You were very dominant in the hard point. Search and destroy, a little bit dicey. It came into overtime. And what do you think happened in those matches?
I think for the maps that we lost, especially takeoff, we pretty had a bad start and we didn't keep the momentum going. And for SND, I think it's just more of miscoms and we didn't know what was happening that time. So yeah, I hope next round we could bounce back.
Yeah, and for the next round, how are you guys suiting up with your next few matches? Because now you're on a win streak, especially from day number 1. How are you and your team gonna prepare for that next matchup that you have?
Our next map is against Q9. Actually, it's our kryptonite, but we're gonna start this day. We're gonna break the curse right now. Next match.
There you go. You hear it from the man himself. Will the curse be broken? Let's see, because Q9 has been hot off the map. They were be able to beat New Gen Ninjas in their first matchup. Good luck, my dude. You got a really tough road ahead of you. Back to you, casters.
A tough road indeed, coming up against Q9, especially with Starwall. I mean, it's one of those where he talks about them as their kryptonite, and I guess that comes from that S&D because Q9 are so damn good there. For Starwall, obviously, you just trip over the line in terms of that map. So yeah, a couple of things to learn, but no reason to believe that they can't pull off some sort of upset there because their hard point looks phenomenal. It's just those 2, 3, 5 modes.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I mean, although Q9 is definitely set the bar quite high, by them losing a round, it already means that they are beatable. You know, they're not truly unbeatable. If you take a round, that means that you can take another. If you take another, you can take another. It's difficult. It is going to be difficult, but it is really interesting to see that sort of mentality coming down from FDX, because of course they are not necessarily the team that everybody expected to show off what they have so far, but they are proving to us they are in here to stay.
Yeah, 100%, and this will be the confirmed next stage then of the playoff bracket. Confirmation, of course, of Starwall marching on to play Q9. Wolves and Elevate will be the other teams in the upper bracket. And I think if at the start of the tournament we'd have said these have been the 4, I don't think you'd have surprised too many people. These 4 are the teams that everyone kind of had their eyes on coming into this. I know we did a bunch of predictions as talent, and, well, they all featured. Street Gaming and Glorious, the Brazilians, will face off in the lower bracket. And then it's New Gen Ninjas and OUG to round us out, to push us on here on Saturday of Call of Duty Mobile World Championships of 2025. So much action still to come, my friend. I mean, we've still got many great teams, great names, ready to face off against each other. Going to be some banger matchups. Any of those that you were looking at that you're thinking, okay, that's the best one of the next round?
Ooh, I think it has to be definitely that Elevate going versus Wolves, because it's just going to be another opportunity for Wolves to have a shot against the current champions who took them out last year.
Yeah, 100%. Elevate v Wolves going to undoubtedly be a banger matchup. We've got so many more littered through today. But before we get there, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long day already. So what you need, what we need is a very quick break. So we'll see you on the other side.
So I would say when it comes to like raging, having a bad mood, it would be Eeyore. He's the one that's like, he's the one like snaps the fastest.
It'll probably be Kings, honestly. He's very passionate, you know, so his rage is very justified at point.
It's between Rihan and Yuki.
I think for me it's Crossing.
I think it's pretty obvious, it's Marvel.
我觉得我们队里都挺容易急眼的。
Oh, that's me. That's me. Yes, that's me.
Probably me. I think I have a bad habit of speaking really fast to the point where I just like fumble my words, honestly. So it's a bad habit.
BP.
Maybe Kings can be Suiwa, I think so. I don't know. I think Suiwa.
I think it's Warden.
我们队里面应该是 Zero 的沟通，有的时候他可能会着急，就是也许人在这个位置，他会当时可能被他打掉的第一时间，他会报错别人的位置，就可能比较急，然后有的时候他会说一些就很好玩的话，对。
Probably Kings. Honestly, he's somebody who once again takes those 1v1s really passionately, so I think he'll take the trophy on that.
Me.
I think gonna be Crossing because he doesn't like to lose any game.
I think it will be me.
我觉得我们队内1v1最强的选手是 Curly， 而且我觉得所有队伍都应该小心使用了 OnePlus 的 Curly。
History is always doomed to repeat itself, then this should be a very easy cakewalk for Gallerus. They barely even lose maps when they do face Street Gaming in their own region, but this is a different beast that we're dealing with Street Gaming, taking maps off of top dogs all tournament long.
And Alan, this is a massive matchup for both of these squads. One team is guaranteed top 6, the other top 8, and there's a difference in the prize pool. Let's take a look at this baby, as 350 grand is up for grabs for your top spot, but if you finish in the top 8 here, you're getting 24K. You're basically doubling that if you're you're able to finish in the top 6. So a win here, I'm telling my boys, we're playing for 20K, Andy.
Exactly. Yeah, that $20,000 difference is going to be massive. This is what we were talking about with the winners round 1 matches. That $20,000 guaranteed to at least get into top 6 now becomes that much more severe with your back against the wall.
All right, so Shift, with the big money on the line, let's talk a little bit about these teams, Street Gaming and Gallerus. If you're looking for just an individual on this stage, do you have a top performer in the tournament? I know you've been cranking the numbers since the beginning of the group stages.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to focus, I think, on Mihawk and Lukaszyn for the side of Gallerus, just because of not only what they've done historically across their careers, but even just in their most recent series, they were able to really put the fight to Wolves in a lot of different individual moments on different opposite sides of the spectrum. For one part, you do have the opportunity to play Lukaszyn on the double tap weapons. On the other side, you do have players like Mihawk up front. That's been the issue up close and personal for Street. I think we're going to see that bit of a rivalry. We talked a lot earlier today about how there's this long-standing history between Pabzera and what we've gotten out of Lukaszyn, either as teammates or opponents. But you also have players like Bigodera, who's been really solid and consistent. And I think in particular, looking at their matchups versus TLE, those are the two players for Street that really showed up.
Now, you guys were casting our main stage while I was watching Street over on the Bravo channel during the opening matchup, and the player to watch was actually chaotic. He was dropping 63 kills yesterday in groups. He topped the leaderboard at 57, but that was for the L in hardpoint. So looking at the other 4, who needs to step it up when it comes to the respawns? Is it Bigo? Are you looking at GTO? Who's got the big gun? Because Pabzera, I know he's a sniper. You expect him to pop off and search. Does he also do it in hardpoint?
Yeah, I mean, Pabzera definitely deserves the flowers for the standoff search and destroy they took off at Elevate, but I'm absolutely leaning on Bigodera as well. That's a fantastic shout out to you, Alan, because Bigodera, when it comes down to last year's meta with the R90 shotgun, the same conversation I had for Mihawk earlier, it has always been Bigodera. That guy's getting into the trenches, and he is trying to force these kills where they do not belong.
Do we call him an entry fragger here in COD-M?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, he's the entry man. Keep your eyes on the multi-killer. GTO, though, is the player I talked to before this matchup. I said, you guys don't look like you're very energetic. He said, we save it for the game. They are nothing but focused on this stage. On the other side, though, Gallerus did their huddle. They were loud. I feel like this whole venue heard them getting ready for this matchup. Let's see what they decided to do in our bans and protects.
Yeah, and the interesting thing about how these two teams have matched up, they played each other once in the LATAM playoff bracket earlier on, and it was a Gallerus 3-0. The difference is, for this scheme of Street Gaming, their worst mode in LATAM was Search and Destroy. They are currently 4-0 in the mode. So you're looking at Gallerus not being a particularly great search team on the weekend so far, and Street, who have found upsets to TLE, but for instance, by way of the Search and Destroys. That's where my focus is. If you're Street Gaming, it's the same story we actually told about Gallerus. Street need to come out and win one respawn, win both searches.
Now, both of these teams were able to find success in control throughout the tournament. The only game mode it seems the Chinese squads are losing is control. So who do you give the advantage to when we go to takeoff for game 3, Andy?
For the takeoff control, I am absolutely giving it to Gallerus' way. I mean, when you get through it all, the ban and protect system, like you got rid of the raid and the crossfire, I don't want to see any sort of that nuttiness if I'm in the camp for Street Gaming. But takeoff is the exact third map that they did play when they met each other in their regional games, and Gallerus wiped them off the planet. 3-0 at that point in time. But one thing that I am happy to see is that standoff search and destroy. Smack dab in the middle. I went back and I was speed running through that VOD earlier when they were playing up against Elevate, and again, just to bring it on home, Pabzera was
incredible. Incredible with the sniper rifle, and I've been told the sniper is more devastating on firing range. True or false, Alan? Where do you think Pabzera can have a bigger impact for Street Gaming?
I think firing range is the right call. I mean, we don't get me wrong, you're going to see snipes hit on standoff, but I think in terms of adding influence and finding early 5v4s, you're getting that more regularly on firing range. So that's, I think you're right to kind of keep the focus there, especially if we get to map 5.
And of course, we'll see what happens in Apocalypse game 4. I have a feeling this isn't going to finish 3-0. I'm expecting that second hard point. We haven't seen a ton of Apocalypse today, so what are we looking forward to if it goes that far?
It's everything that you want to see if you are a fan of Gallerus. They love their long range engagements from the ARs, their double type 6-3 meta to introduce themselves in towards this tournament as a whole, puts them in a favorable position when you look at the Apocalypse and the Hacienda because of those longer range gunfights. To get Mihawk into the trenches, to be able to hit these routes that we saw versus Wolves was a proper nuisance, let's put it that way.
The 1, 3, and 5 in this series is a direct repeat of when they played in their Latin American qualifier 250-177 the Hacienda, 7-3 the firing range, and 3-0 the takeoff control. So this legitimately is all about Street Gaming saying we're aware of that. We can improve upon what we had done prior, and they have played some pretty decent reps across this map pool so far this weekend with some good success. So it feels like a pretty good square-up opportunity here for Street Gaming to come out and get some revenge.
We started with 8 teams. We're about to say goodbye to one. It's a battle of Brazil. Street Gaming Gallerus as we go on to Hacienda. On the mic, you have Proper and I Hold Shift. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you, Bucket. Yeah, and Street Gaming has been the only real major team that has been narratively an upset caliber team.
Yes.
So why not continue that here? You were able to put together a pretty decent fight versus Elevate in your opener. In particular, it was on the Hacienda hardpoint, so that's what you're looking at to see if they can try to improve upon that. Take down Gallerus, start this series off on the right foot, and again, build towards revenge against your inter-region counterpart.
How about the photo finish that they had in their opening series on Hacienda, the 250-248 slobber knocker to start the entire tournament to put them on the map. Street over on the favorite side, or Gallerus, excuse me, on the favorite side of the map to start things off, but for Street, it's all just about getting the upper hallway control, trying to keep things scrappy to generate as much time as possible, and then fight for new.
Hardpoint contested.
A little bit of pause as the smoke will really negate either team from getting onto the zone for now. Gallerus able to step back in, though, with numbers, finding a couple of kills from the high ground. And it will be Gallerus just kind of hanging on to this line of scrimmage right up and close and personal from window to window as Lucazine steps forward to the next M4. Does get shut down before finding 4 in a row, but again, the numbers are decent, although Street Gaming, nice little resurgence here off their second set of respawns. Will get some time to counteract the 20 of Gallerus and put some pressure across the map.
Really good thing to point out is that Lucazine is on that XM4, so he's going to get a little bit more activated. He's going to try to get a little bit more aggressive alongside of his 2 SMGs. There's one player in particular that I really want to point out did struggle versus Wolves earlier, was Foki. He's still sitting on the goose egg currently, but we want to see him try to get a little bit more activated. That's your equalizer player, and quite literally needs to get a hot momentum to try to take more maps off the top teams, and this could be where he could get his footing. Spawns have now flipped. You got the back driveway spawns if you are Street Gaming, but Gallerus quite content to hold this from the front.
Maggie gets surprised over on the rock pinch. So Street Gaming will have to try to fight this from driveway and lobby. Gallerus from the front of the hardpoint have gotten their way in, but cannot hold their position. Zeus and Mihawk, the last 2 left alive. Death Machine pulled out, bold calls. The War Machine is also used in combination. The Death Machine shut down, the War Machine staying alive, and for the moment, well, eventually it does get negated, but not before Gallerus can reaffirm some control inside the hardpoint.
Very good time being generated here for Gallerus. You couldn't have drawn it up any better. You started off on the better side of the map. You're already at that 60-point threshold. And now we go over towards P3, where a lot of operators are going to start being online. GTO does have his. Street were here first, but not exactly a stellar setup. Nobody was anchoring the spawns towards the back, though they do read it. That could have gotten out of this world very, very quickly. As Gallerus are sort of funneling their way all the way through arches. Street
oh no!
A good job to be able to find the initial gunfights, but then those operators get pulled just in a moment's too late. The Gallerus are starting to poke and prod their way forward.
Yeah, Lucazine actually gets a route through top office to block off and stop the reinforcements for Street, allowing Hen's Sparrow to find more value on the hardpoint itself. So Street Gaming, they technically win the first 2 rotations to P2, P3, but not finding success on actually holding the time until finally we start to get the Tempest online here. GTO will have an opportunity to try to get, again, the proximal spawns faster into the hard point for Street, down about 35 points.
You see the response coming through just for the time that needs to be garnered here for Street Gaming. You get the Death Machine plus the equalizers out for Maggie, as well as the Sparrow to be pulled. They used every single operator possible as far as P3 is concerned, so they're going to be lacking going in towards this P4, minus the Hunter-Killer drone and the Pred missile. And were able to accrue for themselves off of Street Gaming from P3. But for Gallerus, they're not exactly working with all the resources in the world either. They are lacking numbers on this rotation. Street are putting a lot of numbers in focus over by Office, and it does force a split spawn. But the players inside the time are just absolutely flourishing. Hen for 3.
Yikes! Hen's not done! one! Working with Foki, and that's one of those setups that you look back at and you were to take like a pause and just a freeze from the minimap. Street Gaming have a full surround on the hill, but they don't hit it together.
Exactly.
The timing was not there, and Hen punishes it completely. But again, quickly on the back foot, Street Gaming able to get themselves combined in for some contest until Mihawk working with Foki can clean things up. Death Machine out for Mihawk as he's on 6, making 7 in a row. Eventually shut down, but not before Gallerist can get close to the 100-point threshold.
I mean, they are getting outslayed by a good chunk right now. Mihawk plus Lucasin combined 41 eliminations, Hunter Killer Drone off the Predator missile all at the same time. At the end of this first set of hard points, it is a 60-point lead that Gallerist will have. Street, the majority of their time, all came off of P3, and it came by way of ripping 5 operators. We're going to have to see some real squeaky clean-ups when it comes down to this next set of rotations, because when you got Zeus hitting shots like this, Lucasin piecing you up, and Mihawk getting all these different timings, who's looking rough?
Yeah, and Zeus.
Welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships of 2025 here in Katowice, Poland. I'm Enigma, this is Gil, and we've taken you through a couple of series so far today, but I don't think anything stacks up to what we're about to see, my friend. It will be Elevate against Wolves. How much are you looking forward to this one?
I mean, I feel like we are in it for a treat. You asked me what the next matches I'd like to see, and then we go ahead and get it. Guys, are you not entertained? I certainly hope you are, because this has been a blast, but it's only the beginning. We're barely getting started with day number 2 for the playoffs.
We certainly are. So much more to come, but in terms of storylines, I don't think there are many more that people wanted to see than the defending champions going up against the 2023 champions, of which one eliminated the other last year. So that is going to be something that we settle here. Is this the road to redemption for Wolves? Well, let's talk about them. Let's see exactly what it is that they are bringing to the table as a roster. This is, of course, Zai, Peg, Sounds, Wind, and King. And a lot of the conversation was all about whether or not King coming in after being retired would be the player that he once was and help this team look great. I'd say he's doing just that.
Absolutely is. He absolutely is. King came in very last minute, but came in hot, doing outstanding performances yesterday. You guys saw Stream B, I'm pretty sure you did, but in case you missed it, I highly encourage you guys to take a look once you get a chance. But before that, as you mentioned, Sounds, King, Sai, Wind, and Peg. He was not the only one popping off. I mean, we got insane gameplay coming down from Peg, from Wind, from Sai. That 60 bomb on day number 1 was just insane when they were playing against New Gen. And well, as we begin to see a few more of their highlights, it's just a very, very usual for us to be impressed by Wolves' performances, but it's always nice and refreshing to see that they always provide something new into the mix that allows for us to just have a blast.
100%. I think that the interesting thing when it comes to Wolves, because it was a curb stomping against Animus, quite frankly, and well, Animus very humbly accepted that, and it was always going to be the case. But with Wolves, I think it was their pursuit of perfection that was incredible to watch, because so often some teams here, other esports, wherever, doesn't matter. Sometimes you come across a team, you think, we're going to walk this, and they take it quite easy. They kind of stroll their way through. You might end up with a closer game than expected. Because of that, there was no such thing from Wolves. They came out, they dominated, and they were insistent on adjusting to everything that went on. How do we learn? How do we grow from this? We need to make sure this series is something that we make use of, and they certainly did that. Then they went on against New Gen Ninjas. Some of that was closer than we expected it to be. The map 1 was a great fight. We've seen, though, that New Gen Ninjas can perform very well in hardpoint, but Wolves continued to march on forward. You will see there is a 3-1 on the docket for that game, but it was a forfeit for a rule violation. So essentially, in play terms, in terms of maps actually played, if you're Wolves, you've got the mentality of, well, we've won 7 games so far through the tournament. We're feeling fantastic. You talk about Zai there. He did put up those incredible numbers. We've mentioned a little bit about King, but you talk about the rest of the roster. It's like, where do the superstars end? It's Peg, Sounds, Wind. All of them can have huge pop-off moments.
All of them are superstars indeed. It's incredible to see how good of a team this is individually, but then you look at them together, they truly are a wolf pack that is for you to be very, very afraid of if you are any other mere mortal. At the end of the day, they are still going to be facing Elevate, the team that took them out last year. They came in to 2024 being the current reigning champions, but it was Elevate who just put a stop onto the madness. He was like, I don't care who you are, I will win. And winning they did all the way to the grand finals.
They most certainly did. And if we're going to segue the conversation off to Elevate, let's get into it then. Let's talk about the defending champions and what they bring to the table. Chloe, Kendi, Yoppie, PJ, and Susano. This is a team that we've had the opportunity to watch so far through this morning. They look superb, quite frankly. A lot of the conversation coming into the tournament was, has the gap closed? Has anything changed here that means that Elevate are no longer the favourites? A lot of questions people wanted answers to. We get that interview earlier on, and there was that answer from PJ of, well, yeah, the gap has closed a bit. It just naturally does. When you're trying to set the bar, it's difficult because everyone else wants to try and reach that. It's easier to do that. So they respect their opposition, they know what the challenge is, they know the pressure on their back. But this series now is where they can really answer the questions about how good they are.
Absolutely, it absolutely is a perfect opportunity for Wolves and for, well, Elevate to show, yeah, maybe you got closer to me, but not quite there yet. You know, you're following my path does not mean that you're gonna get ahead of me. We are going to see a lot of chaos, and we already get a glance onto how good both outside and inside of the game Elevate is. I feel like it's going to be yet again super, super important because, well, they introduced everybody to a completely different playstyle last year, and of course everybody look closely. What are they doing? Why are they doing it? Why does it work? And PJ mentioned it. Of course they got better. Of course they try to follow our playstyle, but at the end of the day, that's their playstyle. That's the way that they started playing with, that it worked, and they can continue to be the best, and the best way to do it is to prove that here today against Wolves.
It certainly is. They've said it themselves. Plenty of messages out there. If you're going to win this, you're going to have to go through us, and we've got a couple more messages coming your way from Elevate because Chloe is ready for an interview.
Here in the pit with the next matchup, Elevate Puck, Chloe. You guys have had a phenomenal day number 1, a good day number 2, but let's talk about that Hacienda Hardpoint. You guys have been choosing that map for the entirety of the event so far, and you've lost one of it up against OUG. Is there a reason why you keep choosing Hardpoint Hacienda?
We're practicing Hacienda for a while. It's a little bit rusty, so I think teams are comfortable picking Hacienda, so that's why I think it's always Hacienda.
And speaking of always Hacienda, you're also getting this map up against Wolves. And when it comes to the map picks that we have S&D Firing Range, Raid, Slums, then you're ending it possibly in Tunisia. How do you think the games are going to go? Do you think it's going to be close?
Yes, of course. Our games with Wolves for the past years is pretty close, so I think it's going to be close.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to the CDM teams and the Garena teams, it's definitely going to be close. Thank you so much, my dude. Good luck, and let's get the games rolling.
And we hear then another very humble interview out of Elevate, respecting their opposition. They know the task in front of them. They've done it once before. Last year, they had to overcome this very same team, glistening in gold from their previous victories. For Elevate, it's a case of we go then into that Hacienda. We get that interview there with Mami. She says that this is something that you've regularly played. Why is that? We've been practicing it, is the answer. This is something that we feel very comfortable on. You have lost one map there, sure, it was to OUG, but they're very quick, very aggressive. That will have suited them to a T. For Elevate as well, you've often played around slums. You've started to see issues with that through the year. I'm encouraged for Elevate, not just through this matchup, but through the tournament, that they've got a deep playbook in terms of the amount of maps that they can play and feel comfortable on.
That's actually awesome, and that's a great point. I totally agree with you in a sense that, well, Elevate do not stop to what's going on at the time. They try to be creative. They try to bring in something new, either like by being totally aggressive like they did last year, or by taking a step back, like for example they did on the Search and Destroy against OG. They are not sticking themselves to a single plan. They have multiple options to branch off.
They most certainly do. But Hacienda Hardpoint will kick starters then in a rematch of the grand finals of the 2024 Mobile World Championships. This time here in Poland. This time the calendar year is 2025. Will we see the same result, or do Wolves have more bite about them? Can the pack hunt their opponents down? Elevate and Wolves will duel out in the top hole, start to try and control here, as is typical. This is going to be back forth all over the place, not going to be much of a foothold. It's all about controlling P2 side. It's going to be the left on the minimap in your bottom corner. That's what everyone's going to focus on once we start to see that timer tick down nearer to 20.
That's right. Well, the fight continues, and as per usual, back and forth, one team then the other, one player then the next one. In here, 12 to 10. There is a few players on the outside of the hill from Elevate who will begin to try to push in, and so they do. Like you mentioned, this is just the usual. We are now having to prioritize point number 2. Inside of it first, there was Sai, but a good nade will blow him up, and because of that, Elevate is actually going to be there first.
Yeah, superb rotation coming out of Elevate. Prioritize the moment at the right time, but also because you had pressure up the map, it spawned Wolves literally the opposite side, so it's going to take them a moment to get there. However, you have got a player in through the back. I believe that's Sounds who's found his route to gates. Actually, no, it's going to be King. Does a great job of just helping his team spawn in. So all of a sudden, Elevate recognize that their footing is under threat. They'll have to turn and face, play this out through checkers. PJ is looking to hold the close steps. Yop is going to play it out from the water side. And it's largely blue in the feed until Peg interrupts it. Back for Pinstripe, but right now most of the points have gone to Elevate. You can test for a second if you're Wolves, but Sparrow's already earned and Yoppy's turned and face. Unfortunately, gets it all wrong and takes himself to the grave, but it's a great start regardless from Elevate.
It definitely is a great start, that's for sure. Still 20 seconds left. Sai thinking about bouncing inside. There's the War Machine coming down from Candy, who takes the kill onto Sounds, immediately pushes through, and that is going to be, I thought it was going to be a clean couple of seconds for the side of Elevate. It seems like Wolves had other idea of it, fights for a couple extra seconds, and now they rotate to the next area. The first one to get there is going to be Sai. Sai will be trying to build a fort, but there's multiple people coming in hot at the same time, and even more so from up above. Bread Missile will not connect, but does open for the opportunity for the side of Elevate to come in.
Well, Elevate defended very well at P2. Wolves really be given an opportunity to defend here at P3. They're going to have to fight for it instead. 3 kills will do a great job of that, make that a 4th. Susano's going to put up the last bit of resistance here. And Tempest in hand from King as he turns, finds the remaining Elevate threat. And anyone coming through that doorway will be greeted by thunderous applause and lightning as they trickle on down. Death Machine up next. Well, looking to find King inside a tin, just about does. This has been a solid hill for Wolves in terms of the kills. A couple of operator investments, sure, but not as many points as you probably would have liked. They need this scrap.
That's the thing, not really a whole lot of points being added into the scoreboard. They managed to pick up a few, but definitely not as many as they would have loved to. Everybody begins to move to the next area, and I find it rather interesting how, to the very end, Wolves is fighting for the last few seconds. I'm not too sure if that's actually paying off for them.
I agree. The fact that you've not rotated incorrectly once, it can be a stylistic choice for some teams. They prefer to break, but well, the early suggestion would be that Elevate are very happy to defend. To counter that, it hasn't happened yet for Wolves. Claude's going to hold the mid-holes with the equalizers. Manages to get one. Cleaned up from there. Wolves then set up inside a rock. Can you defend? Well, 3 instant replies from Elevate will make that a very difficult thing to do. In you go. There is a Sparrow very close if Yoppy wants to invest once he gets there. Never mind, PJ's going to decide he wants the tempers. Out goes the first, the second, frying the opponents in front of him. The Wolves don't understand what's hit them just yet. They're 40 points down, and honestly, that's feeling closer than it should be.
And I mean, at this point in time, you really need to have an answer also for PJ, who may not have a shotgun, but he certainly is making it rain onto the opponent. So far, a 40-point gap in between Elevate and Wolves. As we go back onto the P1 reset, it is important for Wolves to come up with something new, something different. We spoke about how much of a playbook Elevate has, and at this point in time, it's working to perfection. I'm not too sure if they're going to change what's already working for them.
You certainly don't want to change it if you're PJ. You're on 22 kills already. King will find one with the Tempest, but sees the rest of his teammates die around him. So it's a case of, I've invested my Tempest. I need everyone to play off the back of it. He does enough to shut down the War Machine, from Kendi, but, well, you fall in the trade as well. Elevate continues to just eke out the lead, refusing to go away here. Zai's going to drop in through the back. So often the superstar for this team through this tournament and through this year, but he's only on 9 kills so far. Need to see a bit more from him if you're a fan of the Chinese team.
It's super weird to see, like you mentioned, 9 turning it to 10 and 11, but it's not what we're used to seeing, and as such, he just got a 3-piece in there. Let's see how much value they can take off of that, because once again, Wolves are going to be late to the party. 122, to 62 lead in favor of Elevate. Inside of the hill, there is going to be King. King trying to survive is going to be executed. The next one to try to fight was Peg, but also got taken down. The rotation continues, and those spawns are there in favor of Wolves, but let's see for how long. A few utilities are going to be popped here by the side of Elevate without too much value, but there's still a Tempest and an Equalizer.
The last time we came to P2, Elevate got themselves in early. Wolves eventually broke, but Elevate were happy to fight it from the front. This time, almost a bit of a flip situation. Actually, Elevate will just clear the whole house. Wolves will spawn well side, start to try and push in through the lobby and through the driveway. Can you get there in time? Well, the only thing you're going to meet is Close Equalizer, who finds 2, but actually Win does incredibly well. Tucks himself off to the opposite corner and shoots him in the back, but 2 kills there just mean that Elevate continue to look great at Lambo. Wolves are contesting, so that's limiting the amount of damage here, softening the blow just a bit. With those spawns further out, Elevate might just continue to rotate away and leave Wolves to what's left of a very little amount of scrap time.
And I mean, Elevate just continues to gain style points with how they've been playing today as a whole. Not only against Wolves, but overall today they've been looking super good, super clean. And, well, they continue to make the opponents struggle like crazy. Wolves trying to come up with something. There was the Tempest completely annihilated. There was the War Machine also taken down. Sounds was not able to do a whole lot of damage with the operator. On the other hand, there's Candy with 1, with 2, looking for 3, but why does he not get it? Because his highlights are faster than him. They are all pretty much fighting one another, trying to get those kills. That's how fast and fierce the side of Elevate is playing.
And Win's going to try and counter that with the Sparrow. Will have a couple of bodies around him to protect. They know where the spawns are, so they're squeezing that back line. Death Machine will finally be ripped out of Zai's hands, but the VMP up close for Wind has provided plenty of purchase so far. Needs a bit more. Wolves getting closer to 100 points. It's still a sizable lead for Elevate, but you can feel that pendulum of momentum shifting, just a little bit. 100 is made, but what's the play when it comes to Rock? Elevate were happy to contest this all the way through last time and ensure that Wolves didn't get anything from it. But Wolves have gotten there first, so how do you defend this time? And well, when a Death Machine greets you at the door, the answer's probably not very well. Problem is for Susano here, you've got to focus both sides. You do a great job of doing so, and you are going to spot that player in the water? No, well, you do, but a little bit too late and get shut down.
Very unfortunate situation there for him, but it is what it is. His highlights are still going to be inside. 176 points now as they continue to grow that advantage in themselves. Now Claw using the Equalizer, going to take 1, going to take 2, going to go for 3, takes it like it's nothing, just destroying, annihilating, shredding through the opponents. Now a 100-killer drone will fly by, has a few extra seconds with the Equalizer, gets another opportunity to do more damage. That's another double kill for Claw, finally gets killed, but on top of it, he gets a knock with a 100-killer drone. 200 points have been reached by the side of Elevate, and Wolves are barely on 107.
The problem is here for Wolves, you tried to play in through the front, you get swatted away. You look for that mid-map control, you're met by an equalizer. So Elevate are just going to continue to storm ahead here. Oh, nearly 100-point lead heading into our third rotation. Anyone see this coming? Was this on your bingo card? I highly doubt it. Where is the Wolves that everyone talked into this series, into this World Championships? Elevate said they've been practicing here on Hacienda Hardpoint, and they are putting everything that they have learned to great use. Zai tries to get in, shut down. King and Wind will answer, but it's far from clean if you're the Wolves.
It is far from clean indeed. Now they're trying to get through, but it's just not so simple, not so easy. Whenever anybody gets close, there's Peg inside trying to defend himself. Finding a kill, there's Joppy to immediately take him apart. Triple kill now, using that Sparrow already with 29 kills. The side of Elevate are feeling confident, I'm feeling comfortable, and they are trying to close this one up as quickly as possible. And we already understand why OG struggles so much. They're just so good.
Elevate showing significant prowess in this map 1 here. This was supposed to be their biggest test. It might be one of their biggest victories so far in the tournament. 235 to 116. Wolves have rotated at least 4-2, but you are going to have players playing on both sides. You are hemmed in. You must win some big fights, or this could be your final stand. Zai, King, Sounds, they'll get kills. Tempest and a Operator in the Death Machine are going to be invested here. Coming in, Zai looking to find routes. The War Machine as well from Sounds. And you've just got to hold. You've got to stand. You've got to fight. Yoppy with a double on the nade, and PJ might let Elevate get in here and break, and they could win it.
There's just no way. They invest so much, yet get rewarded so little on the side of Wolves. There's the Tempest and the Death Machine now on the side of Elevate. Less than 10 seconds away. That's a 3-piece. And another double with a nade. The side of Elevate are having so much fun in here. They're just a few seconds. Equalizer again. That's 1. That's 2. Maybe make it a triple. It does not matter because the game is already over. Elevate with an outstanding game of Hardpoint are yet again going to dominate another opponent, and not only just an opponent, we're talking about Wolves here.
We said coming into this series, this would answer more questions than any other that they've played. But for both teams as well, coming into this tournament, it was all about how Elevate, the gap had closed, shifted. This was now a double elimination bracket, so it would be more difficult for Elevate to pull off a surprise run. For Wolves, it was about how much better you were going to be. You were going to dominate in the respawns. Well, the evidence at the end of map 1 is resoundingly against that. Elevate will look to Clo 52 and 30 to start things off, and PJ with 45 and 35 to go big. 2 minutes in the hill as well from Clo. Guy put on a big map 1 here to see off the defending world champions. It's a statement and a half, not only because, as you said, this is Wolves, but also we alluded a little bit to the fact that these guys are building a bigger map pool. They have more and more tricks up their sleeve. They look incredibly comfortable on Hacienda.
Yeah, they look to be super comfortable, but according to his words, I'm not too sure if I heard him correctly, saying that they felt a bit rusty. If this is rusty, how does a well-oiled machine would look like in this map? Like 250 to like 20 or something like that? It is just wild to be able to properly dominate multiple teams, not only once in a while. You know, maybe a single match you got into the flow state and dominated. No. This is a consistent matter they've been able to do over and over and over again. And I would argue that usually Wolves tend to have better respawns than Search and Destroy. So by them not being able to capitalize on that against Elevate, what are we to expect on the rest of the series?
That is a great question. As we see the winning moment there for Elevate, that was comfortable, to be quite honest with you. And while we expected a lot of their previous games to go that way, I think Wolves, we were expecting something more like what we got out of the New Gen Ninjas game yesterday, where very much so down to the wire. But comfortable and calm and collected, and honestly, as a group, that just seems to be how they are. They very much so take it at face value. They play the game, very humble players. For Wolves, well, I think that picture on your screen sums it up, ladies and gentlemen. You'll be feeling the pressure right now. You will understand this is the throne that you feel belongs to you. You feel like this should be something that has your name etched on it, should be you trying to defend your crown. These people in front of you stole it from you last time. And the message from the Elevate interview was, if you want the crown, you'll have to come through us. Well, I think that was aimed at a certain team in this tournament. And Wolves know that right now they're not answering that call.
Not at all, not at all. They're looking at the crown, but from down below. They have not been able to get close to it. And as we begin to ready up for the second map, for that search and destroy, the questions open up. Are they going to be able to tie things up, or same way that OG, they're going to struggle and they're going to lose 2-0 in the overall series? Well, we're actually going back into search and destroy on firing range. We saw how many different strategies, paths, and approaches Elevate has, and that could be helpful for Wolves, but at the same time can be overwhelming with how many different things they can come up with.
It looks like the first thing Elevate are going to come up with is a sniper rifle to the soul of King. Find the first, but it is instantly replied, so that numbers advantage will matter very little. The squeeze towards B here for Wind. Susano, did you see him cross? It doesn't look like it, so there could be a surprise coming their way.
That's right, a surprise probably coming their way for now. Well, the one-on-one trade doesn't really benefit anybody. The bomb is currently under the hands of Sounds, but they don't have a clear path just yet. Seemingly gonna be rotating towards B, and the only one defending that area is going to be Candy. Candy, the only one with a kill so far, is gonna try to land a jump shot. Not going to be the case. Gets a hit marker, but not a kill. Makes the call out for his teammates, but they may be late to the party. There's going to be 3 kills going immediately in favor of Wolves, and all of a sudden PJ is the only player alive. It felt like Wolves just went straight into the action. They have already spotted the last remaining player. The bomb is planted, and with such an overwhelming pressure, Wolves will take the first round.
There's an interesting thing that happens there. Wind ends up through the Elevate team, completely missed by Kendi, and as such he's round the back, can hand out all the intel in the world, and ends up with a kill for it as well. So it's one of those that Elevate are going to wonder how the hell he got there, and to be honest, so are we. Back into the round here for number 2. Wolves draw first blood on the attack, of course. And looking for first blood in this round is going to be Zai, ringing out the sniper shots. It was King that went down last time. Can Zai do better as he peers over A? There is not that aggressive defense towards A from Elevate this time. So another example of an ever-changing playbook from them. For Wolves, it's just steady and patient, looking for the picks.
That's right, they are trying to find a pick first. Unfortunately enough, not going to come yet. That was a great job coming down there from Candy. Definitely good upper body strength to be able to get all the way to the top of this tower. Now patiently waiting, looking at Wood. They're gonna find the first enemy, and with a really good quick shot is gonna find the kill with a quick scope. It's straight into King's chest. 1 blood going in favor of Elevate, but bomb is down. Oh my goodness.
It is, but Klo reads the reposition instantly through the side of trailer to find Win, so 5v3. It's more of a 5v2 surrounding the bomb as well, because Zai's had to back off to make sure the flank's protected, and I think Elevate recognize that, so they're starting to flood forward. Shotgun in hand for PJ. Sounds just laying on the other side of the sheet metal. Will soften Klo up, but you do enough to find the kills. You will find everything if you're Elevate, including the backside, so it's an easy retake. And honestly, I think a lot of it comes down to, sure, you had the numbers advantage before the bomb goes down, but I think it's that instant kill out of Klo. Turns it into a 5v3, and from there, Wolves will spread too thin.
Yep, makes them stumble, and all of a sudden, they're not too sure whether we defend. We no longer have a clear view of what we want to do, and that's where Elevate comes in. Takes those extra kills, defuses that bomb. That double kill at a distance from Susano was also very, very nice. And well, we're moving on to round number 3, and this time around, Elevate will continue to be chill. You know, they're trying to hold their angles. So far, Candy patiently waiting for hopefully a victim. But in here, it seems like Wolves are pretty much repeating, but not quite what they're doing each round.
Well, Wolves slightly delayed their push there and dropped late nades over towards American. As such, it gave them the space to move the bomb. and the plank comes through. Susano misses with the sniper. Yoppy's just going to play this straight through the front door. Unfortunately, so did PJ, and he doesn't make it very far. Klo does nothing. So a 2v3 in favor of Wolves. But look at the player coming around back. The problem is you wanted your boys to stay up at the front so you could make a bit of a surprise play. And Kendi's shots do not connect. Wolves see it off.
2-1. That was a good round. I liked it. Well done by Wolves. In here, so far, well, it's gonna be PJ with a shotgun, unable to get a kill quite yet, which is quite surprising. He's just so far being a bit for a slow start. It's fine. We'll see what he has to say as we move forward this time around. Once again, trying to go over on Bravo. Unsure if they're gonna try to do it right now. Seemingly no, not quite yet. But Elevate begins to push forward, and well, at this point in time, they already have a general idea of at least whether or not, and have a clear view if the side of Wolves tries to start making a move.
I think Wolves are looking to bait out a bit of defensive movement here, leave Elevate guessing. Interesting to see that PJ has moved away from that shotgun and onto the SMG. Tucks himself inside trailer. Kendi's looking to provide support down the A side. Nade's going to be thrown back and forth, and Kendi will feel the full force of one. Stays up. Yoppy's covered over mid. Wolves have decided to straighten up here. Looks like they're going to make that A push happen again. It's late, it's delayed, and Yoppy's going to be here with the PKM through the smoke.
50 seconds left. Yoppy with yet another smoke getting in his way. 45 seconds now. And the side of Wolves has to be thinking about what to do next. Time's running short. It seems like Sounds is going to push forward. We'll try to plant the bomb, and that's exactly what he's doing. And Elevate realized that, and with a great shot under that bomb, Kendi is going to knock out the opponent. The bomb is on the ground. Sai is going to answer back by eliminating Susano. PJ now opens up the floodgates by getting the knock onto Sai. Turning all the way around, there was King, but gets executed, and so is Win. All of a sudden, it's a 1v4 Peg completely on his own. He may have 6 kills, but has 4 people in front of him. That's just so difficult. He tried, but in a 1v4 against Elevate, there's only so much you can do.
Great play by Elevate there. The smokes come out from Wolves. Obviously, they've saved them for that later stage so that they can drop it, rush the bomb forward. The PKM just lines through. So as Wolves consider that aggression, it's a case of, well, if we do run forward now, we're running into bullets. Means that they're stemmed, and as the bomb goes down, the sniper's in play to hit the shots, give you the numbers advantage. So counter on counter here. Heading into round 5. And again, another A-focused hit here from Wolves. To very little surprise. What is a surprise is the amount of defensive numbers that just rushed B.
It is, it definitely is, but well, it seems like they tried to take a step forward faster than the opponent. Still, not gonna matter too much. Seems like job with the kill onto Sai. Only King, Wind, and Peg remain on the side of Wolves. Susano getting the intel. There's people around. Gonna make the call for Kendi. That gets the knock onto Wind. Once again, Susano sees the opponent, but without the right timing to properly land a shot there. Once again, does not matter too much. Elevate are just that smart. Yes, they get the kills, but it doesn't mean that they just aimlessly begin pushing. They try to keep organized and look for what the next move is going to be before doing it.
Susano does indeed wait for the next move to be made, unwavering in his commitment to that sightline. And this is Elevate's right. Took themselves off into corners. They're playing defense. And you see a crossing through mid, or at least an attempt at a crossing. But Kendi's actually also going to spot a play, check back off towards the left in Peg, who is trying to move that bomb forward desperately. You'll notice that they are split, and you should also be able to hear where the bomb's trying to go. And you do, and you get the kill.
That's right. Now all of a sudden it's a 1v3. Oh, that's a great kill there for King. Only Susano and his ally will remain alive. He was just not able to defend himself. That's another point going in favor of Elevate. Before we switch sides, the advantage is there, and it seems like Elevate may be able to repeat something similar to what they did against OG and what they did also yesterday. We were talking about how much of a pretty much near perfect scenario Elevate went through yesterday and has been going through today. They are just willing to win this as fast as possible.
Oh, indeed. It's weird. They're doing it fast by taking it slow. Very patient on their defense. And I know that that's not exactly an uncommon strategy, but Elevate take it an extra mile. Nades up over the top here. Close will miss. PJ takes his time. He's going to let Wind think that he's safe. That's going to encourage Peg forward, but Peg did.
How? Why would you check that? Genuinely.
Recognizes that, hang on a minute, we're missing a body in all this. Could well change the fate of this round.
It is insane that he thought about that. It is just wild to me for him to be so smart, because in a sense that maybe he realized, or you know, my ally did not check this corner, I'm gonna go ahead and do it myself, and he was absolutely correct. Then with a shot there, Candy gets the knock onto Sound. That is now going to be an opportunity for Wolves to try to defend. Only 22 seconds left, and that's the opportunity to tie things up.
You gotta move. If you elevate, Zai recognizes that, steps out at the right time to find Kendi. Yoppy's gonna try and flood forward, but Zai with another. Time is against you, and you'll have to dive Zai with the final 3. 3 shots, 3 kills, 3 rounds. Wolves tie us up here at the end of their offense and can now flick over to defense. It's on Elevate to be proactive here. We've seen how they handle things when they have to take their time and slow it down. What does it look like when they get to dictate that pace? Are they going to bring it up? Well, it looks like they're going to go with a rather spread play here. No aggression through B, looking for those picks, ever the patient players.
And I mean, although Sai took a few seconds to properly get warmed up or whatnot, he is now with a solid 6 kills under his belt. Now, as we have flip spawns, as we mentioned, what is Elevate going to do with the opportunity to try to start with the right hand, with the right foot? So far, they're chill, they're cool, they're collected, they're just waiting in here, which is something similar to what we've seen in the past. Intrigued to know, because we've seen them struggle against time, you know? Sometimes they play a little too slow when it comes down to offense, and that ends up playing against them.
Tough one there for PJ. His nade is intended for the inside of trailer, but falls short. So you can't be 100% certain you've cleared that. You won't have the intel. A second nade did go in. I'm not sure if that connected in the end, but it's a bit of investment here that's gained you little. 45 seconds to go. And maybe you got to rethink your attack strategy here. Zai will see one cross. That should give you a heads up that the bomb's on the way to B. And look at the Wolves' arrow shift then, as Peg lays in wait and hears, and do you find the kill? You don't need to, you've got support, and all of a sudden it's a bloodbath. Elevate walking into waiting rifles.
I did not know that everybody was walking into a meat grinder. Incredible. And Sai, from who knows where, decides to just go all the way around and completely surprise an opponent to finish it off. But that was, what, like 8 kills in a span of 10 seconds. It was just pure chaos all over the place, but it's Wolves who ends on top.
I think Wolves recognize exactly how Elevate are going to play this. They're going to slow it down, and you've just got to make moves based on the information. As Kendi whistles a bullet millimeters off his eye's head. Nades are going to go out. What intel do you gain from them? Which should let you know that there's nobody in behind the sheet metal. I don't think that will make you feel better about pushing for A regardless. So let's reposition and look, and Zai finds Susano to open things up here, making that attack ever more difficult.
I mean, if you realize that your opponent, instead of planting the bomb, are chilling in for like a minute, sometimes a minute and 20 seconds, why not do the same? Why not hold the angles? Why not just wait for them to try to make a move and then capitalize on that movement so that you can take an advantage? That's exactly what Wolves is trying to do. They have already gotten their first blood onto Susano. They continue to have a really solid defense over on Alpha, and that's exactly why they make even more callouts. There's the Nade King onto Candy. Elevating a bad spot yet again.
PJ looks over and goes from bad to worse as Klo is caught wrapping through wood. Yoppy gets one of the close barrels at the very least, but it matters not. Simple for Wolves, really. 5-3 up then. And it feels like Wolves have made the adaptations. Early on, Elevate, yes, they're on defense, which is the preferred side here on firing range more often than not. They were very comfortable until all of a sudden Wolves recognize exactly how this is being played. Slow, patient, methodical stuff out of Elevate. The Wolves are happy to meet them there.
And for that same reason, we see a lot of aggression, something completely different going towards B. There's two players defending, and the call is going to be made. PJ with the first blood tries to go for more, but Pei is going to quickly take note of that. Immediately, Yappy realized that they may be coming through this tunnel. So far, not going to be the case, but at a distance, Candy gets a knock, gets executed himself by Peg. The follow-through falls by the hands of King by eliminating Claw. All of a sudden, it's a 3-4-2. Bomb is going to be planted. 45 seconds on the clock, but the player lead will be in favor of Wolves for the time being.
It's tough because a couple of Elevate players push out there, get picked off, and what you would have done to have them in this post-plant situation is going to leave you relatively one-dimensional. If you Elevate, you just took yourself in the back corners and hope to win the fights, and the fights are coming. Elevate have 2, Wolves have 3. Your forward man's going to be Peg. You've got to breach and clear. The timer is against you, though. Just 20 seconds. Sees one on the right. Doesn't do enough, but the instant trade is there. Susano with the sniper. Finds Win. Can you do enough for the second? The answer is no. King, the returning, retired King, will seal the round out. 6-3 now in favor of Wolves, putting themselves on that point.
The side of Elevate definitely dropping the ball a bit on that round, and Wolves, King more in particular, capitalizing on that mistake, takes that kill on Susano, quickly defuses the bomb, and once again further increases the advantage in favor of Wolves. Map point in favor of the #1 seeded Chinese team here. Sai is gonna first blood onto Susano, and Elevate, they need to come up with something right now.
One of the themes for sure through this is how the Wolves snipers have grown into the game. It's been slow going at points for King, but Zai has really stepped up. Elevate struggling to counter that. I'll still have Kendi in these long sights, but otherwise it's tough going. It might be a case of all-out aggression. Something needs to change here, as Elevate's attack has been, well, snuffed out, smothered at all times. The bomb is off towards A. Bodies both sides, and then with Kendi going as well, it makes it even more of a tough task. You will get a trade, but 4v3, less than a minute on the clock. Elevate, they've adapted well every time we've seen them. They'll need to be perfect here.
Not the best trade, but at least it's something. PJ and execute sounds, which helps a lot. And that it even allows for the opportunity to plant the bomb. That's 3v3. One to try to defend first is going to be Peg. Peg now waiting for his allies. There's King and Win to back him up. 30 seconds on the clock, and at a distance, King is gonna be missing those shots. Gets surprised there, Peg, by the hands of Claw. Claw then executed by Win, and at this point in time, is gonna get more and more difficult, but it's still a chance on the side of Elevate. Well, job done. That's a job that's just not easy whatsoever, but at least keeps the dream alive.
Well, we asked for the adjustments, and suddenly Elevate gave us one. They turned the dial up. They suddenly got aggressive over towards B, which Wolves, I don't think were expecting, and had largely vacated. So Elevate take advantage, but instantly Zai, that man there with the sniper to open things up, just giving his team every possible opportunity to succeed. PJ is going to roll forward with the shotgun, and as always on the offense here, without being a man down, you are basically a man down towards this bomb site, because one of you's got to protect that backside. Nothing's coming through there for Wolves, but Elevate don't know that. They're going to have to tuck themselves in for the long stay and an early pick.
That's the thing, when you have one less player, all of a sudden there's way more angles for you to be looking at, to be careful of, to be aware of where they could be coming through. At this point, they're still thinking about pushing towards A. The one carrying the bomb is Yappy, so it's got to wait for a little longer now. Has the opportunity and begins to plant the bomb. There it is. Now 45 seconds on the clock. 5 players still alive on the side of Wolves. King is going to take that knock onto Yappy.
So much lying on the shoulders of Susano here. Do you recognize that 2 are in wood? PJ finds the one inside trailer. You have the shotgun, so you can play the next player around in the corner. And you do get a kill in the back line. Susano does enough to Claw, facing the 2 in front. 3 going to roll forward. And the Wolfpack are here. They are on the hunt. They find one, but Claw answers with 2 and 3 of his own to extend us in the search and destroy. Slips and slides and delivers deadly damage to the Wolves.
Attention you want it, attention you get. Claw in incredible way to dominate the opponent's triple kill to end things up, to find himself onto double-digit territory. 10 kills total for the Elevate player here as they are one round closer from activating overtime. Wolves has had map point for a while. Once again, Sai is going to find the first blood, this time onto Candy. Immediately tries to capitalize on it, just thinking about pushing for more, but has to be cautious, has to be careful. They've tried to do that in the past and has not worked out for the last couple of rounds for Wolves.
There's a change up in strategy on the weapon side as PJ scoops a sniper for this round. Susanna will retrieve the one left behind by Kendi.
Smoke out.
And that means you don't have your shotgun player in play. So is this going to be a B move? PJ wants to peer down this A sight line. Recognizes the likely trouble on the other side of it. It's interesting to see that both teams are happy to just give up mid. Not a single soul cares. They're going nowhere near it. Who would dare push through it? Oh.
That was really close. That should have been a kill. Unfortunately enough for the side of Wolves, it was not, but another time though. 40 seconds left. Bomb is in the hands of Yappy. Currently trying to push, and there's Sai gonna get caught off guard. Great and really important kill there for Yappy.
Number Yappy stays into King, who finds a kill. PJ trying to plant the nade will connect, so Peg knows that he can get out there, but Susano's on the cover, and the bomb doesn't go down. So 1v3 then. Chloe, you've already had a triple in this matchup, but this would have to be something else. With just 13 seconds on the clock, he's going to have to grab, he's going to have to dive. Decides to try and push forward instead, bait out the idea that he'd made the bomb plant, and it does nothing for him. Wolves answer back then. It was a resounding map, one victory in favor of Elevate. A little closer this time, but did feel like a map that after the first 2 rounds or so, Wolves were always in control of.
Absolutely, absolutely. Although it took him a minute to actually close it up, it does not mean that they were feeling too anxious about it. They were still playing really, really good. They managed to finally secure the victory and tie this series up. Wolves doing a great job, and it all comes down to, well, your own regional experience, right? It is an area over in China where S&D has so much of an impact that definitely gets translated here into the championship.
100%. We are going to see here the scores, of course, for the players. Now topping both teams. Chloe on one side, not a surprise probably after that 3-piece that kept the game going. Peg at the top of the other. But zero surprise to see that the highest KD goes to Zai. Felt like he started off a bit slow, but MVP for very good reason for this team throughout the 2025 season. Won so many of those opening sniper duels to give his boys the opportunity to see this through. The chance stacked in their favor, and they do deliver on it. So one apiece, we tie it up then.
One apiece, that's right. We will at least get a map number 4. And, well, although it was a bit of underwhelming to see Wolves struggle so much on hardpoint, you can see it that on S&D, well, they put up a real good fight against Elevate, taking that victory home, taking that map, tying things up, and he begins to open the question even further as to what are we to expect in the rest. We know that, well, that control that we previously saw from Elevate was far from perfect. They had a good round out of the 3, but at the same time, it does not mean that they were flawless by any means. That's something that we did not see on the side of Elevate, so that's something that Wolves can try to capitalize on.
100%. We will be going to a different map, but it is still the same mode in the sense you've got to control those 2 static points. And we will get to find out, is it an Elevate problem, or is it just that OUG are for some reason insane at control?
Yeah.
We had question marks about Elevate's hardpoint coming into this series. Elevate answered those. I feel like with this raid control now, this is one of those moments where it's a case of, if you are a respawn dominant team, it's the control in the middle of the series that can often be the way in for the squad that's not reliant on those. So for example, Wolves in this look great in the S&D. If they're worried at all about their hardpoint, they really want this control.
No, they do. They do want that hard point. It is very difficult though.
You know, it most certainly is. And of course, a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, that we are officially endorsed by the OnePlus 15, the beautiful device on your screen right now. A huge thank you to them, of course, for supporting us here in Poland for the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships. It has been, again, the stage for so many of the storylines that we are ushering in to close out this season. And for Wolves, the conversation looks relaxed, yet intense. They're very focused on what they've got to do next. The conversation's going back and forth.
Yeah, definitely focus is the word that I would be using as well, because they are locked into what's going on. They're still trying to remain calm, but at the same time make sure that nothing is missing in there as they are prepping here for Raid. As you mentioned, it's a different map, but it's the same game mode. And well, if I'm not mistaken, once again, it was Wolves who defeated very dominantly against OUG. So if OUG defeated Elevate that way, I'm thinking that we could see something similar in this scenario. So it begins to open up the question, because OG, of course, they lost the Search and Destroy. They eventually lost the 4th map over on Slums. But by Wolves winning this map number 2, maybe getting way too far away for Elevate to start to feel comfortable or try to feel comfortable.
Well, taking a quick look here at the vetoes, it's Elevate that banned Takeoff. Probably not a surprise after the evidence we saw against OUG. Yeah. Wolves banned Crossfire, which is a incredibly defensive map, shall we say. So I'm wondering if for Wolves it's a case of wanting to feel a bit more free flow on that. Raid, obviously a big map, a wide map, allows you to dictate exactly where you want to play, kind of siphon off portions of the map to your control. But also then that tells me that what they're probably looking for is to control the mid-map, because that then allows you very easily in between A and B. You can change it up on the fly. That comes to me for the SMGs, the aggression. Anyone else of these two teams then that would look to fight in that sort of situation, you think, or control that area of the map, that's going to be really important going into this?
Well, I definitely feel like the ARs are going to be really, really important. Unsure if Sai will opt for a long-distance weapon like a sniper or an assault rifle, but I feel like that's going to be one of the players that is just going to run straight to the middle and then try to branch from there, either to the raid or to the pool, one of the two, but to make sure that he's always in the middle, so he can try to either defend or attack those areas, or straight out go down the middle and try to go for the enemy's respawns. I feel like that's a real possibility that Wolves could be doing here, and I think Elevate or not, I gotta have a fun time with this one, honestly.
Yeah, I think so. So you're going with Wolves to take map 3 then? Okay, yes. All right, well, the prediction is in. My analyst has made the call. Do Wolves answer? Well, do Elevate have a little bit more to say here? It's an interesting discussion, kind of looking at the years that these two have had. For Wolves, they had a little bit of a wobble through the stage 2 in COD Major, and it was partially onto the S&D, also partially onto the Control. So have you learned the lessons? I always think this about some teams. If I'm one of the best teams in the world, I kind of want to go through periods where I've struggled, because then I can learn how to get better. We've seen Elevate learn a couple of tricks here, kind of prepping for Hacienda, adding that to their map pool. For Wolves, it's a case, I guess, of have you gotten better enough at Control that those earlier problems are now a strength for you?
I feel like Wolves has managed to do that on the later quarter of this year. They have done such a good job at making sure that they are not only rushing for the kills, but also capitalizing on those with the objectives, with the ticks. We know how important it is to start getting those OVJ seconds, because at the end of the day, if you do get to that 5th round, the best opportunity or the best chances are for those who are on defense, so might as well try to opt for it just in case.
May as well, indeed. Our two teams wait to get themselves into map 3. Let's take a quick look at the playoff bracket and talk about the big picture here in Poland. An update that it is 1 apiece, of course, between Wolves and Elevate. That's the game you're watching here on the B stream. Q9 and Stalwart are waiting. But Galores have seen off Street Gaming, that matchup of the two Brazilian teams. I kind of feel for Street Gaming. Felt like they showed us that they were a really good team there. They lose 3-0. It's relatively comfortable in the end. I think you match up against a lot of the other teams here quite well if you're Street Gaming. But that one's been going on inside their region for some time. Galores so often have the upper hand. Also going to be a sore one for Pabzera.
Yeah. I feel like it's very weird on those type of scenarios where you prepare for other areas, but Galoris knows Street so well and have been able to dominate them for so long that it gets difficult. It gets very, very difficult when it comes down to your own region. You know one another so well that how do you surprise them?
I mean, that is a good question. You're probably needing the new player in Pabzera to come out and do something, and who knows Pabzera very well? Galaris. So yeah, it's a very difficult situation for them. But Galaris will march on through our lower bracket, guarantee themselves at least top 6. Of course, their region at least top 6. They will await on the lower teams to arrive. And in order to get them, we need some losers, and that means we need some victors. And who will be that after the end of this map 3? Rocking forward then onto the raid control. Elevate immediately swarmed mid. They knew exactly what they wanted to control on the defense. Wolves, it was a push up the driveway towards Ring, and they will get nowhere really. Zai will stick around for a half moment with a Type 63 and does well to find 1 kill, because if he hadn't, all of a sudden Elevate basically in your spawn.
And right now he knows that there's someone around. He can hear him but cannot see him just yet. Picks up a weapon from the ground, finally spots an opponent, but immediately the push from Susano is going to shut that down rather quickly. Great trade back by the hands of Wolves, but still far from perfect. Struggling a bit here on the beginning of round number 1, and that's because of how well organized Elevate is playing in here. Now 50 seconds left. They finally send a player in, but I like the way that Elevate was playing to try to build an advantage early on that they are definitely getting.
Certainly are, up by 8 to kick things off. 1 tick will come through at least, or has it fully come through? I think it has, yeah. It's, screen's quite far away here inside the studio, but it has indeed confirmed that 1 tick will be on the board for Wolves, starting to make progress at A. PJ's coming in. You need the arriving player in bed in Peg to give you that intel. Does get there eventually. So 1 tick through. 30 seconds paused on the clock. Elevate here, I think, weighing up. Do we hit this? We got to find some picks first. Outgo the nades to try and give you that. Or do we just set up in mid and not allow them over to B?
Well, it seems like they are going to be capturing Alpha. They tried to defend it on the side of Elevate, but they were a little bit too late. Not that they care too much, you know, they're still dominating on the kill department, and they now have to try to defend Bravo, and they are doing it from within, from the inside. There's Claw here, trying to defend, gets stunned, does not matter too much. There's his allies to help him out. Susano's still alive, only 5 lives left. The side of Wolves struggling like crazy. That's make it only 4. They are trying to do something, but Elevate seem to have a really, really solid answer. I did not expect this at all.
No, this is dominant from Elevate.
Very.
15 lives left in the tank for Elevate at the end of map 1. It's 4 ticks to Wolves, which I imagine they'll be quite happy about, but it's that deficit there that you know is going to sting and could be important if we hit that round 5. Elevate then on the attack. Chloe's going to play towards bed, does have the Tempest available to him. And the Annihilator's in play from PJ, and there's your first. And the boys clear the rest of the points. The ring belongs to you. PJ wants to go aggressive towards the spawn, finds one close, and another. Does not recognize that one's tucked into the corner, but the damage is done. The first tick is through, and you have so much map presence. Wolves having to dig themselves out of a hole.
Damage is done, the break is through, and Elevate are still pushing for more. There's Yappy with a Sparrow trying to push forward. There's Susano trying to hold, gets a kill before getting tracked. Now at a distance into the court. There, oh, there it is. 3 points there for Yappy. Finds that kill into Sounds. Now there's a War Machine by Candy. They are just astigating them so deep from within. I'm actually quite surprised that they are not rooting to also capture the objective. But at the same time, when you have such a big lead, I guess you can pick and choose what you want to do.
Candy goes huge with the War Machine in the back there. Finds 3. Wolves down by 10 lives, which gives Yoppy license to push the backside and gets 2. And a third is slain with the Hunter-Killer here. And as such, Wolves are limping their way out of spawn, desperate for some mercy that is not going to be forthcoming. The Garena region squad are dominating in our control. Took the first round convincingly and have built off the back of the operators to give them a strong leg, I'd say, in round 2.
Who is this team? What is going on? Elevate doing so good here on Control Raid. Only Sounds and Sai remain alive. There's just so little they can do in this sort of situation. They do have all the operators on the side of Wolves. But why did they not use any of them? Of course, I would understand trying to save them for later, but later may not come soon enough.
I agree. Wolves are in a difficult spot here. And would an operator or two have turned that? Zai does well to turn around and find PJ. Also gets a second and a third, so at least makes it look pretty out here, but obviously forcing that fight because Elevate were trying to build up their own operators, happy to back off and let that generate. So it's 2-0 to Elevate, and dominating the respawns it is. You just mentioned it there yourself, Wolves, they do have everything available to them. Chain them correctly, you'll make this a very quick round, but if anything you want to be efficient, you don't really want to use all 5.
Now, of course, you don't want to overlap them so much. There's going to be the first pop. There's going to be the War Machine by Sounds at a distance. He immediately tries to capture the objective. A Pred missile will come from up above. War Machine's still alive, though. Sounds pushing for more. Currently onto enemy's territory, finds a double, could get a triple, gets it like it's nothing. Then from up above, the Pred missile could find 2, opts to wait, and for that, will cause him to only get a single kill. They're trying to knock him out with actually a lot of stun grenades. Still manages to survive, and for the first time we will see a kill lead in favor of Wolves that at the same time transferred onto the capture of B.
Job done so far if you are Wolves on this attack round. Still 4 operators available. Annihilator going to be coming out next from Zai. Their efficiency with these so far has been nothing short of exemplary. 2. PJ tries to play it close inside the smoke, but Zai does enough. Basically, Goober stomps him on the way through as well. Peg gets the kill. That leaves just Susano up, and not for very long. You're basically spawn trapped at this point, as Wolves have spread themselves into various locations. That means the game's desperate to put you somewhere, and anywhere will do, as Yoppy's dead next. Susano 2. Kendi will answer back with 2, and I think that's actually going to be a collateral in the feed. Very well done by him, but 21-9. I think for Elevate, this is just simply damage limitation. Get as many lives as you can, charge those operators, and think about the next round.
And I mean, yes, you gotta be thinking about the next round. I still find it amusing on the side of Wolves, because of course it at this point makes sense to save 3 operators, but that means that 3 players went a whole round without using an op, which is mind-boggling to me. But at the end of the day, Wolves are making it work here.
They are. To be honest, their operator management might be their best route into this game. But you are looking to slow down this map here if you are Wolves. Just allow Clo to invest his Tempest for some, and PJ decides as well that he's going to bring his Annihilator to the party.
Wow.
So 12v5, 11v5. They've decided to go for this, have Elevate, and it may be partly to do with the timer. Only 30 seconds left on the clock, so it forces Wolves into a position where they've got to go for it. They probably feel like they have enough operators to make this happen now, but it's certainly an eggs in all-in-one basket type of situation. 10-4. Body does get onto the point. You want to get him off quickly, and they do, and that kill will force Wolves to now start to arrive. The player you've missed, however, potentially, is Sounds in through the backline. He could upset everything.
He can upset everything indeed. There's Candy with a knock. PJ and Candy do suffer a little bit, but with only 2 lives left, there's another
oh my god,
operator, and a triple kill now for Yoppy. All of a sudden it's a 2v4, and ladies and gentlemen, game is on. 4 seconds left. There's Wind with his own operator. That's the Sparrow by the hands of Wind. That's the shot by Sai. And that was a little bit too close for comfort on the side of Wolves.
It's interesting from Elevate. I think that they recognize A, we could take this round, but B, let's try and get them to spend their operators a little bit that they have managed to get up. So they do a good job of essentially limiting how much they'd have to face in this next round. A War Machine is brought in on one side, a Death Machine on the other. Peg turns and gets nothing for the Death Machine. And we've already seen how good Kendi can be with this thing. Finds one up top window on Wind, and starts to breach and clear over towards Laundry side. And, well, welcome to that part of the area. Get folded as Kendi pushes out through the back now. Holding off on the spawns. Tick starting to come through. I think for Elevate here, you're not very far from guaranteeing yourself that defensive round in round 5. Little Wolves can do from that. And they're just looking to hold out over towards A.
Yes, they are. Peg with a knock onto Claw. B is going to be captured in a minute, will be added into the mix. Opportunity for Elevate to close this one up, but the Wolves, they trying to go for that round 5. It's still possible, pretty much doable. King, I feel like, has had his operator ready for the past 4 games, but refuses to use it. Like you mentioned, it is really important about the operator management, but at this point, by using it last round, he could have gotten another one by this point, which is even more hurtful. A double kill with a 100-killer drone there for Candy, and the damage begins to spread as the defense from Wolves is far from perfect.
Very far from perfect. We're going to see the investment of the Tempest from King. A couple Hunter Killers get launched into the mix as well. War Machine for Sounds. PJ plays close and makes the SMG work for him. Chased by the Hunter Killer, doesn't do much to him. And Wolves are obviously going to anchor up here, playing out of kitchen, just looking to control that, recognize how important window control would be. They actually have a player up in bed, so they're going to have to clear that first if they want to set up this hit. 1:05, so you can start to pick away a little bit if you want, but sooner rather than later, you're going to have to just go.
They will have to. Right now, 15-12. Wolves with a slight lead, suffering a little bit, but doesn't matter too much. There's Yapi to help him out. Death Machine in the hands of Susano. 16 kills total, trying to look for some more. Only 42 seconds left. Begins to take some heat from behind. Turns around, tries to go for it. There's Sai trying to think about the defense of the objective. Gets the headshot onto Claw. Sai suffers from Yapi. 11-7. Kill lead still in favor of Wolves, but we've seen how quickly Elevate can change that.
Zai does find Susano, so you know that it's going to be all front facing. So if you find the player bottom bed, you don't. And you do now, but, well, that's done enough. 10-5, 15 seconds. You're just going to have to make moves. Klo finds one through back palms. That's 3 in the feed. But the kitchen is defended by King and Wind. That will allow Wolves to scramble towards the point. You do have bodies on, but it's going to feel slow progress. 10 seconds on there. The operator is invested. The Sparrow is here. You see the 2 players. Yoppy takes enough damage. It isolates the final fight for Susano, and he will not pull off an incredible clutch in a 1v3. So round 5 then, we'll head there, and it will be Elevate on defense. We kind of saw that a while ago, but Wolves have ground their way back into this game, largely through their operator management. They've done enough to get here.
That's right, round number 5. Now there's the opportunity for the 2 of them, but as we know, Elevate on the defense for round number 5. There's going to be the usage of both the War Machine and the Tempest. In the middle of the map, there's Claw with the Tempest, trying to find a few victims. Coming from behind, there's Candy at a distance side with a marksman shot. We'll take that kill onto Claw. The side of Wolves not really too sure as to where they want to go. They were trying to get the kills, but PJ say no, not in my watch. Gets the triple kill and then gets executed before he could actually capitalize on his own annihilator, and that because of Sai's tremendous job.
It was a standoff, and it came down to the quicker trigger finger, and Zai's answer was to make sure he came out on top and then takes complete control of the middle of the map. Will be killed by Kendi, but the B point is starting to move. Hunter Killer up over the top of it as well from the driveway. Should let you know where the next player is coming in from. Up by 6 lives as well. Elevate need to stabilize here. And another kill for Zai. He is taking over this map. 36 to himself. No one else is close to that number really on his team. He looks fantastic. But that's B, a minute on the clock, 1:40 to play for. 7 life advantage. For Elevate, it has to be perfect. For Wolves, you can chip away at this.
They have to. They have to chip away somehow. An 8-kill deficit is definitely not where Elevate wanted to be. War Machine being used by Sounds at a distance, trying to cause some chaos, some mayhem. Sounds with a knock onto Candy. Sounds with a double onto Susano. Sounds pushing forward for more. Directly into the basketball court. trying to just scare them off while his allies continue to do the rest. The 10-kill gap begins to open up, and the side of Wolves are causing a lot of terror onto the hearts of Elevate.
King just looking to hand out information here. PJ's popped the Annihilator. Desperately wants someone to engage, and they shan't. Tempest is going to be brought out by King. And that does enough to find the Annihilator as well. So, in terms of operators, I don't think there's been a better example of perfect usage than what we've seen from Wolves in these last 3 rounds. And that sums it up, really. Win brings the Sparrow out through the back. PJ's just trying to flee for his life, begging for a semblance of protection from him. Doesn't find it. 3 dead. Predator tells you everything you need to know, and it will close us out here in map 3. Tested, bullied, battered through the first 2 rounds. But they came out swinging so well, and Yumi talked about it. Had 5 operators going into the 3rd. Decided instead to hold on to them. They'd done enough damage with the 1 to close out the round, and from there, systematically chipped away at what was left of Elevate's lead to then close it out like that. Incredible stuff, and a reminder of why they were once world champions and just how much they're bringing to the table to claim it back this year.
That's exactly what I was thinking. There's a reason why they are professionals, and in there you get to see the numbers on both sides. The one that stands out the most, and not for the right reasons, actually going to be King, but we'll just leave that aside because, well, the side of Wolves, I find it amusing the fact that we also saw them struggled for a bit when it came down to control against Nugen, but eventually, you know, turned it completely around. They were losing 2-0, and they eventually reverse sweep with a 3-2 in their favor. It's very odd to see them play that way, but hey, if it works, and it definitely did here for Wolves.
Yeah, I think it was just incredibly intelligent from Wolves. I think they recognized that Elevate had so much of the upper hand, and it was a case for them of, okay, well, we can come out swinging with everything in this and try and take a way around, but they're focused so much on taking the whole map. This is, again, about Road to Redemption. This is about them taking the whole championship, not willing to give an inch, let alone a mile. So, great stuff from them, showing true grit, determination, and just game management. Something that's so hard to do at the best of times, let alone 2-0 down against the squad that eliminated last year. They know the pressure. They know the eyes are on them.
Yeah, no, they definitely know what pressure is. They know what having a lot of eyeballs on you means. And well, in here we take a quick glance onto the players, the faces, the people in charge to show us the best performance that they can give us. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you all are enjoying so far what we've seen, but this is far from over. We still had a lot ahead of us, and I'm super thrilled for us to begin. We're going to be moving on to a hard point, and it is once again going to be back on Slums. Let's be reminded, Elevate, really strong team when it comes down to hard point, really strong team to what they have shown to us on Slums. So if you were Wolves, what are you going to do here different?
The interesting thing here for Elevate is that you've played a lot of hard point Slums through the year, and for a large portion of the year, it was your anchor, it was the banker, it was the one that you really liked. You were very good there. But Stalwart started to find ways to beat them. So I wonder if Wolves have watched enough of that tape to understand why. I also wonder just how confident Elevate feel on there when something is supposed to be your banger and suddenly you start losing. That starts to have doubts creep into the back of your mind. Absolutely. Are we the team we once thought we were? Have we been tested enough? The flip side to that equation, I guess, is going back to the conversation I mentioned before about Wolves. If you were tested at the right times in the year, that means you're ready to make the adjustments into the World Championships. Have Elevate done that? We're about to find out in Map 4. A banger of a series here in Stream B. We've got, of course, the defending champions against the team that are looking to reclaim their crown from 2023. Map 4, Elevate take this, they push us to a game 5. Wolves take it, they march onwards and send the Kings down into the lower bracket.
I hope you all are ready, because we are going to start map number 4, Hardpoint on Slums. Double kill to open up for Win. He's going to be overthrown there by Susano. Yoppy takes a kill and immediately moves, gets a kill and moves. That's exactly what he needs to be doing. His pilots are going to try to defend. It's not going to be that easy, though, when there's so much action all over the place. A lot of hits being taken. Susano managing to stay alive, already finding himself 4 kills, which, to begin with, quite impressive.
It's not bad, that's for sure. And Sounds will recognize that actually wants to play out for this back P2 side. Gets bumped off the point, squeezes forward into Archers, not very far before Chloe and Kendi do their work. Susano with a Hunter Killer as well means that you will actually reclaim. The spawns have flipped though. Wolves actually get themselves in for P2, and I think they instantly recognize that that's a gift from the gods as they back off, lay claim. It will be a great P1 for Elevate, but Wolves, well, you do get a split spawn all of a sudden come through, but you've got an opportunity to make up for everything here.
It didn't really pay off at the end because they eventually lost the spawns yet again, and that's something that Elevate has been able to do quite effectively. You know, they wait until the very perfect timing to actually try to go for the spawns. That's gonna be a double for PJ. A lot of damage being done at a distance. His allies are gonna finish them off. Is showing how much of a collective effort comes down from Elevate. Even from up above, there's a double kill with a Pred missile. Claw is gonna continue to be pushing. They're trying to get inside, but the Wolf pack are sweating. They're bleeding, and in here, it is just not going their way as we approach the last 30 seconds of this hill.
Wolves struggling to stay in this, but it's actually them to seize control for a moment. PJ with the shotgun is going to play this close. At what point do Wolves decide to just invest and rotate away? Tempest is an interesting call, but PJ makes it work for him. And Shotgun will allow him to clear blue out as well. Wolves have given this up, decided to back off. The Hunter Killer is supposed to provide the protection through mid. Well, PJ seizes mid by shooting Sounds in the back. That's going to give you a clean knock out. And actually, Wolves are going to spawn at P2 side, which is going to leave them very nervous about the fact that players are in through the backlines. You're going to focus on a double pivot. Susano has made it in through shop, and he will now just ensure that Wolves don't control a damn thing. It's clean across the map by the Garena team.
Insane to be doing something like that, making it look like effortless, but it's still going to show that Elevate know how to sneak around, what to do here, how to prevent Wolves from feeling comfortable. That's another double for Claw. He's so very used to situations like that. Gonna go for the next one, finds a quadra piece now. It took him a minute to get there, but Claw now getting kill after kill after kill. There's PJ with a double. There's Susano with a death machine. That's a double. Try to make it a triple. Does not matter too much. On top of all of those operators, there was also a War Machine, an Equalizer, everything being pumped pretty much at once. And after this hill is done, that was a near perfect hill in favor of Elevate.
I'd say Elevate have done a pretty good job of showing up shop on this map. There's a reason why it used to be their favorite, and it's the reason why Wolves are struggling here. 130 to 20 after just 3 hills. We'll move to shop. You do have one operator available in the Tempest for PJ. Predator missile is going to be called in. Gives out all the intel, and then decides to rain hellfire into the spawn. Doesn't actually connect with anything, but it will be the War Machine and the Death Machine to try and counter from Wolves. 2 for Zai, 1 for Wind, 1 for Sounds, and another for Wind. So all 5 dead. You will get relatively close spawns if you Elevate, but it's a solid hold off the first wave.
And I mean, that's something, right? It took him a really long time to actually find themselves a little bit of comfort on the side of Wolves. But they're still struggling though. Look at Claw, trying to get inside, 14 kills already for himself, immediately bounces in, making sure that the opponents at least are not getting any further ahead. The Pred missile is definitely going to hurt, but Elevate showing to us that even if they are not taking the points, they're trying to make sure that you don't either, you know? They're trying to maintain that advantage that at some point was of over 100 lead. This point in time has been reduced, but the power, the spree still feels to be slightly more favorable for Elevate.
Wolves have done pretty well here. 2 waves essentially batted away. It's by far the best passage of play that they've had in the tournament. Elevate will be aware of that, and you want to stem the bleeding. Wolves get a Predator missile out of Peg, aware as well that they should get Archer's control. So a solid P1, or at least where you draw even into a decent P2, could be a route back in. Elevate needs to consider just how much momentum is building on the side of their adversaries. And PJ decides to bring out the Tempest to do just that.
Yes, I feel like that's the right call there for PJ. He tries to get inside of the hill, finds one, Goes for more. That's a double and a triple using that Tempest. Immediately pushed for more. That's a quadra piece. Insane. How many multi-kills can he get? And I can say the same thing about Peg here with the equalizer. Looking for more blood, more pain. Still not going to be enough to survive, but the damage is done and the rotation is good. It is good for the side of Wolves. Can they maintain it this time around though?
Yeah, claw back at a nearly 100-point deficit to 50 at this point. Elevate will get the scrap and then start to move forward in the following 8 seconds before the hill opens. Wolves are going to bring in the Predator missile to stop that push for the back spawns, and here comes the War Machine to ensure that you are well protected. A buffer of sorts. Every operator coming out. I think Wolves have decided to call this and run forward for the point. They know exactly what they need to do to make Elevate feel some pressure finally in this map. That being said, there are 3 available to Elevate, so it's where do you decide to get active? And here comes the Death Machine to ring out and drive this Elevate squad back.
Let's see, Sai with a good defense finds a double even though he was stunned. Manages to stay alive, gets a triple, gives the intel to his allies. 100-killer drone, that does not get to be used because of that nade. Well done by Elevate, but still not quite enough to actually break through this hill. Last time around, it took them for a surprise by the hands of Elevate onto the rotation from Wolves, but they fixed the mistake, and because of that, we saw it. There was a 100-point deficit, now it's under 20.
It has indeed been a great passage play by Wolves into that, through that P2, and it's a great transition to P3. Far better than last time. It's almost a flip reversal of situations here. Kendi's trying to squeeze out of blue, get forward. What can you do? Find one. Backed up by another from Susano. King, though, refusing to give it up and sticking one down. Elevate here, though. They're going to start to call him in. Susano with the Death Machine begs the Wolves players to run forward. King does what stay alive as often as he does. Gets 2. Claw with 1. The equalizer is here as well. Out brings the Tempest as well. Elevates, recognize. Okay, Wolves are back in this fight. Let's show them what we've been saving.
That's right, let's show what we have in here. Let's see PJ now, once again with the Tempest, finds 1, finds 2, like it's nothing. He loves using that operator and he is just so lethal with it. Now patiently waiting for the next victim. There's still plenty of time left, 15 seconds on the hill, 180 plus in favor of Elevate. There's a few of the rain from above. That's PJ finding the kill onto Peg. The Sparrow being used by Yuppie as he begins to push forward for the next hill. The side of Wolves tried to be early and they're still gonna maintain some sort of control, but let's see for how long.
I don't mind the counter from Wolves. They decided to get the rotation in very early, give it up, and make sure they put their investment into the shop. Sounds with the War Machine. Just trying to control this back alley here, but got to be very wary of the fact his teammates are falling in the front. There will be also an equalizer in play. PJ's going to get the shotgun kill, though, to cut Peg down early and gets a triple. Goes huge around the point for his 38th kill of the game. How much of an impact he's having, how much that could turn the tide in this fight and decide it right here, because it felt like that was the one that Wolves had waited for. They really needed that P4 to happen, and instead they've now got to go back and break it, otherwise Elevate are basically there.
My goodness, can someone please verify that PJ is human? The way that he's been playing, he always is cool, calm and collected, and in here just helping the squad like crazy. There's yet another Tempest with a few extra shots that he will try to land, and he will clean once again the hill. It's only 5 seconds, but those 5 seconds of scrap time are going to be placing Elevate less than 20 seconds away from victory. Double kill for Claw using that 100-killer drone, and ladies and gentlemen, this could be leading us to our first map number 5, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. There's a few seconds left for Elevate.
Certainly is, and they'll bring in the Pred. Finds him a 3rd kill. Peg, though, is going to try and clear out through blue side, so PJ's got to turn and face, and that he certainly shall. And you just need 1 more second, and that is it. Elevate took a hold of that game at a point there and ran away with it. There was a semblance of resistance from Wolves. They had 2 or 3 good hills, that P1 into 2, locked it down, transitioned well into 3, but it felt like almost in the same sense as the control, where that operator management had come through things. You got that moment where Elevate went, that's all right, that's fine, that's pulled you back into the game, but we've got a whole heap of toys ready to bring to this party to close this out, and they do it in some style.
Yeah, they do it in style for real. At this point, I mean, it definitely shows that teams have managed to, in a way, adapt to Elevate, but it's just far from being to the same level. As we take a quick glance onto the kills, 45 for PJ, 40 for Susano, 38 and 30 for Claw and Candy respectively. It is just impressive to see how they play. And well, I mean, in the past it definitely felt like Elevate could make any team look clueless on hardpoint. This time around, like you mentioned, Wolves have an idea on what to execute as a plan, but to actually be able to maintain that control is the most difficult part against Elevate.
It is. Elevate are so relentless in these matchups. They're pacing so fast, but it's just their ability to, again, just make a call as a team as to what they want to execute. And you can see that they all bought into that. Those moments where it's, okay, they're all deciding to pull out their operators and chain them together in this moment. This is one of those situations where they've given it up early, or they want to play in through these back spawns. Every time it was, okay, all 5 players across the board know exactly where they want to be and how they want to play in that. So beautiful stuff from them, showing why they are the defending champions. It's fair to say their hardpoint looks pretty damn good.
Pretty solid. I mean, it's fair to the bare minimum to say something like that. It is quite a delight to see them play, and hope you all at home are taking notes, because, well, if you want to go to the top, you're gonna be able to defeat someone who's all the way at the very best as Elevate, because, well, at least for hardpoint, they have been unbeatable. We will be taking another glance onto what we've seen so far. Once again, hardpoints undisputed for Elevate. Search and Destroy and Control, you know, definitely Wolves has done a better job in that regards. And as we think about Tanisha Search and Destroy, do you think that's going to be going once more in favor of Wolves? Are we going to see them actually be able to defeat them?
So this was a map that for Wolves in that stage 2, where they looked off character, they just looked off kilter, quite frankly, compared to how they typically do. And that was one of their issues when it came to S&D. But again, is it a case of this is still a problem, or is it a case of you learned back then what you needed to know for now? If you've grown enough, you'll be able to fight Elevate here. Last time, to very little surprise here in COD, it came down to the sniper battle. It came down to Zai turning it on and getting better as the game went on. He started to control and dictate. You slightly led in the first blood category because of that, and just about saw off the S&D. Will we get the same, or do Elevate have a couple of tricks up their sleeves in this one?
Not too sure, but I'm super excited to find out. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 5, the first game 5 that we see here on the B stream. It has been a blast to see these two face each other, the 2023 champions versus the 2024 champions. Ladies and gentlemen, these two are just in for a treat, and so far I'm loving it. But 40 seconds, no casualties just yet.
Well, slow and steady is so often the way for Elevate inside S&D, whether that be defense or offense. On that defensive side, they'll certainly grind this clock down as much as possible. It's a quick check, and both players get a little bit of a look at each other, but Zai does enough to find Kendi. So then, that sends out the call. Wolves will start to flood the point, and it will be largely gold in the feed. Susano, the last alive, the only one that wasn't on the point, as it's white. Wolves get the bomb down, and as such, I mean, it doesn't even get that far. Zai pops out the bag, and that's an early statement made by him and exactly what he wants to bring throughout this entire search. What a shot that is.
It definitely was, and I mean, it took them over a minute to actually begin shooting at each other, in less than 15 to actually end up that round. As we now begin on round number 2, the one carrying the bomb is going to be Sounds. So let's keep an eye open for him, as he is actually quite close onto the A site. A side that's currently being defended by both PJ and Yuppie.
Kendi here. Trying to check a couple of different angles. While his teammates will likely hear footsteps off towards A. Great find on King. But it's Zai that controlled so much of the firing range. And it's him you're looking for in the following engagements. Already has 2 in this matchup. Sounds tucked into the cellars here. Potentially creeping his way around, but he does have the bomb. I think if you do want to make that kind of call, you don't want to be dropping the bomb in the process, so he's going to back off, rotate to his team.
Smart. Definitely, you do not want to expose yourself. You're the one carrying the bomb, and such a shot there for Peg, annihilating Candy, denying that rotation from the player coming from Elevate. They have gone all the way around onto V. The one at a distance with a sniper, of course, is going to be Susano, but not going to stop the bomb plant. 45 seconds on the clock, and this is still a 4v4.
PJ arrives through the middle of the map. Can he spring a bit of a surprise? He needs his teammates to stay up to do that, and they're not. He is here, finds the first with the SMG, damage into the second, but traded instantly. Just needed his boys to be alive for a bit longer. Can he then pop into the play just like that, but with more bodies around? But it doesn't happen. Wolves clean on the post plant. 2-0 up. The sniper in either corner watching over just meant that there wasn't much room to get through. And Elevate will be cut down.
Yeah, no, good effort. Good effort by PJ, but as you mentioned, it's just way too difficult when the boys are around. Sai gets a nade kill, but immediately gets traded by Yappy with a headshot. 4 each. PJ patiently waiting. No one's gonna say hi yet. Peg with a knock onto Yappy. Player lead going in favor of Wolves, but that quickly gets back to tie thanks to the hands of Susano. Bomb is down, and 45 seconds on the clock. The side of Elevate does have to lose a little bit of time to rotate there, so let's see how well they can adjust to this sort of defense coming down from Wolves.
You can see the Wolves are keeping their heads on the swivel. There's a lot to watch through this backside that they're concerned about. Elevate have decided that they do not want to get overcomplicated with it. They're just going to hit through the side of the site here. They check the right corner first. PJ will do enough damage as well and get the support to clean up the second. It's all on wind. You found the first, no more than that. Elevate with a perfect retake here. I like the call. They're not going to try and mix it. They're not going to try and collapse around it, which often can work. Just decide we're going to snowball through the front. Wolves are going to be trying to check all these different angles, and we can get a couple of clean fights early.
They don't need to come through the window. All they got to do is use the door. If you're strong enough, if you're confident enough, you can make it work. And they did. They certainly did. They pick up their first round of the map. Final map, Search and Destroy. It's always so incredible to see. Oh, it's actually Candy who picks up the first blood here now onto Peg.
Tying us up at 2 apiece in the first blood column. And Candy also sees one cross, but Zai's hit that jump shot twice now. Stop challenging him at that archway, say the Elevate fans. Wind slowly aggressing. Daxter decides better off. It feels a little bit cold feet.
Flash out!
King's flash, does it connect? It landed pretty close, and the fact that he turns back towards it, I think it's given him the information that he needs, as Yoppy just about avoids another nade. So Wolves have 2 players actually onto the A site, but the bomb's nearer to B, but now it dropped back through their spawn. Wolves feel like they've cleared this enough. They know their intended target, and Elevate should recognize as well. There's been no noise towards B for a while. Let's get over towards A and try and stop this plan.
They have to try to stop it. 40 seconds left, but now as Sounds plants the bomb. Story may change a little bit here. A good nade does not really connect onto the player planting the bomb out of distance. Susano with a sniper shot onto Sai. That's a great opportunity for the side of Elevate to try to walk by, and that's exactly what they're doing. Joppy pushing in, gonna be taken down by the hands of King. King trying to defend, not gonna be possible. A 3-piece as a whole goes in favor of Elevate, and that's twice in a row that they've been able to super effectively counter whenever Wolves plants the bomb.
Very important kill there from Susano, who finds the snipe to open it up, not only in terms of the numbers, but it just opens up a portion of the map that your SMGs can push through, gets you the rest of the kills. Great work there. Tying it up to a piece, and the rollouts come through. It will be Zai to challenge mid, and he's had the lion's share of the kills in the sniper fights, has 5 already. The rest of the team are going to slow this down. Looks like a bit of movement through the cellars is this decision for Peg and Sounds. Can you do it without alerting Elevate to your presence? Candy's here watching over, and a bullet just sips past, but you find the second, no problem. And Peg now isolated on the point. We'll get a little bit of support, but it's only going to suit Elevate. 3v2, but King's there, snipes in hand, 1v1, does enough, just about. And well, Trade City inside the point there. Elevate find themselves another round the board.
We had 10 people all of a sudden down to 1, and that one last player, luckily enough for Elevate, was one of their own. Unfortunately enough for Wolves, well, they've lost 3 rounds in a row now. We're moving on to round number 6. Last one before we flip spawns, double kill for Yuppie. Double overall for the side of Wolves to trade those out. They eliminated PJ and Claw, which are no joke, and can have a very, very good impact on the remaining of this round coming for Wolf.
Kendi slides across, saw nothing, but it will be quiet for Susano for some time. If the information comes through quickly enough here from Yoppie and Kendi, Susano could actually push through the wall spawn. Might give him a route in through the back if this plank comes through, which, well, currently you'd have a relatively free passage to it.
Yeah, they certainly do. They certainly do. And I don't know if they have realized that. I think the only one looking at a distance may be Susano. But even then, still it's a very, very exposed area. And they know it on Wolves. They'll feel confident, they will plant the bomb. 3v3. And with the bomb down, what is Elevate going to answer?
Susano does start to get on his bike here, and he is going to play this in through the spawn. However, he's going to make quite a bit of noise. Does Peg hear him? He should do now. And the slide most certainly will give him away. So do you expect the window? The answer's no. Peg going to push forward. The SMG did plenty of damage. Does the shotgun do enough? Do you check the corner? You miss, and you just about get through the fight. That gives Sounds the opportunity to pop out for a 2-piece. And that will be all she wrote then for the Wolves attack, tying us up at 3 apiece.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying this game, this back and forward, this strategy constantly changing, being aggressive, being defensive, just not allowing the opponent to have an easy time, and it has not been easy for either of these two teams at this point. They just know one another so well. They are now being aggressive once again. There's going to be a 2-for-1 trade going in favor of Wolves. At a distance, there's going to be a few shots, and it's Joppy who takes the knock onto Sai. It is Candy who gets the kill onto Sounds, and all of a sudden it's now a 3v2, but it's the other way around. It's actually an advantage in favor of Wolves, and barely Candy missing that shot, but King is not gonna miss.
Here's Wind coming and shuts him down. And a very different attack strategy to anything we saw from the Wolves. Wolves are very patient, very slow about things, recognize how Elevate play. Elevate say, to hell with this, we're throwing everything at the bomb site and find the kills quickly. However, we've seen this from them before. It's a very all or nothing play. Can be shut down, and Wolves are great at making adaptations. That's what we've seen through this series. Kendi, he's got himself a little bit of a wallbang spot there. It's going to return nothing. And Peg's actually going to find PJ to kick us off.
Yes, he does. That shotgun has been so deadly today. It's not near to being over, but unfortunately is for at least this round. For at least this round, he'll have to sit back and wait to see what his teammates can do for the remaining out of it. That early pick can be crucial for Wolves, but at the same time, Elevate does not give up easy. Has not done so at any point this tournament. Right now with this 5v4, once again, a lot of calm. A lot of just patiently waiting, trying to go for a pick. They're not going to be able to get anyone just yet, but it goes along to prove that these two are taking it very seriously.
Certainly are. Susano, oh, that's insane. That's COD timing at its finest. Sees one cross, sights up, waits for the play to peek back out, and just as they move, de-scopes. King gets away with one. Also returns a bullet. Will hit nothing. 40 seconds left. Elevate have got to figure out an ingress here, and they will play B. Unfortunately, that's to a shotgun of Peg tucked in the corner, and he squeezes up to get a second. That's Kendi. Chloe also fell through that passage. And Peg slays Susano to make it 4 in the round. Either way, had himself an insane pop off there. It's just controlling that, because he's so good in those little tucked in corners, those little positions. The rest of the Wolves defense can prioritize the opposite side of the map. They know that man can handle his own. Should they need to get there, he's at least going to pick himself up a trade, and he does even better than that there.
Which is even crazier, you know, like having that much trust in one of your teammates is super, super crucial, and for good reason. You know, he is very good at holding those interactions against the opponents, or at least making them back out. There is PJ back at it again, this time eliminating Peg with a shotgun to the face. It's gonna be ugly in here as Candy gets the knock on to win. They immediately take the opportunity, plant that bomb, and that's a 5v3. Elevate now doing a lot of pressure over on B side, paying off so far. 2 kills and pushing in for more. That's a perfect way to go around this area. And with only 30 seconds, it's gonna be quite difficult for the Wolves. Finish the mission. And they're gone.
PJ takes control with the shotgun to put you at 5-4. Because Elevate just showing different signs of themselves every time. Keep Wolves on their toes. We're going to be aggressive 1 minute, then we're going to try and slow it down. Aggressive the next. Wolves never know what's coming here. Trying to play some sort of blind counter at the very best. It'll give them the driving seat. 2 away from marching on in the playoff bracket. Kendi checks out. Saw grenades backed off. And Wolves have done enough to have Elevate reconsider their early aggression. Yoppie is over towards the B side here. There is 1 body for Wolves on there as well. But with 90 seconds still to go, Elevate wasting no time. They've instantly decided to regroup over towards that B site, and they're going to start to squeeze.
Good trade there, but, well, PJ got a kill. Sounds got a double, but got knocked out by Yoppie. Trade after trade after trade. I feel like at least 80% of the rounds have been like that. A kill, then the next one. A kill, then the next one. Candy got the knock onto the side. That's a 3 versus 2. 40 seconds on the clock. Out of distance, Candy with the shot onto King. Looks for the double. Misses the first shot, but they have a clear idea of where he's at. There's 3 people in, and it is Candy once again who does it. 6-4. And ladies and gentlemen, this could be match point for the side of Elevate.
It most certainly could. Draw your breath now if you're an Elevate fan. For Wolves, it's just about staying in the fight. For Elevate, potentially an early statement made in this playoff bracket. The defending champions for very good reason. Kendi will peer through the middle. This is a far more passive rollout from Elevate than usual. You are starting to make moves through the middle. And again, just something different. We've spoken about their deep playbook multiple times. So many shades. Kendi will want that one back. 2 players up on that balcony. You put the bullet basically between them. But the gunfight's there, in the way in which the Wolves players left should have told you that there's going to be a lack of numbers towards B, and they decide to squeeze. And that's going to give PJ the backside, and Sounds lands right in his lap. There's the first to open us up then. 1 minute and 10. You will get the answer back from Peg. Klo finds the trade. So 4v3. Bomb starting to go down. Trophy on top of him. 44 seconds on the Wolves' upper lifeline.
That's right, 4v3. King is going to be executed, but Sai immediately answers by eliminating PJ. That's going to be a 3v2. Only 35 seconds on the clock. Important, still at maximum now. Into the sides of Wolf. An insane shot into
oh my God.
And a double for Sai. All of a sudden, the only one alive is going to be Claw. Claw trying to defend. Sai has to work along with Wind, doing a little bit of damage. They can peek out, get the kill. Wind is going to defend himself. The time is running low. He's trying to bait him out. No, he's not baiting. He's defusing. He's committing, but he's not going to be able to do it. He's not going to defuse. He's going to get the kill. Elevate have done it again, ladies and gentlemen. Garena are here to stay, to prove a statement, to continue to go for that back-to-back championship, and you can see it on Wolves' faces that they feel crushed. So close, yet so far. Elevate are just so good at this.
Could not be more conflicting emotions across that stage. The celebrations that ripple out there are loud and proud from the Garena team. You said it yourself, crushed is the correct term for Wolves. Heads in hands. Despite everything that they've done to close that gap over this last 12 months, despite the growth, the improvements, everything that they've done to counter the countless hours of off-screen battles, VOD reviews, doubts, everything they've pushed aside, come into this tournament as everybody's favourites, you still face the same fate, a 3-2 loss to Elevate, led by none other than PJ. Don't know how many times we have to say that man's name. The MVP of this series, and so far, from what we've seen, the evidence we've had, the tournament.
We've been talking about him, like you mentioned, all weekend long, and this is just PJ to the maximum. This search and destroy was impressive for the entirety of Elevate. Wolves did such a good job, but they are not there yet, and that's gotta be feeling like the worst. Like you mentioned, you are trying, you're training, you're doing as best as you can, but not being able to capitalize at the very end is something that gotta hurt. It gotta hurt like crazy. And I'm genuinely intrigued as to what are we to expect for the remaining of the tournament for Wolves. But at the same time, who out there could be capable of defeating Elevate at this point? I don't know.
It's a very good question. They walked through yesterday, proving that the crown is indeed not heavy. Today it's seeing off what was supposed to be their greatest adversaries. And you know what's an amazing thing to hear from? One of the players who's just beaten their greatest foes. Ladies and gentlemen, we have got ourselves an interview down on the main stage.
I'm with PJ from Elevate Puck. My dude, you just sent your biggest competition to the lowest bracket. How did you guys do it?
I honestly didn't know how we did it, but it was a very close fight, and I'm happy that we won, so I wish them good luck.
What do you think right now? This is going to be a hard question. What is the game mode that you guys need to improve on the most? Because it looks like that control, you could have won it. You dropped the ball, man. Like, what happened over there?
I honestly don't know what happened, but we'll review it later. So I think we'll work on how to close the game properly, and especially our hard points. We'll try to adapt more.
Yeah, there's a lot of adapting that needs to happen, and now you're up in the brackets. And I was talking to Coach Alea a while ago, and he said that you guys were kind of struggling when it comes to the pacing of that control matchup. But how was that S&D like? Because it looks like you found your footing, especially when Candy was snapping on those sniper kills.
Sorry?
So when it comes to like that search and destroy, Candy finally found his footing because it was back and forth, right, in that Tunisia game. But when you finally found that footing, how did you guys secure that search and destroy? Because the pressure might have been so massive on your shoulders.
We're already used to the pressure. I really don't think that pressure is something I'm afraid. Instead, I think like I'll be the pressure instead to the enemy.
Adding that salt to the wound. Congratulations, my guy. You're moving on upper in the bracket. And back to you, casters, in the casting desk.
A wonderful interview there with PJ. I mean, you listened into that with me. What are you taking away from that? I mean, it's always humble out of these guys, but in terms of mindset, in terms of looking forward to the rest of the tournament, anything there that's kind of giving you a gleaning about how you feel about Elevate?
I mean, he definitely is humble, but at the same time, he's always rubbing that confidence onto them. Like, I'm not afraid of you. Like, you can try as best as you can. We're still in here to win it all. He's that guy. He's that confident. And how not to be that confident when you back to back prove to be the better team?
Yeah, well, you saw the celebrations on the main stage, and it will get them the movement through the bracket. Of course, they will advance on through this tournament. And we get confirmation coming up on our screen as Elevate sit and wait for the victors of Q9 or Stalwart Esports. Down towards the bottom, confirmation that Wolves will wait on New Gen Ninjas v OUG. And Galleries, we've already spoken about, of course. They will face the loser of Q9 and Stalwart. So plenty still to come here in Poland. But coming back to what you were saying about the interview, we saw the celebrations, and no doubt for Elevate, they'd heard a lot of the conversations. That gap's closed, we're under pressure, we're under threat. So for all the humbleness, for all the gentle confidence that seems to come out of them, no doubt there was many doubts on their side as well. They understood just how important that Wolves series was.
Yeah, they did. They certainly did. And at the end of the day, apparently they don't care about the pressure, they care about the enemy's pressure, how much they can get into their faces and be like, yeah, of course we feel the pressure, but how about you? How are you feeling? And I feel like that was the key part for Elevate.
Certainly was, and they dealt with the pressure just fine. Stood tall, march on. So much more to deal with here on Stream B. Stream A still got the rest of today and tomorrow out here in Poland to settle the World Championships. But before we get to all of that, after what was a grueler of a series, ladies and gentlemen, go and take 5. We're headed to a quick break.
Round alive here. Desperation, you can really smell it through the screen, and it's just not going to happen. Yeah, good round for Q9. Again, they just completely shut Stalwart out. I don't think Stalwart even had one real good look at either of those control zones. We saw one investment coming out with the Annihilator, and that was almost immediately countered by the Death Machine from Q9. So Q9, really good ops in that round. Very good control of the map. One more round, they take a lead.
Elevate winning their game over on Stream B 3-2. And this one is shaping up to potentially be something along those lines as well. Into the 4th round. That's where we are now. Our Link starting to get something going here on the attacking side. Trying to be the tip of the spear, if anything, for Q9. And they're working on a push over towards A. They've got bodies inside of the point. STE are not in a great position to counter that. And this could be a point going over towards Q9 and that time being extended.
Q9 not jumping on the point of the bodies just yet. Stalwart going to try and approach some kind of Zimmer spawn trap, and it looks like that's the case right now. You've got a couple of players in it as well, and here comes a spawn trap. You're in the blender.
There's only 2 of them here. And another player is actually going to drop back to try and help out, but Jai is going to take down Mauchi on the point. So 4 players now from Q9 have been forced to back up, but then actually because of the push that they've come through, that players drop back, they get the spawns over towards the A side. So players are going to free route over towards it. They may well just go and try and extend the time, but you've got to be careful of the lives.
Yeah, you don't necessarily need to take these players out. You just need to do what they just tried to do, which is push them out of the AC unit so they do get that closer spawn towards the pool. That's why Skirt's repositioning here is big for a Q9. Of course, flip side of that situation, Q9 are now going to capture A because Stalwart was so intent on that spawn trap. Now they're going to abandon that one, just move it across, let sure we defend B.
Yeah, Q9 really got funneled down that side of the map and said, yeah, bet, cool, we'll take A. But as you can see, the disparity is the lives. It's not unfathomable that, of course, Q9 can bring this one back. It's only a 7-life difference, and they did get a hold of A, and they have time to work on B. But ST kind of get what they want out of that spawn trap. Operators kind of on their way for Q9. A couple available on the side of STE. I'm sure they'd like to not invest them, but they may well have to if Q9 can find a break.
That's good first blood coming out from Mauchi that opens the door a little bit here for Q9 with 60 seconds on the clock. This is an immediate reposition coming out from Q9 as well. Hey, we've knocked at the door around the front. Now let's go around the back.
Oh, he may well have caught them through the middle of the map. Reef will find one. ST being very, very patient, but as are Q9, but Q9 are the ones who have to make the move, and ST are quite happy to wait for them to come to them. Jai and Kodo, can they actually combine to do anything here? Giant Reef can answer back. Mount Chi, he was able to find a kill, but they get taken down, and they come into the Lion's Den. STE holding this one down. Jai will fall, but gets out lane. There's 3 with the War Machine, and that may well be the round. 19 versus 9.
Yeah, that might well be the worthy sacrifice here. It is the life differential that is so daunting. 25 seconds. All Q9 can do now is just turn the tide in their favor by way of tick progression. You got to get on the point.
Skird's really tagged up here as well, but our lane can't find him. Skird can find 3 on minimal health and get away. Cloud should be able to pick this one up, but Skird continues to survive. Eventually, he'll get rid, and now the battle lines are being drawn a little bit further up for Q9. 5 seconds, you've got to find the push. Mauchi can find 2. Onto the point they go. 5 versus 12, but this is doable. They need to find 1 wave of kills, and this point will go very, very quickly. 5 versus 11, investment coming in from Q9, but as is from STE, Q9 still a chance to do this.
Yeah, the Death Machine is gone. Now the Annihilator out as well. You can still do this, but now players on the point. Stalwart, they're trying to defend it down to the last 3.
3 versus 7, 2 versus 7. It becomes a little bit more difficult, but Mauchi, the Annihilator is out. A player slides by, a player takes down his teammate. We're left now in a 1 versus 4. There's 3 from Mauchi. Does he find the 4th Mauchi? 1 versus 3, 1 second to go. Contestation comes through, and the Annihilator player may well have given him a chance, but it's a difficult one to pull off. He finds another, and Scared will be there. Oh my word, Mauchi.
He had the Predator missile in his back pocket. I thought for a second he was going to get around the corner. The Predator missile was going to come down. The Hunter Killer drone was in the air ton.
Oh, my giddy aunt.
Mauchi was a moment away from pulling off one of the most insane plays ever. And oh, Q9 open up this round with an explosion. Stalwart, get out of your spawn, kids.
Oh, they're really going to struggle to do that now. Ao Ling, the defensive side goes over towards Q9. Defense has won every single round out of the 4 that we've seen. That extra tick, I believe it was over towards A that they got a hold of, and then the tick over towards B would have made the difference. Maybe even the tick that you managed to get towards the end of Yangshi might have helped as well. D-Chen, now War Machine out. ST gone. 26 versus 19. That life advantage for Q9 right out of the gate is a substantial one.
It's the same situation as before, right? It just feels like Q9 are more assertive in their defense, that ST never really get much of a chance at either of the points, but now maybe they will. War Machine doesn't amount to that much. Now they've got to go, but it's just towards the blender.
It's hard to find a way through. It's a horrible little head glitch to try and get around. And Cloud's on his way through the middle of the back map as well. And the Odin out. And the Odin firing bullets in every single direction. Clove actually going to find a couple there, though, and then maybe be able to get something going. Curly, yeah, cleans it up, as they so often do. 20 versus 10. SC are seemingly desperate. And why wouldn't you be with these lives, this disadvantage that you now have? They can't even get a touch. They won't even get a tick unless they can produce an absolute miracle. Q9 forced that round number 5 to go all the way and then body STE on it. 3-2 Q9, 2-1 Q9. They find themselves in the lead in this series again. And when it comes to the crunch, they just seem to find a way. It may well have been a tight control, but really, was it?
I mean, I think, yeah, that is one of the more misleading 3-2 scorelines, right? Sometimes you get those, right? We always talk about the misleading 3-0s. It's like, well, yeah, it was a 3-0, but also, yeah, all the maps were close, all the rounds were close. Sometimes we get those. Yeah, that was a misleading 3-2, you have to feel, because I think, you know, every single time that we saw Q9 on the defense, they were dominable. I mean, it really were. And you know what's funny, actually, is you brought it up as we got into the final round. Well, maybe if Stalwart had a tick or two, they might have got defense around number 5. Cast your mind back to round number 1, right, where we had that 9 versus 1, and we saw, I believe it was, I don't know who it was, to be fair, in the 1 versus 9, desperately trying to stop Q9 from charging to the operators by playing that cat and mouse game with all 5 players. Well, if that player had jumped straight on towards A instead and forced Q9 to try and stop him, that would have been a tick. Like, I don't think Q9 would have immediately tried to go for that kill. They probably would have allowed a tick or two through. So, yeah, small decisions like that can come back to bite you in the end, although hindsight is perfect, or whatever the phrase is. I don't know.
A wonderful thing.
Yeah, wonderful thing, that's the one. Regardless, STE, I think, you know, just again, not able to get out of their spawn when they're on their offenses. Q9 really know how to drill the screws in.
I mean, this was nearly one of the best players of all time in Call of Duty Mobile. Just like every direction. Bang, 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 bang. 4 different kills with the Annihilator comes through. In the blink of an eye, Mao Chi nearly pulled off one of the Call of Duty Mobile moments, and it would have been a place to do it. But a 2-1 lead now for Q9. And heading into a hard point, they find themselves with the lead. This one really still could go either way, though. And like, I think the thing is here now for Q9, they know they've at least, at worst, got Tunisia to go to for a map number 5, but they've got a Combine to get through beforehand. Stalwart will feel confident on that Combine, but they need to make sure they got the job done, and then they need to try and bring their
I'm Viper from Team Godlike, and I'm playing for New Gen Ninjas in this World Cup. So there were some unfortunate situations, so our players couldn't manage to be here. So both the teams' players merged into one team to represent our country, India. It means a lot for me because I'm playing this game for quite a long time, and I really wanted to represent my country like once in international stage. It's my dream. The competition in the community is very nice. Our fans are very loving in India, and there is a huge audience for COD Mobile in India. We are like a whole new different team, and we have multiple ideas. So if we merge them and if it works, then it will be really great. If I'm in the finals, I'm not thinking of anything. I will just go all in. I don't care whoever is my opponent. I'm just gonna play my own game.
Words there from Viper, of course, of the New Gen Ninjas. We've gotten to see plenty of him over this week. He's been superb, couple of clutches, many big plays, incredible stories and stat lines. The fact that his first World Championship is insane. Young man coming out and doing things like that on this stage bodes well for his future.
For you to be the very first one, absolutely does. It means a lot to him, I'm sure. And he's not even done, you know. He has only begun to show us what he's made of and has been doing super, super good. We saw a lot of him yesterday. and we eventually will get to see more, and I'm thrilled. I'm thrilled because this team, this last-minute team, has definitely done a really, really good job.
Well, we're certainly going to get to see a lot more, and it's going to be real bloody soon because we've got the new Gen Ninjas to talk about in this one. It's going to be Warden and Viper coming in again with Marvel, Fran, and Jez. You called them Team Last Minute there for very good reason. We talked about this. How would they work coming together as a 5? It looks like, if anything, they complement each other really, really well.
They do. It's a way for the Soul players to join Godlike and do the best of both worlds. They were rivals, but right now they seem like they've been partners forever. They are capitalizing on each other's strengths to make sure that they are being as effective as possible when it comes down to being aggressive, to being defensive. Whatever needs to be done, they managed to secure it, and it's quite impressive coming down from two different worlds. Of course, they know one another, but they never worked together like this before.
Yeah, I mean, they do look great out there. It's one of those weird situations. I sat talking to Marvel last night in the hotel lobby saying about how good they look, and he was kind of like, while the situation wasn't ideal, if he had to pick 2 players to come and join his 3, those 2 would have been those because it complemented them so well. Absolutely. So the silver linings, you got to make it work. This is the World Championships, baby. We're writing history here. You've got to lay it all out on the table, and they're certainly doing that. They've been impressive. Of course, Marvel himself will understand making it work. Previous world champion, after all. But these boys are going to have to figure their way through this playoff bracket. Now they get knocked into the lower. They have an opponent in OUG, and they're not too shabby either. We've had a good look at them. This is, of course, Tectonic, Wrath, Solo, Kings, and Cartels. This is a team that shouldn't have been here, but they've replaced one of the squads that were unable to make it, unfortunately. And we're dubbing it the miracle run that they would have to make. It becomes even more of a miracle run when you consider that they're going to be in lower round 1. If they're going to get themselves to that grand finals, they're going to have a whole gauntlet to overcome.
Yeah, if they want to keep the dream alive, there's no more second chances. We talked about no more second chances for New Gen. Like you mentioned, exactly the same thing here for OUG. This team that maybe we're not fully aware of what was going on, but the second they had the opportunity to just fight on stage 5, they took it, and they are trying to go as far as they can. Look at that beautiful logo in the shirt of Solo. It's been so nice to see them, but it's also at the same time unfortunate. They are already on the lower bracket. They're still alive, but they are pending on a single last opportunity for themselves.
100%. They've run out of 8 of their lives, just the 1 left. And these Mad Cats will have to figure it out across that stage. It's a situation for OUG, though, where they've shown us that they have plenty of pace, especially from behind Kings and Cartels. Will that look good for them in this map set? Let's find out. You're looking for the kind of places where you can take advantage of those really high quality SMGs. We're going to start at Summit here in map 1. We haven't had the opportunity to cast this so far this weekend. Looking forward to jumping into that. Then we're in Tunisia. Then we're going to Raid. If we get there, of course, Apocalypse for 4, Standoff for 5. We've seen both of these teams play. We know the strengths, we know the weaknesses. What's jumping out to you?
By just looking at these maps, genuinely, I wouldn't be surprised if we go to a Game 5 again. I feel like Summit is going to be a really strong point here for the side of New Gen. I feel like Tunisia is going to be quite a map for OUG. Control a bit of a toss-up, genuinely. I'm not too sure about that one, but Apocalypse is another map that OUG are very good at. I talked about the control over on Takeoff, and they shredded their opponents. When it comes down to hardpoint on Apocalypse, although it's not as good as it used to be, it definitely is one of the biggest strengths when it comes down to OUG. Once again, like I mentioned, I wouldn't be surprised if we go to a Game 5 again.
Well, you're dubbing it, and that means we're probably getting there because your calls have been pretty spot on through this week. The New Gen Ninjas versus OUG in lower round 1. You fall out here. It's been a great year for you to get to this point, to get to take part, but it will be top 8. You move on, you guarantee yourself at least top 6. Factoring in so many things, whether it be the prize pool, whether it be pure pride, whether it be pride for your region. So much on the line here in Poland. And let's get started then. Summit to move us on through today. Fran's going to get aggressive with the machine pistol in hand, looking to use that movement speed to get close and personal, because in his back pocket he's got a shotgun, and there's 2 to line things up immediately. The problem for him, everyone else dies. OUG will seize a hold of the point early.
The action, of course, is gonna come in early here on Hardpoint. Everybody rushing all over the place, trying to figure something out. This first kill, as chaotic as I love it to be in here for Summit. As you mentioned, particularly this map we had not gotten a chance to see, but not ourselves. I do believe that a few of these teams have played it throughout this last day and today. So I am happy to see an action for the shotguns. I genuinely love the shotguns. I know how incredible difficulty it can be to play against them, but at the same time, from an outside perspective, I love to see it.
It's one of the beautiful things about COD Mobile. The sandbox is so open. Players can dictate what they like to their will, and it certainly factors into playstyles and tactics. You mentioned something there about the fact that we haven't seen much of it here on B Stream in terms of the map. I did get the opportunity to check out how New Gen Ninjas looked on it. It was pretty damn good. They were eventually beaten out, but they put up one hell of a fight. So this is a team that's going to feel relatively comfortable here. It's just about shutting out OUG, and early on that's not happening as Kings finds himself 11 to kick it off. An insane start, really, and also now has the Sparrow as he continues to rack up the kills.
What is going on? Finds another kill. There's even more score streaks coming down from Tectonic. I would love to get his point of view, because at this point, what is OG doing? That's an insane start. Now we're moving on to the second half of this, the hill number 2, but I feel like they've been doing such a good job. You were talking about the 16 now kills coming down from Kings. There's 11 for Tech, and there's plenty more for the remaining of the players. The side of New Gen definitely getting heavily outslayed on point 1 and 2, and the rotation is gonna be there already for the side of New Gen, trying for the side of OUG, which is very bad news for New Gen.
At the point Kings hit 16 kills, there was only 21 across the entirety of New Gen Ninjas. That says just how dominant this man is right now. That being said, Cartel's not one to be outdone for very long. Will put the tempers to great effect. Jez finds his way in through the upper, and actually it's 3 clean kills for New Gen Ninjas, but they've got to do more than that if they're going to break in through the front of this hill. 10 seconds in, it will be a knock on the door that Tectonic sends away. Sparrow now brought out by Jez, but the Death Machine and the War Machine have done enough to continue to hold the point. You will approach 75. Viper's Tempest, we've seen it multiple times this week, and he's been brilliant with it. We'll find 2 players spawning and running immediately into the lightning. And Warden up close with a shotgun will now start to contest this point.
Yeah. 75 points in here for OUG. They had a great control, but finally New Gen Ninjas are going to be able to break through the barriers of the opponents. Now Marvel trying to defend from the inside of it, has the possibility of the Death Machine, but with so little time, there's very few chances of him using it right now. Now, rotation. Once again, the side of OUG tries to do it early, but there's already 2 players coming down from New Gen right down the middle. The first one is going to be executed. The next one, there is Marvel, if I'm not mistaken. No, it's Fran. Fran is going to open the opportunity for New Gen. Although OUG were there first, they have managed to break through, and that's great news for the New Gen Ninjas.
Great plays there in the back for sure. Cartels was looking to hold on to those spawns, and they overwhelmed him, cleared it out. The thing is, not for long, because Kings is here, the man that's taken over so many of the scenarios so far, looking to do the exact same, and that's Fran, the last stand in the spawn side. So New Gen Ninjas will again have to start to hit from the front. No operators to play with here. It's just going to have to be purely on gun skill. And that's not something that Kings has lacked so far, as he finds himself an angle on the railing. Warden with the shotgun's going to be paused, and Fran, well, hoping that anyone's going to push through this front door. You've done enough to break in. Can you hold?
Can you though? That's the biggest question. Right now, approaching the 100-point mark inside of the hill. Actually now on the outskirts of it, there's going to be Cartels currently trying to hold on to no, and that's going to be done to perfection. Now from behind, they were trying to surprise them, but they quickly managed to take care of business on the side of OUG. A great start on Hardpoint, and I'm actually quite surprised about what's going on the side of New Gen. I was expecting a whole lot more from them, and a big portion of it I could relay on to Warden, you know, Warden so far has had 11 kills, and I was expecting a whole lot more, specifically on Summit. You know, such a lot of corridors, a lot of areas where Shotgun can shine, but in here has not happened just yet.
Certainly it hasn't, but there's still time for him to turn it around. Viper was leading the way for his team in terms of getting himself into this point, but Raf's doing enough here with the claw, just cleverly bouncing off various surfaces, essentially shredding anything that dares step through the doorway. At Warden, you ask for more, he finds a kill to try and punch in. We'll be backed down though by Tectonic, Fran with 2 for himself. But OUG just continuing to eke this out, and the scary thing for New Gen Ninjas, this is a P1, this is in the middle of the map. This should be a back and forth regardless of who's on top really when it comes to kills, but such is OUG's dominance that they've walked themselves into a 90-point lead.
I mean, it's becoming really problematic how much of a spree each player on the side of OUG is getting. The reason why I mentioned something being unfortunate is Raf was actually on an 8-kill spree. He was dominating with the shotgun inside of the hill. We've been recently seeing him with a KRM and has been doing a lot of damage right now. OG nearly tripling the amount of points their opponents have. That's a triple kill with a Sparrow, make it a quadra now, has the bread missile from up above, could be getting a kill or two. Let's see if he does. There's the trophy, so that's not gonna happen. He gets executed, but it does not matter. The damage is done. The control is there. Solo from up above will try to get in. Now there's a War Machine from Tectonic, and it almost feels like OUG constantly has something to use and get themselves ahead of the opponents.
I certainly do, and we see 4 kills come up in the feed. 2 of them are from Predator Missile, one's from the Hunter Killer. OUG with all the arsenal in the world to deal with this threat in front of them. And I say threat, considering how good the New Gen Ninjas have been through this tournament, this is a bit with a whimper from them. Gotta find some sort of spine in this, a foothold, and Cartel's at the front door with the Tempest, won't give them it. 2, you do get that return from Marvel at the very least. Great shots with the XM4 down the corridor. 3 in a row for him, and unfortunately Fran takes himself out with the War Machine. So it's just trying to knock on the front door. You're going to bring out your Death Machine, but it just does nothing. Raf's so damn good there. Shots 3 out of the doorway, and New Gen Ninjas don't get what they wanted from that investment.
Who is the star on OUG? The real answer is everybody. Everybody's doing a phenomenal job so far in here with the rotation, with the kills, with the gunfights, with the operators. Everything in between has been outstanding. Just completely out of this world. Already over 200 points and rooting for more. Double kill for Cartels. They're solo with a shotgun. Missed the first shot, takes out the secondary just like nothing. That's yet another kill to complete the destruction of the opponents. New Gen finally get inside, but surprise, surprise, there's only 10 seconds left and OG have already rotated onto the next hill.
King's like a turret out there on the gondola. Every time a New Gen Ninja player straight forward, they found the end of his rifle. Solo's going to just tuck himself in close with the shotgun and go to work up high. One player slips past, but not for very long before he gets cut down. New Gen Ninjas are struggling. Marvel tries to do his best out on the cliffs, but it won't last for long. Solo now with his Death Machine finds 2 and pressures the 3rd in the back. Recognizes there's a reposition, will be done with. You only need 22 seconds if you're OUG, and if anything, it feels like they could have ended this a while ago. They're happy to get off this point and go and find more kills because this is so bloody comfortable. Viper finds one while on his belly, does very well to be quite honest with you, and will get you a couple more seconds of contest, but that is all you're going to really rip from this. OUG, they can't win it here on this hill, but they're not far.
They are definitely not far in here. 15 seconds left. He goes outside for a second. He gets executed. Does not matter a whole lot. OUG are dominating. New Gen Ninjas have not even reached 100 points in this game. And they may not if they continue to struggle like they have. There's going to be the usage of Tempest by the hands of Cartels from the outskirts of that cage, just patiently waiting for anybody to dare go his way. And there's the knock onto Marvel. There's the control for AOG. 10 seconds away from the victory. They're trying to go through connector, but they're just not able to survive. That's another kill with the operator. Only a few seconds away. And inside of the kill, they're stuck with a War Machine that's not even needed because OOG are just like that. Going to be defeating New Gen Ninjas. OOG have made it so strong in this map of Summit. squad that completely changes what I thought we could see from this accumulation of maps, because this looks now awful for the New Gen Ninjas.
Well, as I said, I did get a look at New Gen on Summit previously, and they looked good there. Ran really close against one of the best teams at this tournament. OUG said, OUG said to hell with that. 47-20, 48-23. Tectonic and Kings taking over the show. It's weird to look at Raf at 41 and 22 and just be like, okay, yeah, sure, whatever, dude. You're the third best player on your team. It's a stunning stat line, not one you're going to see very often. On the opposite side, I mean, this is a very good team, and the numbers that they're looking at there will be alien to them. OUG, we know the pace that they bring, the prowess that they have in attacking things and hitting it over and over again. It wasn't just that either here. It wasn't as if they were having to break consistently. Very strong defensive holds, great operator investment as well. Felt like they were all on a wavelength. They know the task in front of them.
Yeah, and well, as much as I'm surprised, it almost at the same time makes sense, you know? This is, of course, OG. I've talked about how much they can slay down opponents, and that's exactly what we saw. I mean, there was a near 2.3 KD for Tech and over 2.0 for Kings. They were just doing so consistent damage. Those gunfights were so clean, and I would argue that the game even took longer than it should have. Why? Because they were so focused on the kills that they would get themselves out of the hill in order to get them. They do get it, and that's like 2-3 extra seconds that if you accumulate, they could have finished this even in a hill earlier than what they did.
No, most certainly. It did seem like moments it was just like, oh, I'm going to go find some bodies to put up here because I'm having a great time. Well, flowing so well out here. But that ends then the hard point, and we know that that is a strength of OUG. We look to the S&D. Now, on the evidence we've had so far, this is where OUG have struggled a little bit. It hasn't been their best showing. That being said, the New Gen Ninjas, they're having to make up systems on the fly. Now, talking to Marvel again last night, he was like, we just keep it simple. We stick to the roles that we've assigned each other to, and we just go about very simple executes, find that numbers advantage, and then take that with us into the bomb position. As such, you're not expecting a deep playbook from New Gen, but also OUG weren't supposed to be here, so you didn't have much in the way of practice. So this could be two very raw looks at these squads coming into S&D.
That's a really good point. The fact that neither of them are having what they thought was going to happen. OG was thinking nothing is going to happen whatsoever. We're not going to be playing here, but they are. And all of a sudden, New Gen Ninjas have to join forces, double kill with a nade there for Jess to open up the floodgate. That's incredibly unfortunate for the side of OUG. And I feel like OUG, one of those teams that definitely hates grenades, specifically Tech. I don't know if you guys remember a couple of years ago when the team of Luminosity ended up with a single grenade killing 4 of their teammates. It is now Cartel taking revenge about what happened earlier, which is going to be marvelous as they have already planted the bomb as well. But I feel like Nades have taken a spotlight very brightly in today's matchups.
They certainly have in this round. Perfectly placed out of Cartels to catch players trying to get to this bomb site. And it's one of the things that lends to the geography of Tunisia. It's a lot of corridors, a lot of tight alleyways. And Viper, he's begging for someone to show a face, and they do at the angle that he's not looking at. He's going to back up, try and bait Kings in, and, well, probably wishes he'd stayed in his scope, and for all that, you get nothing. Kings picks it up, 1-up, and New Gen Ninjas will be surprised that they ended up in that position, considering you get that double off of Jez with the nade early. It's just that perfect read by Cartels. We got the bomb down, we know where they're going to be reinforcing this site through. I'm going to pop a cook nade into that spot, finds a 2-piece, and hands it over.
Really good plan, you know, really well thought of, and it works really great in favor of OG. That was 3 kills in favor of Cartels. Let's remember, he is a natural slayer. He likes to go forward, and I'm never surprised when he does. Right there, Marvel gets a knock, but reveals his positioning. That's something that Raf takes advantage of, takes that kill using that shotgun. They know now where the bomb is on the side of New Gen, but does it matter? We'll see. Raf has picked up a sniper from the ground, and with that, he took that kill onto Viper.
Oh, certainly did. Jez gets the hit marker through the wall. The plaster does enough to spare your opponent's life, but that's about all. And, well, it very quickly turns into a 1v3 here.
That's 4 for Raf.
As Fran pauses, has a shotgun. So if anyone does squeeze through, you've done enough. But Kings, well, stops his teammate getting the A's, won't really care because that puts you 2-0 up. It's looked very straightforward so far, getting themselves onto those bomb sites quickly, getting the bomb down and forcing the equation onto NewGen.
And just like you predicted it, you know, you talked to Marvel, they had to come up with simple strategies, and that's exactly what they're doing. You're choosing a place to go, and they do. OG, I can say the exact same thing, but the gun skill is definitely being way, way more favorable for the side of OG. As we now begin round number 3, what is there to change for the New Gen Ninjas? They do take a kill, but they immediately drop 2 players. They're trying to recollect themselves, but immediately they take the opportunity to plant the bomb, and all of a sudden, all the pressure on the shoulders of New Gen yet again.
Jez tries to creep forward, doesn't get away with it. Kings spots him. Raf gets the assist onto Fran. Solo was with the finish. Marvel with a sexy one to get a body back on the board, but a 1v3 trying to ingress to a planted bomb. Yeah, that's how it's going to end. Kings does enough for it to become 3-0. I think the concerning thing here for New Gen Ninjas is just how simple it's been. There's been no point through this matchup, except for maybe the opening nade by Jez, where I've thought these guys are in control of this. OUG walking their way through this map.
That's horrible. If you compare it to any other Search and Destroy we've watched, the rounds are way, way faster right now. The average is less than a minute, which is wild to me. And look at that, first blood already in favor of OG, none other than Raf, who collects now 5 kills. And on top of it all, bomb is gonna be planted. Bomb is gonna be planted, and that's a 5v4.
I'm gonna try and find different ways in here. Cook nade, does it get anything? It actually manages to be 1 kill from Viper in the end onto Kings. He finds a second as well, returned by 2. You'll have to slay a few more if you're going to get to this bomb, and you've got about 15 seconds to do so. Raf's having himself a game for sure. And Viper, you have nothing to work with. A 1v3, this feels like every other round we've tuned into so far. My feeling here, obviously I've got very little in terms of watching OUG playing S&D on Tunisia. But what I'm seeing here is that I think they recognize New Gen Ninjas don't really have a strat in terms of defending these or in terms of retaking these, recognizing that it is a simple strategy, and they're happy to play into it.
Yeah, no, I mean, at the end of the day, if you know that their strategy is just not there, and you know that you have a better gun game when it comes down to one-on-ones, why not go ahead and do the simple thing? Plant the bomb and go ahead. Right now, they lost 2 players, but the immediate take-back is by Kings eliminating Viper. Then they're solo suffering the shotgun play there from Fran. I like the way this is playing out for New Gen Ninjas, but at the same time, it's that simpleness that's hurting them the most. OG, like you mentioned, have struggled on Tanisha, but if this does not play as an S&D, because pretty much it's a team deathmatch, you know, they can freely walk, plant the bomb, put pressure on the timer onto the shoulders of New Gen Ninjas, and then go for the fights. That's pretty much what's been happening, and that's the reason why we currently have a 4-0. There's a player lead in favor of New Gen Ninjas, but they also had it on round 1, and they didn't play their way.
Very true. But it will be that OUG find themselves to an unprotected bomb site. I think New Gen Ninjas are happy for that, to be honest. We've got the numbers advantage. You plant, it allows us to force the fight. And actually, OUG is cycling back. Fran spots one, tags him up with a shotgun. And that will suddenly send OUG with their tail between their legs towards B. Marvel's watching this backside, and you should understand by now that plant is going to come through. So watch these 4 hours swarm now. The thing is, with such a heavy numbers advantage as well, you can hit this from different angles quite comfortably. I like OUG's approach, just both sit backside and hope you do enough to pick up whoever this is going to be here in terms of Jez and Co. But actually 3 of them have just decided to run through this backside. And what can you do to stand against them? Kings with 1, Cartels with the other. Cartels taps away with the Odin, does enough. Can you find the third? No, Jez gets 2. Great work up close with the VMP. And we'll get there in time to defuse. Thought for a second they'd pulled it off, a 2v4. Great work from OUG, but New Gen Ninjas stacking those 3 bodies through the back enough in the end. And it's a good thing they did. I thought they were going to go for the big wide wrap from all the angles. Thank God they didn't. They nearly lost that.
They nearly lost that. That's the biggest issue. That's the biggest thing. The fact that NewGen with a 4v2, they're still not comfortable. They're still not used to these sort of scenarios. It's tough. It is definitely tough for the side of NewGen Ninjas. One final round before we flip sides. This has been OG on the offense. So once they change onto defense, I feel like it's gonna be even more aggression coming down from OG, who already have first blood, already get second, and now that's gonna be the third one. All of a sudden it's only Viper and Gordon. And with that in mind, ladies and gentlemen, this is looking fairly fancy for the side of OG.
Warden Catch Kings is coming in, but Cartels instantly trades. Viper caught with the boxing gloves out. Done many amazing things. I don't think we expect him to clutch that though. 5-1 in favor of OUG. And it's hard at the minute to see how NewGen Ninjas build into this. It's been so simple for their opponents. And OUG will largely reinforce A off the rollout. You will get one body over towards B, but the nade should tell you there's actually nothing going to be there, and you get the hit marker, but Viper picks up a blood onto Cartels, something you feel is sorely needed to get things going if a comeback will mount.
Let's see now. Marvel took a lot of damage, but still managed to survive, which is very, very important for the side of NewGen. There is the fact that Jess is holding the bomb right now, but they're taking their time, and it only makes sense, right? We saw them struggle like crazy on the first initial 6 rounds, so they need to do the best they can in here to make sure they're not losing players. They still have their strength to be looking at every single angle possible, but all of a sudden there's Tech, who finally joins the party, joins the fun, takes a double, gets executed, does not matter. Viper to the ground thanks to the hands of Kings. There's the retake now by Fran, but immediately Kings cause some more pain, and all of a sudden there's a 1v1.
Raf actually sees Jez cross there, but does he recognize it's a reposition? I think so. Shotgun in hand. Is Jez expecting this? There's a sniper on the deck here. I think Raf's read this beautifully, but has Jez as well, and no! Does get a tap of bullet in, but not enough to find the final blow. The HS will be the preferred weapon of choice and the correct tool for the job. I mean, a great read by Jez, but you're just not winning up that close.
Can't believe it. Honestly, can't believe it. I mean, it makes sense, right? It makes sense for these two teams to be playing out the way that it is, because neither of the two have the best strategy or plan. They're just brute forcing into one another, and we've already saw it on on map number 1 that it was OG who was outslaying constantly, and that's exactly what they're doing here. Kings already got the first blood. There's only 4 people alive on the side of NewGen. There's a headshot now for Tectonic, and once again, this is looking amazing for OG.
That it is. This has been brilliance from them. 3 bodies on A, 2 towards B. And it will be another kill A side, and there goes Warden as well. All on Jez to figure it out in a 1v5. Finds the first. Raf gets a little bit too eager to end the round. And of course the map. And Jez. Actually, it looks like Cartels and Kings have gone for a cuddle, which is really nice. That's lovely. But Jez being offered nothing, and unfortunately it will soon be everything because all the 4 bodies are on this A point. There's the second. And that will be that. It looks nice in the end, I guess, that Jez manages to pick up 2 more, but realistically OUG having some fun with it as they rack that up 7-1. Simple. Is how we've been describing it.
Yes, no other word, right? Plain and simple. It was just a genuine clash in the middle of the map, and there was that. Maybe there was a bomb plan, maybe there was a few nade kills, but it was just a clash in the middle of the map. It was just that. There was no more to that. And, I mean, very good for OG, but at the same time, NewGen Ninjas are now losing 2 0 Kings. Once again, he was jealous of King from Wolves getting a 12-4. He goes ahead and does the same thing, 12-4. Then, of course, you have a 10-3, 8-4, 5-4. Maybe tech, maybe negative, but he's always the player to carry the bomb and plant it. That's why he has such impact in the game. They all had a role, they stick to it, and they played it to perfection.
Yeah, I think with Tectonic as well, it was a case of, boys, let me kill something. I think he was on 0 kills by like round 6 or something. Yes. So he's like, can I get involved in this? Anyone else want to carry this thing around? It's it's a great job from OUG. They look great. And tuning in with the player cams there, you can tell that the vibes are good. All the way through this week, we've kind of sat around the players and stuff and all characters on that team. They'll be loving life right now, up 2-0, looking great about it. And I think reassuring themselves that they belong in this room, even if they didn't initially qualify. It's purely because of the quality of the region that they were coming out of. It's a tough task for sure, and yet they'll be standing atop many a team and atop many of the bodies of the New Gen Ninjas currently. For the New Gen Ninjas, it is a difficult situation coming into this tournament, quite frankly, it is. And while Marvel spoke very highly of the players that he's playing alongside in this godlike S8UL team, it's still one of those, you don't have systems. Hardpoint, I think anyone in Call of Duty understands that very well. That's second nature. S&D and Control, you need strategy. And unfortunately for these guys, that playbook is going to be about 1 page thin.
Yeah, and that's even worse. Like you mentioned, it already showed that it is not necessarily that much about strategy. It's more about raw gun skill. And as we move onto a Control with a 2-0 lead, I was hoping, I thought that we could get onto a game 5, but because the side of OG won map 1, that completely changed the outcome. And I feel like without that hardpoint win for the side of New Gen Ninjas, it was all downhill for them.
Yeah, it has been tough. It has been very tough. But this could be your final map at the World Championships. It could be your final map of the year. So why not put it all out there?
Absolutely.
Leave it all on the table. And if your New Gen Ninjas come out swinging, remind everybody just how good you are. Viper, talked about here as one of the best SMG players in the world. That's through your peers. That's through world champions. Come on, show us, remind us exactly of the quality that you have. For OUG, it's simply looking to rinse and repeat what has been a simple series thus far. And Viper will move forward with the Type 63 through the middle of the map. Cut down, however, and it's a bit of a do-si-do around the pillars, and what the hell was that? Comes out in the end in favor of pretty much no one as the trades come through instantly. King's going to push forward and holding on to mid, very important on raid. We've discussed this earlier, and you can see just how much as the bodies line up.
And I mean, as simple as it is, I would say that it looks the best we've had so far, because it's usually just OG overwhelming New Ninjas immediately. That did not happen this time around, which on its own, it's good for the New Gen. Now let's see how well they can do to capitalize on this situation. They actually do have a very small kill lead indeed that, you know, if I was them, I would take, and at the same time, they are using it right now to capture Bravo. They are immediately capitalizing on those kills, and OG is like, fine, take it. I don't care. I'm just gonna defend defend A. And apparently that's what they're gonna stick to.
Yeah, one of those tactical decisions that comes through sometimes. When do you pick the pace up? When do you slow it down? Will OUG decide that they're going to slow down, hand the extra minute to New Gen Ninjas, and instead prioritize position and gunfight condition? You get all that presence in mid. Kings is gonna lose out to Marvel, who's pulled the sniper from the back rock there. But again, I think a lot of this control right now that New Gen Ninjas are getting, OUG should be concerned. They're making great ingress, and they're actually on the point.
They are, and that could be an issue. There's a single player though, but let's see for how long he can maintain his health up. That's gonna be Jess. Jess trying to survive. 100 killer drone to the face by Tectonic, and that takes care of that problem. Now Fran is trying to redeem his ally, doing a lot of damage, but not quite finding a kill now. 10 for 10 on each side. Great way to begin. Also Solo. What's going on with Solo and no kills throughout the entirety of the round?
Yeah, it's interesting, but we will give him a moment to try and recover. We've still got a little bit of finishing here to do. 4v9. New Gen Ninjas have been brilliant here. Viper's actually decided to bring out the Tempest. Let's find an attack round. They know they can do this right here. They're going to dive the point to force the fight, to drag it in front of Viper's Tempest, and you don't even really need to do that. The kills go your way, 1v9. Kings, well, he's a talented player, but not that good. Jez does enough to close that out. Brilliant work from New Gen Ninjas then. It felt like from the very get-go they were in control of the control, cleaning up quickly around the ring and then dove that point. I'll give a lot of props to Marvel. He did a great job from that backside of pool, just under bed, of covering over his boy's approach.
Absolutely, absolutely. They were working together to make sure that those on the inside did not struggle like crazy. They were making sure that they either got the kill or got the information to his allies to make sure that they are capitalizing on the situation. They immediately captured, they immediately converted those kills, and they are immediately rooting for the kills now, yet again. Double kill now with the Pred missile from up above by Viper. Now, they're trying to capture over on B by the hands of OG. They have managed to go through the middle of the map, but let's see how good that works, because Fran is going all the way around through the pool and into enemy spawn right now.
We did ask for a hell of a lot from Viper, by the way, and he has 16 kills this early. No one else in the lobby is remotely close.
Solo has one, he's close.
Viper's decided that this is not the end of his tournament for sure. Annihilator brought out. Predator also. Equalizer as well for Warden. New Gen Ninjas recognizing that with these early operators, what they can do is very quickly turn this into a 2-0. More of that situation of just compounding the effects of leading early in control.
It is wild to me that it is actually control, the one that New Gen is dominating, doubling the amount of health on the opposite end. 30 seconds left, they're trying to go towards Alpha, and well, they're gonna be able to do so, seems like, but for how long? That's the biggest question. They have a few utilities that they could use, but they're on offense. Is that gonna be worth it?
That's a great question. Only OUG can answer for you. And they usually find the kill on towards the stairwell, so 2 ticks will line up. And for New Gen Ninjas, do you just give this up? It certainly seems that they're prioritizing ringside. I think Fran's still itching a little bit for the fight, and there is pressure slowly starting to come across the map. But it feels more like a defensive cordon than anything else. New Gen Ninjas, they'll give it, and they'll tell OUG to run at them with what they've got left of their lives.
Right now, 16-8. Kings with a knock, trying to push forward for more. There's Raph, trying to make it happen with a VMP. Shot landed by Tech. They continue to push. Annihilator gonna be taken out for a ride. Misses the first shot, misses the second. His allies all drop to the ground, and so does Kings. All of a sudden, it's only Solo against the world, and he gets brutally murdered by none other than Warden. I'd like to point out, I feel like OG are getting stomped on in a sense.
It's a weird series, right? We've just watched OUG run amok and have the time of their lives.
Exactly.
Enough time for a cuddle as well in the middle of the S&D. So the fact that you were 2-0 up so comfortably, and then when New Gen Ninjas apparently just love Raid, doesn't matter the composition of their team. All 5 players love it here. Sparrow from Jez will find Kings. And he will make more progress. Viper's brought the Tempest to the kitchen as well. And the Predator missile finds Kings as well. God bless him. I think he's been on the end of like 4 streaks in his last 4 lives. But he's making good progress here. 1 tick on the board. And for OUG right now, I think he's trying to find position. Cartels has found his way into the kitchen. I think he's a little bit surprised by that. And honestly, the timing goes against him a little bit with Viper, who will try and hug the window. Got to keep an eye on the wheelbarrow as well. So on the spin, can you do enough? Well, the answer is no. Tectonic with 2 to break New Gen Ninjas' backs for a moment. But 2 ticks came in. You'll be happy with the early work.
You should be, you should be. They've been doing a great job so far in here. Right now, the live's slightly closer, which is, in a sense, good for OG, but let's see for how long they can actually manage to keep it up to that same level at a distance. Well, the ARs, the marksmen are taking a lot of an important role in here. Look, headshot by Viper. Someone said SMG. Look at him rock that Type 6-3. Amazing job done there from his room. Now, all of a sudden, they're gonna capture Alpha. Last time around it was B, this time is A. And with that in consideration, what is OG going to do about that? They are tied to the neck. What is next?
Well, for New Gen Ninjas, right now, it's just about getting out spawn and breaking through a couple of waves. You do have one player who's advanced all the way up towards Pool in Jez, but he's hoping for the rest of his boys to get there. The problem for Jez, I think he's looking to fight for mid-map control to relieve that pressure. He may well walk between two different players, not helped by the fact that Raf finds Warden.
Failing this mission.
So OUG with a certain amount of resistance here, and as they continue to hold, they continue to delay, this just burns through the new gen time. Minute 5 left.
Minute and 5 left in here. Ooh, tech exploding to the ground. France suffering the pain from Kings. A lot of back and forth kills, and all of a sudden there's 12-9, slight lead in favor of OUG. That's exactly what they were looking for, but it took them a very, very long while to actually be there. But it's still not a comfortable spot to be at. There's Kings finding his kill number 16 of this game. Inside of the hill, there's going to be Viper once again at a distance. Marvel and Jess are both going to be using an operator, which is wild to me, but at the same time, it seems like they want to close this one up. Can they do it, though? 5v5, double for Marvel. There's Garden helping out with the equalizer. They want to finish it off, but the side of OUG are trying to remain alive. 3 versus 2 at a distance there. Jess just spraying with a Sparrow. There's a nade kill for Fran. There's a weapon kill for Fran again, but this is still a 2 versus 2. Is not quite over yet. Tech has an operator, but he refuses to use it, and I certainly understand why.
I think you gotta try and hold on to it, I guess, for later, but you gotta get there first. 2v2, Fran's gonna take the top of the ring. You move forward, that first ticks in. A little bit of damage actually for Fran. I think that the War Machine dud hurt, and Jez finds King, so it's all on Tectonic then. 1v2, and he wasn't the player with the operator. He's going to invest what's left of his, and that will be that. New Gen Ninjas walked their way to a victory here in the control. Certainly wasn't on my bingo card, considering we walked in and it was flat out there. You could feel that they'd been walked through very easily in those first 2 maps. Barely a word between them. Apparently they don't need to discuss strategy. They're just going to go out there and slaughter everything in front of them.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It was incredible to see. You were commenting on it, the fact that they just came from an atrocious, and I mean very, very bad, let's be honest, with all due respect, New Gen. They lost control completely on Search and Destroy, but they regained it back on control, funny enough, which is wild to me. Very well-deserved victory, and it is now them with the crazy numbers. Look at Jazz, look at Viper, the 2 definite roles for the MVP slot are those 2. It was insane to see them just pop every head that they had in their way.
It certainly is. Viper started so strong as well. Big part of why the team were rolling through the early stages with such comfort. Jez, he was consistently solid all the way throughout. The other 3, well, the kills aren't going to be that high because they just weren't needed to be.
I mean, yeah, 25 kills. Between the 2 of them was like nearly, what, 40, 45? Between the 2 of them on 3 rounds.
Incredible performance from the pair of them, and it will push this series ever further. We will have more showings from the 10 players on our board, and honestly, it's nice to see Viper have that moment as well. I think he's had such a good tournament. It would have been a shame to see him be eliminated in a quiet 3-0 fashion. So the fact that he gets to take over in a map that's crucial to his squad is exactly what we want to see, and I know it's exactly what the fans from the Indian region want to see as well. And if you're a fan of Call of Duty Mobile, you just want more opportunities to tune in with it, and you're going to get that because we've got a map 4, an Apocalypse. Now, the last time you and me cast an Apocalypse, it was a little bit exciting.
It was. It definitely was. I mean, if you're talking about exciting, talk to me about a 250, 249.
It was indeed, and it had one of these teams in it. So for New Gen Ninjas, it doesn't matter how the victory comes. If you have to do it the same way and age a couple of years inside one map, you'll do it. Doesn't matter. But the difference here, of course, is the OUG team that you're up against. Very good at hardpoint, and we saw that in map 1. They were dominant. How do New Gen Ninjas counter that? We've talked about their lack of ability to come up with strategy into this, completely with circumstances out of their control. Who is it, or what is it that they've got to do here to push it to that map 5?
I mean, I feel like, of course, with the very few times that you have in your hands, you can try to strategize as best as you can. But this map in particular, I didn't feel like the side of New Gen was lost. Like in comparison to the S&D and Tanisha, where they were just let's just walk and see what happens. Yesterday when they were playing that game 250-249, I felt like they were rotating, they were properly using the operators, they were properly making sure that Viper was getting inside of their faces, using the Tempest to break through a lot of really tight spots. So I feel like if they manage to secure that type of scenarios against OG, there's still hope for them in here.
Certainly is. Marvel gets off to a start where he dies straight away to, well, himself essentially. It's going to be the pinstripe feeds, the back and forths that are traditional here in P1. P2 will be Temple side, so squads are going to be instantly thinking of that and trying to hold or maybe hit a flank as we see Tectonic get on his bike. And he's actually going to find his way in through the back and does get in. Great work from him early, very heads up. Frando's going to push himself into Chicken Coop and give his players a bit more of a protection buffer, but it's not going to do much for long because the rest of the team are here. And OUG will take hold.
Good amount of kills on both sides, so I'll give it a both. Round of applause for NewGen to at least not suffer what happened last time around, which, like I mentioned, is good. I was talking about the fact that OG is fairly good when it comes down to hardpoint apocalypse, but what we saw yesterday from NewGen, it also showed a lot of good promise from them. So as we now begin to move on to the next hill, the first one to get there could be the side of NewGen. Actually, no. Actually, Jess is going to be executed, and the first inside will be Cartels, who try to push for more. He gets taken down, but his allies are going to be getting the initial hold.
Certainly shall. Jez trying to play close with the VMP. It's contested. The smoke just making it difficult to clear out your opponents, but up and over the top is the answer for some of this OUG roster. Solo gets himself in, and well, it's messy, and he doesn't actually find the kill in the end. It's Warden who does enough. Cartels with the instant trade. Tectonic looks to turn and face, but Jez with the Sparrow will clear him off and push forward. And I like that decision because it means you've just got players running into the end of your SMG. 4 in a row there for the young man. Tectonic manages to do enough to stop him, but well, he says, I'm not to be outdone, finds to be by himself.
All right, the back and forth fight, I like it, love to see it. We were expecting something similar to what we saw yesterday. So far, we're getting it. 39 to 45 points. Slight advantage going in favor of the third Chinese team, who's trying to remain alive. Of course, we have already seen how Wolves unfortunately dropped to the loser bracket. Q9, in case you have been missing it, has been doing not so bad themselves, but in here, OG is still trying to keep the region afloat. They have been so dominant in the past, and they are trying to continue to assert that control over the rest of the world. As we proceed onto the last 40 seconds of this hill, OG has a solid control.
I certainly do, or at least did. 3 kills. The NewGen Ninjas will give them space on the map. Marvel's Death Machine will help them punch a hole in what was supposed to be a defensive hole. Great adjustment to read the player up high. Tectonic's going to do his best to line the point. Won't do much. Equalizer now from Warden, looking to chain, but does not find purchase. Cartels with 2, Solo with his own double, and you break straight back in for OUG.
That's right. 83 points now for OUG. And pretty much everybody with the same amount of kills on the side of OUG, as per usual, just outslaying the opponents inside of the hill. It seems like it's going to be Tectonic. That OVJ role is going to be in charge of an fan favorite for the longest time, which is Tectonic. He's so charismatic, and well, in here he was trying to hold the control. Unfortunately enough, it was rather taken away very abruptly by the hands of NewGen. Now the usage of Fran's War Machine will complicate it even further. Luckily enough, there was the help of the side of OUG to take care of it, but not only the War Machine, now the Sparrow, and that's a Quadra, just exploding them all up. Try to go for tech. Still, does not matter if you die as long as your teammate is still alive inside of the hill. If for at least 20 seconds, that was the case for NewGen.
Well, this has been a better passage for NewGen. Tectonic will do his best to stop that as he finds 3 in the feed and 4 in a row. Raf then answers in. Tectonic's still going. Someone stop this man. He's having himself a performance. 22 kills to lead the lobby alongside Jez. And to be fair, it does feel like a war between those 2 players right now. For Jez, it's a case of not wanting his tournament to be over. For Tectonic, it's wanting to sweep aside this problem in front of him. But there is going to be a solid lead here for OUG as we look to our second rotation. they've been the better side in the early stages. There is resistance from New Gen Ninjas, but you feel like you're looking to see a little bit more out of players like Viper, who currently only has 10. Fran also on 10. Warden on 11. They've got to step those numbers up if they're going to stay alive.
That's right. They are making sure that they're not losing complete control, but at the same time, they need to start regaining that confidence needed to actually close that gap. Tempest in the hands of Viper will take one, goes for two, but immediately executed by Cartels, and that's the type of issues that are having a huge impact against New Gen. The value off of the operators has just not been as great as they would have liked to. Of course, Marvel with the Dead Machine has done quite a job with it, but at the same time, it's just not been enough. It's not been enough. They're constantly trying to keep up with OG, and if it continues to be that way, and if it happens to snowball again in favor of OG, that could be the end of the road for New Gen.
Certainly could. Viper tucks himself inside the cave, takes his time. It looks like it's going to be a temple hit with the Death Machine for OUG. Very clear what they want there. Looking for the spawns at the backside of P2. There's a Sparrow in action as well for Kings. He's looking to swat away anyone who's playing in through the front and has the angle actually over the top onto the point. Unfortunately, doesn't connect with anything, and well, Marvel doesn't get what he wants out of his Death Machine. Raf's going to try and bring his claw to the party, and it's just swatting down these players in front, cutting them down as they sprint forward. You got to look in through the gap here towards the cave. Can you do enough? You can just bounce it off the wall, turn this into a shredder. And for OUG, you continue to hold over a 50-point lead incoming, and we're marching ever closer to that 200-point marker, and OUG do not seem to be threatened by this New Gen Ninjas roster at all.
That's right, the closest that New Gen Ninjas try to get, the further away OG seems to be getting, and in here is starting to sting as if they were just bitten by something that cannot just let go. They are constantly ostigating the opponents, making sure that they don't feel comfortable, that they don't know what to do to a certain extent. It's been really well executed so far for the side of OG, and this advantage could go even deeper if they continue to play this way. You can see Kings in here barely getting inside, so goes back in, turns around. There's a double for Warden. Warden trying to get through. There's gonna be tag. No, a triple, a quadra now using that equalizer, immediately pushing for more, make it a fifth, going for more pain, allows the team to actually move forward, and with the help of the War Machine, that certainly can bring in a few super good seconds that New Gen need, but it only lasts for a few seconds.
Yeah, that's the thing. That is tough to watch because the equalizer drove your line forward so much, pushed OUG back so far. You're thinking, okay, well, my boys can at least get 10-15 seconds out of this, and once I spawn back in, I should be able to join the party. You spawn in, you see that you've lost it instantly. Cartels will find the kill with the Tempest. Hunter Killer as well going to be sent in the direction of Warden. He doesn't have to deal with it as it hits the house that he's stood in, but you don't survive for very long either way. OUG stroll over that 200-point mark. The next hill's going to pop. There's actually a flip out on the spawns. So New Gen Ninjas have themselves a pinch set up. Can OUG read this? Well, the answer is no. Solo returns 2 kills by himself. Raf does enough. And to be honest, that should have been an opportunity for New Gen to wipe you from the board, but Solo's gone huge inside and has the Death Machine as a reward to continue to turn up the pain on the Indian roster.
Oh my goodness. Pray and pray, baby. Look at all them shots in here now. On top of it, well, there was the usage of the Sparrow by Kings. There's the War Machine by Tech, the Pred Missile by Solo, the pain unfolding into the hearts of New Gen, who continue to fall further and further behind. Of course, there's Vipers, there's the Tempest, there's the break, but there's only 20 seconds left, and the disadvantage was of nearly 100 points. They're finally trying to once again regain some sort of control, but can they do it though? They need it. They have to be flawless in order to survive, to manage to take us to Game 5.
Certainly got to throw everything at this. Your last stand in this tournament. Will OUG deliver the killing blow? Well, for gunfights like that from Warden, will do a good job of going towards, but then it's all gold in the feed, and OUG have so much room now. You won't get that body into P1, But the fact that you've been closing it out here just means NewGen have to constantly scramble. There isn't a strategy to this. It is put your body on the line and hope for the very best. Death Machine finds 1. That's 2 from Marvel. Do you read the players pushing out of Temple side? You find 3 and then 4, but we'll cut down after that. Warden tries to dive in now. You've got 30 seconds left on this, but it's sticking around here for as long as possible and then bouncing up for P2, which is the side OUG currently have control of.
And ladies and gentlemen, only 14 seconds are needed for the side of OG. NewGen have to be perfect. Equalizer in the hands of Warden. Warden pushing forward. Gonna take 1, gonna go for 2. Pushing for more. Not gonna be possible. Gets taken down. His allies are still alive. 10 seconds left in this heal. That's not gonna be enough time for OG. And they're not even close to it. They're beginning to rotate to the next area. And the one in charge to try to prevent it is gonna be Marvel. Marvel trying to do his thing. Not gonna be possible. Cartels with the usage of the Tempest is gonna be more than enough. The point about to start. Turns around. Tries to defend himself. He cannot do it. Now the War Machine is going to be in the hands of Fran, who takes the knock onto Tectonic. They have to be perfect. They're trying to sit inside, and they're managing to stay alive, but for how long? Only 10 seconds are needed now for OG.
They'll spawn close. If you are the NewGen Ninjas, so OUG will have to hit them once again. Sparrow goes to great work. Jez will return fire with 2 of his own, but Tectonic's War Machine does enough to finish the job. OUG march on 3-1 victors on the day. Their hard points look phenomenal, quite frankly. Every single player across that team feels like they've had their moments to shine. King's, of course, going to be one of the players we talk a hell of a lot about, but Tectonic in that last map, so damn good. It's relatively comfortable in the end. It's a shame for NewGen Ninjas, obviously the circumstances that they came in with, the way in which they will bow out of this tournament. They can hold their heads extremely proud for what they did, overcome so many obstacles to get themselves that top 8 position.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It was really well played. A good, valiant effort on the side of NewGen. You see a Tech there just showing respect to the players that they just beaten. And I gotta be honest, it was tough. It was difficult for the side of NewGen, but they tried their hardest, right? Both of these teams, this is not at all the stage 5 that we were expecting. But they, like I mentioned, they tried to do as best as they could. Look at Tech not only getting the kills, he was there with a tied up time of 2 minutes and 34 seconds. If I'm not mistaken, the other player that we were talking about earlier also had 2 minutes and 34 seconds. It seems like, you know, a fun number to end up with.
I mean, Tectonic, that is certainly MVP right there. That stat line is different. It's a great effort from Jez, 44 and 30. He clearly wanted to have more of a say in this Poland World Championships, but it's a case of it's a step too far sometimes. Again, there's no system there really. They're plugging square pegs in round holes. It's kind of trying to make do with what you're not natural on. And they've put up a good fight and been incredibly entertaining while out here.
Yeah, that's for sure.
OUG, yeah, they look great. S&D as well was solid, very comfortable there. It's just that control. You sit and you look at the control and you go, okay, how the hell did that happen? I think that's the one thing that they're going to have to figure out as they march on in this tournament. It doesn't get much easier from here. Every team that's eliminated, every step forward you take, it is a better roster standing in front of you who've earned their place, their right to not only be in these championships, but to look ahead towards Sunday.
Absolutely, absolutely. What's ahead of them, it's what will be the most important part, and there you have it, winners, OUG. Such a great job in here.
It was indeed. And these 5 gentlemen all performed incredibly well. We've mentioned many of the names on the roster, and one of them that had a great series was Raf. We've got an interview down the main stage alongside Mami.
Back here in the pit, off a fresh win, Raf from OUG, my dudes. What a game. How did it feel like?
Honestly, going off the loss against SC, we are in a do-or-die situation, so we took it really calm, started breathing in and out, calmed and all that. So it feels good to win, honestly, one step at a time.
You're no stranger to a lower bracket run, especially with Tribe last 2 years ago, 2-3 years ago. It was Tectonic there, and now you have Tectonic in your team, knowing very well that, hey, I've been here before. We won a championship because of his lower bracket run. Has he given any kind of advice to you guys in terms of this?
Honestly, Tectonic has like the backbone of the team. You know, he's the veteran. He's always told us to keep calm. Regardless of situations, we are all going through a little bit of issues here and there, but at the end of the day, he's always there for us, telling us to calm down, just keep forward, you know?
You're utilizing this life for OUG here. Like I told Tectonic a while ago, like you guys have nothing to lose, and it seems like you're really showing up and having a possibility to go up against another team that's going on right now. That's gonna be Stalwart and Galorus. I know. That's gonna be really tough. So you're gonna be going up against them. You haven't gone through Galorus yet. What are you expecting for your next matchup?
Honestly, against either or, I think against Stalwart, we learned from our mistakes, we're coming stronger. But if it is against Galorus, it is no new game. You know, unfortunately, with LG last year, we did lose in a very, very tight game. So we're going to make sure not to repeat that this time. But either way, we're excited.
No mistakes, or else they will be punished. Thank you so much, Raf. Have a good game. Thank you so much. They're going to be waiting, and we're watching that current stream right now. But let's see what's going to happen. Off to you, casters.
Wonderful interview there with, of course, Raf and Mommy. And I gotta say, it's refreshing to hear that kind of discussion go on where he's like, yes, we lost them last year, but we're looking to have grown into that this year if we play against Galorus. On the opposite side of things, he's kind of like, look, we're a team that just feels like we can face up against anybody and have a good run at things regardless of who it is in front of them. So if it is Stalwart, if that's who they end up playing, then they will certainly have that challenge layout in front of them. The playoff bracket in front of us here, so confirmation that Q9 beat off Stalwart in the top there, and Elevate against Q9 will be up in your winners bracket, your winners finals. On the bottom side, it's Stalwart and Galorus. Wolves will be the team to play OUG, and OUG will face very few tougher tasks than this. So if growth has been the theme of the day, they're going to have to find it very quickly coming out of that series into this one for who they're facing next.
Yeah, no, it's going to be amazing to see how well they can adjust. The side of OG has beaten before Wolves, only once. But outside of that, it's been very, very difficult for them. But it's possible, it's doable. That's the thing that we've been talking about a lot. The fact that, well, anything can happen as long as you're well prepared and you can manage yourself to give the greatest performance.
100%. Again, it could be your last matchups here in the World Championships. Put it all out there, and you have beaten them once before. However, if we're going to settle that tale, we're going to do it after this very quick break.
And SDE were able to really play that round to quite high effectiveness. So here's a different look now for SDE on the offense. Very fast hit down there.
It's right through tunnel. Mihawk a little late to the party, but brings the goods. Sometimes you don't have to show up right when the invitation says to be there, as long as you're bringing the chips and salsa.
Is that real?
Yes.
All right.
Jai, a little bit of trouble here up close on B. And look at the mini-map. Stare at it. Look at those blue dots making their way around the back. Hey, how are you? Good for one. Doesn't get a read on the second, but Foki is feeling it. Meanwhile, the snipers for Stalwart both connect, and all of a sudden, this play for Gallers is almost a bit isolated until Foki comes through! 1, 2, 3! Light him up, knock him down!
Woo! Ace from Lucasen. Pop-off moment now for Foki. A player that we really wanted to see step into his own, struggled in Search versus Wolves. And man, did he have a good map number 1, and even better, he's just trying to catch Lucasen right now. He's just 2 behind. So now, what do you do with your STE? Last round of offense. Seems to go back to the old standard. Get some wine presents, maybe get some nades, push over towards Arch perhaps?
Mihawk drops though. That will limit how the defense can set themselves up, and Foki also taken down quickly. So it should be a pretty fast plant here for Stalwart in the 5v3. And honestly, if I were looking at one guy, I'm looking at Lucasen. Yep, that's right, Obs team. You know what I'm looking at. He's going to have to be El Diablo right now.
No late utility coming through from Gallers, at least it looks like. The longer they wait, the more question marks that they're going to end up having. SDE still in a really good position to at least cover the flank. The only player that would be able would be Hen. Zeus does find the first blood for the retake.
Just spamming through the windows. That takes down one. Here's the slide across. Lucasen, what do you got, brother? Hermano, not much. Stalwart's post plant too strong. Zeus able to connect once to try to get the hands hot, but it's a 3-3 as we swap at the sides.
Go figure. Post plant retakes here on Tunisia. Still very difficult to do, even if you are Lucasen. So you go from here at a 3-3 dead even half going into Tunisia. I'm looking at Clove to constantly be that real thorn in the side with his HSO shotgun, just always lurking in a lot of different locations, keeping Gallus honest. But we've seen this from Gallus. They're very okay to leave the bomb and spawn just to play for a good timing, and it garners the first blood.
Yeah, that's just not showing a lot of nade presence early towards A, and so Stalwart are like, let me take a look. Well, that's going to cost you.
It sure does.
Early 5v4. Focus up towards mid, and whoa, Foki gets a little bit baited right there as Jai is there to cover his other defender. That's good for a couple, but Mihawk says bet. Or whatever the Portuguese equivalent it would be.
I say bet.
They have the bomb.
Bomb now recovered, but look. FTX. Yeah, he's going to end up getting the isolated 1v1. If he's going to be able to get the kill, would have been something, but Lucasen will take him down in return. But now the bomb's pancake over towards your spawn. Skurd just going to completely give it up just to try to play for the rewrap over towards B, while Mihawk and Hen go for the chase.
Tons of time on the clock, so there's a lot of opportunity and option for how Gallus decide to play this 2v1. Rather for Skurd, he's just trying to beat some timing, and I don't believe he sees that. Still behind the play, but I don't think he knows that he is chasing footsteps right now.
Oh, he is chasing Ghost hard right now. There is no way that he would know. I mean, he did clear all of B. It would be astonishing if it was down that site.
There's the information. Oh, and Hen, good timing right there, has the gun up, playing the corner on the entryway, take the first opening offense.
But it's one of those gambles that when you leave the bomb and spawn like that and you got to go back for it because you don't have any arch presence and it's just an isolated player trying to make that play of Lucasen, as good as he is, he will get isolated and traded out. So almost a real scary thing, but Gallus are right back into the lead. Okay.
Maybe he's born with it, maybe it's Maybelline.
Definitely born with it.
Definitely born with it. Dude, Gallus are swarming, my guy. I'm liking this tempered aggression that we're starting to see. And yeah, Chai's like, there's more than one there. I'm not interested. Yep. So we'll rotate the bomb to B. Possibility to trap the offense here with that long route coming from FDX.
Full coverage around the bomb site. Nade is going to land inside a tunnel ever so slightly, but it's not going to connect with anything. This nade will definitely.
That will. Doesn't stop the plant, though. Reset now coming through. 2v2 on the bottom side at B. 1v2 the other directions. Lucasen has been aware of the threat, but Jai connects through tents. Foki just going to play a corner. And the defense is going to try to take the 3v2. At least that's the idea. Stalwart taking their time, seeing if they can find something from FDX, but he gets tagged through the wall. Now the hit from the front needs to start to produce. Reach for the opener. Shot over the top for Jai, doesn't land. And that's the end of that opportunity for the retake. Gallerist get to 5.
Yep, getting loud, get their 5th round and marching their way closer towards a tied-up series. It's exactly what you want to see from Gallerist, but SCE are starting to get a little creative as far as their opening rolls are concerned. We'll have to see if they can catch any good timing up through mid to stop this very aggressive Gallerist team from running them over. The bomb gets picked up initially, you know what that means from Gallerist. They're going to execute a site pretty quickly. Lucasin hoping for a challenge. Again, no nades, much like you were saying.
Yep.
Hoping for somebody to challenge, but it's not going to come through.
Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice.
Still shame on me.
Still shame on me.
Yeah, still shame on me.
Patient approach for Gallerist. Feeling things out as they make their way through plants and up into the entrance to B. Deep smoke blocks the sniper angle. Clove has to rotate quickly to try to assist if at all possible, but honestly, this is fine for Gallerist. They're already on the site. They already got some angles to challenge, and even though it's a 1-for-1, the bomb should be in a position to try to be committed, but Stalwart is going to reinforce from the front, and now Gallerist are going to bail.
So much time here in this 3v4. So they're going to leave Foki behind. Oh, he's hearing them leave. He's hearing them leave, but he's not hearing the one that's crouching right around the corner.
Oh.
Hello?
Time.
Oh.
FDX stuck, and he's going to get isolated here. Should.
Finding so much time.
So here comes the rest of the help. Hen thinking about the plant and backs off. Now it's just down to can you connect 1v2. Stalwart trying to surround. Still time to play with this and isolate the angle. He catches info onto 1. And he's going to try to trust the scope. Does not see Skurd walking his way up ramp, and Stalwart bring us back to within 1.
All right. So Stalwart keeping themselves in the game 1 round at a time. Only trail by 1 now. They're just supposed to come through all off of the innate. I'm pretty confident saying that Lucasin did drop a trophy there inside the arches, so that was probably the giveaway that somebody was lurking over there. So leaving the bomb back in spawn, nades up through mid. Gallerist looking for about a double chow through mid just for that first blood, but it is a heavy stack on the A defense.
More wallbang attempts, just looking mostly, I would imagine, for information with those hit markers, but nothing going to connect initially. Lucasin on the other side, though, does find...
As far as artists go, I wouldn't say I'm a great one, but some of those players also need lessons. That was a wild performance from some of them. Some really good ones as well. I've also got to give it to Palatal. The entire Stalwart roster are clapping him for drawing an S and an E on the paper, and he's like, what are you talking about? This was simple. Yeah, anyway, kind of enjoying the content here at the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Enigma, this is Gil, and we've run you through 4 series today on Stream B as well. There's a whole heap of them yesterday. We've had so many great ones, but we enter the final one. How much are you looking forward to this, my friend? We're going to get Wolves against OUG.
Yes, I mean, I'm super excited. We've seen him in the past. If you guys follow competitive closely, you've seen them fight when it comes down to the Chinese region. And it is always so amazing to see a situation like that where you reach to a point where there's so very few teams that you will face your region colleagues once again, and this is exactly going to be the case.
Yeah, we've seen a little bit of that through this tournament, right? We had the two Brazilian teams face off against each other with Gallerist coming out on top. This is two of the Chinese teams, and these guys face each other a lot. They know each other very, very well. You mentioned it before the break. OUG are a squad that often come out on the wrong side of this roster have impressed us at points through this, but they'll have to overcome a very different challenge in the face of Wolves. So for OUG here, we've been dubbing it the miracle run. Can you pull it off? Well, this is tectonic. Kings, Cartels, Solo, and Raf. All five of these players have been brilliant. Anyone that stood out of those five gentlemen?
Historically, of course, gotta be for the past 2 days, Kings and Cartels. But today in particular, Raf seems to be on fire.
Yeah, Raf's been having a great time. I think I enjoy the way he plays his claw. He's bouncing it off and off of these tough environments. Very selective about the way he plays around it. But yeah, just in general, has had a great day. But Kings and Cartels, that's that dynamic duo that we certainly enjoyed a lot of yesterday. And some of the highlights that we're going to get here are going to exemplify that. I mean, Cartels just using that SMG to such great effect. That VMP often in his hands becomes a nightmare to face with it. And they've managed to get to this point with a strong run. They've obviously just had to overcome the new gen ninjas. In the hard points in particular, they were unstoppable.
Completely unstoppable, and that's the thing. Have they, their opponents managed to come up with something different? Because at this point, they are on the very last few potential matches. I mean, it's the last match here on Stream B, so at this point in time, I'm intrigued how well they can apply what they have already learned before getting in here, what they have learned by playing in here. And well, so far we've seen that OG is a team that tends to be pretty calm about a lot of things, but if you're talking about calm, what about Wolves? They're always seem to be so chill every single time.
Yeah, exactly. On the opposite side of this whole conversation, while we can wax lyrically about how good OUG are for some time, Wolves are a different breed, quite simply. The Wolfpack will find themselves down here in the lower bracket, having lost to the defending champions in Elevate. I think the only time we've not seen this squad be incredibly composed was at the end of that. They looked incredibly disappointed. What that can often do to a very good team is light a fire under them and make them incredibly difficult to face next. Zai, Peg, Sounds, Wind, and King. These five, other than that series against Elevate, and even that, we went to a game 5. It was an absolute bloodbath back and forth.
It was.
This Wolves roster are stacked with so much talent.
So much talent. It's incredible to see them each and every single time. It's been amazing. It's been a blast. I'm sure that they will once again try to prove why they want to be the champions. It definitely has to hurt. I'm pretty sure that it hurt it for them losing that game 5 against Elevate. But as you mentioned, that pressure can actually help them if they manage it properly. Like you mentioned, Sounds King, Sai, Wind, and Peg. This team that had a little time to recompose themselves. That a loss like that is always tough. It's always tough to lose to a team like Elevate when you know you're capable of beating them, because they are.
Well, let's dig into that a little bit then. We got to watch that series. There were things that obviously Wolves did very well. You forced it to a game 5 against the defending champions. There were things that they also are going to have to have very quickly learned from, right? With their coach in the back as well, Stanley. Are there specific things that you were looking at and thinking, that's not an example of the Wolves that we were expecting to come here? That's not the team that we thought we were going to take over and reclaim their crown?
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. There's still details that need to be touched on. And, well, we're going to get to look at a few of the highlights from this team as well. I feel like Wolves are, like I mentioned, capable of great things. But it's not always that easy. It's not always about just what you can do. It's what you actually do. It does not matter if you are the greatest player. If at the moment of truth, you commit a series of mistakes, you may end up losing. And unfortunately now for Wolves, that's exactly what happened. At this point in time, like you mentioned, there's mistakes that were made. There's issues that need to be solved in order to, well, remain on top here.
100%, but they do get an opportunity to fix those live. Obviously, last year, they had a tough group stage. They went 3-2. That put them in a position where they then played against Elevate, were obviously eliminated, and they didn't get the opportunity to kind of go at that again. There was no hunt for revenge. There was no opportunities to grow in the back. This is, double bracket now. It's going to let them come into this and go, we know what's our problem here on LAN. We know how to fix it, and their pursuit for perfection will continue. They did have a wobble, as we've talked about, through the COD Major season. It was in that stage 2, their S&D and control slipped a little bit. I actually think they've been pretty good across those modes, apart from that one loss to Elevate. The hard point for me just hasn't been what I was expecting. I came into this tournament thinking that they were going to walk over anyone in front of them when it came to hard point. Elevate were very good there, in fact. And for me, when it comes to Wolves, especially on that Hacienda, I need to see a bit more. But do we get it in the series? Let's find out what our 5 maps are going to be as these two square off. The answer is no. Hacienda is banned out, so they won't have to deal with it. It will be a summit to get us kicked off. Coastal S&D, Crossfire Control. Map 4, should we make it, ladies and gentlemen, is an Apocalypse, and map 5 is a standoff. It's a glorious map set, as it always is inside COD Mobile. That's certainly one thing we're very blessed with here, a wonderful range of maps to play on. But Summit then, we know that that's very aggressive, tight corridors, up front, close and personal. We saw Cartel and King, for example, really enjoy that in the last series. They're going to have to enjoy it here as well.
Yes, they will. And I find it really, really interesting that it was actually Wolves who picked Summit. And I find that interesting specifically because they tend to do things like, well, we just saw OG have a blast on Summit, but it's not the first time they've done something like this. A few years ago when they were facing against Luminosity, who coincidentally also had Tectonic, Solo, and if I'm not mistaken, also Kings, they were super, super good when it came down to Summit because of those shotguns, but they go for that power move. They themselves pick the map, and then they ruled that game against them. And I'm sure that's pretty much exactly what they're trying to do here again.
Makes me wonder as well whether Wolves were watching that series and when there's an issue there that we feel we can exploit.
Probably.
Which would be the Wolves' way. They know very much how to VOD review and look into their opponents. Map 2, Coastal. We've seen a couple of bits of that through this weekend. It's become a map, actually, where we're seeing very different strategies. Sometimes it's all-out aggression. Other times it is waiting for as long as humanly possible before moving into one of the sites. Honestly, struggling to kind of sit and decide who that kind of sits on as a favorite. It's not the Tunisia, which has been an issue at points for Wolves through the year, but also we're not going to see the firing range in which we've seen mixed results from OUG.
Yes, indeed. I feel like it's not necessarily the greatest set of maps when it comes down to OUG, but there's definitely hope. There's definitely hope for them. I feel like the first map is going to be a great indicator on what to expect for both of these teams. I feel like Wolves definitely has something in mind. They have a plan and they will try to make sure that, okay, I'm gonna pick your map that you just played, that you did great, and I'm gonna show you that even then, I can crush you in it.
That's a very good point to bring up, because imagine right now, you're looking at that map set as OUG, you're thinking, Summit Hardpoint, this is gonna be a hell of a time. And Wolves curb stomp you.
Exactly.
That's going to highlight the gap in quality between the two teams. Being said, OUG, again, full of characters, full of players that ride with momentum, and off the back of the way they handled New Gen Ninjas, I'm expecting them to look good early on here. It's all about that gas in the tank. I think some of the examples with Wolves of hard points that we've seen is even if they don't get off to the greatest start, they keep themselves in, they make the adjustments, and they put themselves out for a better closing stage, which gets them over the line. It's the difference between good and great teams, which we've seen here Elevate, another example of that. But these two, as they get themselves set up here, it's a case of OUG coming off the back of a win. Wolves are coming off the back of a loss. I wonder how much that shifts the air in the room, because one of you's on the way up. You've got this trajectory where you're feeling good. The other side of things, it's we just lost to the team that we were supposed to come here and beat. That's tough, right?
It is definitely tough, and that's exactly why I'm not too sure what to expect. I know both teams, but I don't know how much of an impact, as you mentioned, that win for OG means, that loss for Wolves means. It is going to be really, really interesting to see how that pans out for the two of them. So far, well, mostly people are starting to get ready, but well, I don't know. That's a great point because, like you mentioned, one is winning, one is losing, and they are facing each other.
I wonder how much pressure it applies to King. He's the guy who's had to come in here and replace. He'll have been less prepped than most. Yes, he's a phenomenal talent. Yes, he knows the ropes here for sure. But you're expecting to play with Rise if you're Wolves. You've got King then alongside you. And he's kind of stepped out of retirement to come into this roster. And having lost that last one, is he thinking, what is it me? Have I been the kind of the slower point of this team? Is it my participation here that means that we're not through against Elevate? And I wonder if he's kind of sitting and thinking this is one of those series where he's got to show exactly how good he is, because we saw how good he was yesterday. There's no doubt he's a talent, but is this one of those series where he suddenly takes over?
Yeah, of course, because it's important not to be great in a single day. It's important for you to be great every single day. So far, has good, definitely some good performances, but not to the extent that we saw yesterday. And for example, in this case, in the Battle of Kings, well, it's gonna be interesting to see who is going to remain on top. You know, Kings from OG or King from Wolves. In here, we've seen that today, Kings from OG has done a really good job. And just before anything happens, at some point I'm gonna mix them up. I'm a little bit dyslexic, so please ignore me if I call Kings or King's King. You know, it's there.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. I mean, what's the colors? Blue and yellow. We'll go with Blue King and Gold King. We'll make it work that way.
Okay.
But it's a case for me of looking across these players. I'm kind of tuning in here all the way through the day. OUG, whether they just lost a map or just won a map, laughs, jokes, all fun. Not seeing that right there. I think they recognize the task that's in front of them. And I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Sometimes it's the right thing to lock in. Other times it's good to be a bit free-flowing and a bit carefree and kind of bring that into your game.
Yeah, that moment where you're playing a game, you suddenly are losing, and you just like, you know, sort of stretch your back. You make sure that you're not that curved and try to focus, or hyper-focus for that matter, into the situation. And, well, a lot of the times it goes good, but if it's too much pressure that you feel, it can actually go against you. So it's gonna be nice to get a look onto the minds from Wolves, because we saw them like full on just thinking, looking into the phone and getting just thrilled to start, getting excited for it, and that's exactly what we're gonna get. We're getting straight onto map number 1. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Wolves versus OUG, the two representatives from China about to fight neck to neck, side to side, as they try to move forward on the World Championships with Call of Duty Mobile.
Yeah, for one last time here, we'll break off for a map 1 in Stream B. And Summit is somewhere that we have seen OUG look good already. But these two will know each other so inside out. They'll be playing counters and bluffs all over this. It's split so far in terms of the points and contested on the hill. 25 seconds still left of this. At what point do we start to see rotations and fight for the spawns? Well, Wolves are going to give themselves a very aggressive line here. And Sound's getting a kill up high, being able to peer in through the window will then help find the second onto Raph, and it's a clean feed if you are a Wolves fan. So OUG need to find a response and to bounce back quickly. We of course head out to the railings for this P2, and it's got about 5 seconds before it pops. Look for people to shift the positioning, but look at that spawn in for Kings. He ends up behind the Wolves team, so he can really upset them here.
And I mean, at the end of the day, more than not, we see both of these teams actually go for the power move of, okay, you can rotate, I don't care, I don't mind, I'm still gonna kick you out within seconds. They both like to go for this play, so it turns into something different to see the two teams trying a similar strategy at the same time. I'm intrigued if maybe Wolves will be the one trying to rotate early, or they're gonna stick to their usual plan, fight till the very last second, and then eventually move to the next one, kick them out as quickly as possible. But well, that's usually OG's plan at the same time too. Right now, 20 seconds left, and the first to move is actually going to be the side of Wolves.
In terms of individuals here, Wynn's already up to 12 kills and has used the Sparrow, so he's flying. Everyone else kind of sitting somewhere around 5 to 10. And largely in the slaying numbers are on the side of Wolves. OUG, though, being efficient with those kills, making them work in terms of point count. Zai holds up on the left, but not well enough to beat out Kings, who's not stopped shooting like a demon all day. You squeeze in through P3. Cartels with the Tempest would have wanted more than that, but sounds countered. You do get EMP'd though, so that pauses you for a moment. Doesn't matter, the millisecond you're released, you get going again. Tectonic then, what can you do? King's Tempest as well to try and battle off here in the operator duel. Reads the play off to the right very well against Solo. And just trying to peer in from the outside from the gondola, but you're going to have more company and you get shut down. Peg has the equalizer, does get himself in on the point, and this is an important 30 seconds for Wolves to grab. You don't want OUG to take it and start to get a bit of a lead.
Yeah, no, I mean, they're getting a bunch, and I mean a bunch of kills leading the way, but it didn't really reflect on the scoreboard. Look at that, it's 63-45. Yes, they still have the time, yes, they still have the control, but they were not necessarily capitalizing on those kills. Now they're finally doing so, and it was important to do it right now, because if they completely lose track of what's going on, yeah, you may be getting 50, 80 kills ahead of your enemies, but if you're not actually transferring that situational kill into an actual kill control, well, you're gonna struggle in here. They fixed that, they tie that, and as the rotation is actually going to be done first for OUG, let's see how long it takes for Wolves to try to break through.
Yeah, they did manage to scoop most of that final 30 seconds. They've pulled it relatively close. OUG, though, set up, as you said. That means you've got to punch through this line if you're Wolves. They haven't found that much of a problem against teams in this tournament, as they typically don't. Kings with the double gives you a bit of space, a bit of breathing room. Just controlling that outside so well is Tectonic as well. Wynn's going to play forward with the shotgun, using the smoke as cover to get himself in. And just shifting around here is going to give room for Peg to get a kill as well. Doing great here is Wynn. I think it's being as much a thorn in the side and stopping that defensive setup as the kills that he gets.
All right, 100 killer drone now. 15 seconds left. The fight continues. Tectonic inside of Hill. So far, 13 kills for him, trying to survive. There's a shotgun and a double there for Wynn. Goes for the triple. Takes it like it's nothing. Just popping skulls left and right for Wynn. Already reaching 20 kills in here. And unfortunately enough, that's not translating once again to the Hill time. And that's been an issue that we saw from yesterday on the side of Wolves. And I feel like they've had it for a while. They don't have necessarily OVJ committed player to actually be constantly doing it, and that could be a struggle if they're not careful enough.
Definitely going to see these kills turn into more points. The fact I'm seeing Wind on 25 and Zai on 24, yet you're trailing by 30. The math doesn't really add up there. The King will pop the Tempest, finds one up high. That'll give him the lookout. Solo's going to flee for his life and won't live for very long. So you've got yourself a hold of P1 here. That being said, OUG find routes through the lower side. King will deal with the top and then eventually decides, you know what, I'll help you out first. Don't worry, I've got your back. Sounds does enough. 18 seconds left on this, so look for those rotations to start to come through. Wolves have the preferred side out of that, really. So how do OUG counter? They go up, round, or through? What's the play call? Kings with 2 suggests it's through. Then although you do fall next, you did enough to get the assist in for your teammate.
Okay, so 115 to 90. We're moving on to point number 2. There's a few utilities available on both sides, so let's see who uses what in this point number 2. The breath missile from up above being used by Peg. Let's see if it lands into anyone. According to the feed, no, that was not the case. Inside of the hill, there's going to be Rap trying to survive. There's the push from Sai. Sai gets executed with a double kill. KRM on fire for Rap. That's exactly the player that we were talking about earlier, doing a phenomenal job so far here, with over 60 seconds already inside of the hill.
He recognizes he's in a Saturday, wants to get himself through to the Sunday, and showing why we need to make sure we're putting plenty of respect on his name. There's actually a player that slipped through here for OUG. Kings again in round the back. It seems to consistently be him finding routes. And if he finds the couple of kills here, surprises the Wolves players, I can allow his teammates not only pick up a couple of seconds, but begin the rotation, which is on. And Solo's here with the shotgun. Raps decided to invest the claw and finds it despite being flashed up. Great work from him. Another moment where we're saying this guy's name, and he controls the outside gondola as well. Wonderful stuff. Should hand the spawns over, should be getting you the rotation. You still have more company though. And will he go out and deal with it? Well, he doesn't need to, because the rest of the boys are here.
Fairly clean transition here for OUG, and even through the smoke, Kings managed to find one, and then a second. Now, there was the usage of the Tempest. Not gonna connect, but at least scares them off fairly quickly. Sai at a distance with the Death Machine will do what he does best, which is spraying. That's a triple, going for the Quadra. Now, there's the Sparrow over there. No value off of it for Kings, and because of that, Wolves are gonna now retake the spawns and get through, get inside. A triple kill with the Sparrow for Wind. There's gonna be the retake for Cartels, but still not gonna manage to get inside in.
Yeah, Wolves really want these points. They've invested 3 different operators very quickly. So you want the payout, you want the reward, and it's where they tied it up last time, if you remember. But OUG, they'll also recognize that, and as they contest, if you can maintain the lead and then get that clean rotation in again, could set them up to excel over the hill beyond catching distance. I will say for Zai there, the fact that he finds 2 inside that smoke is insane, but the rotation's in for OUG. Wolves are going to chase, but just 3 points between them. It's anyone's game.
Very interesting rotation through snow. That's going to be completely turned down by Cartels with a triple. They try to go through, but Tectonic with a nade is going to stop that rather quickly. Now Raf connects a shot and immediately capitalizes on it by eliminating that equalizer. Tempest going to be popped by King as he tries to follow through. He finds a double, tries to go for more, and allows a clean break for the side of Wolves. Finally regaining control of what's going on, because they were trying to catch up for the longest time.
They were, and they figured it out. And this is what Wolves do from what we've seen. It is sometimes a slow start, but they make the adjustments, figure it out as they go. Being said, OUG, they've shown us they've got the stamina. They don't really run out of gas in the tank. They'll keep up this pace. And Solo, tucked into the corner, will be found out. 2 kills for Sounds as he finds his way to the point. Tectonic's going to try and answer. Raf yet again with the KRM, so adept with it. Will get the lead back. What's left of this scrap time will be contested over, because the next hill, it's a stone's throw away. It's just back to P1. Wolves will be in, but OUG, those numbers will start to swarm the north side.
Absolutely insane. 180, 168. Advantage going in favor of OUG. A great control now as they try to move over onto P1 reset. There's 3 operators going to be used at the same time. A Pred missile from up above by King that connects onto Cartels. That is huge. They also took down Solo with the Death Machine. There's only the Claw now for Raf. 29, make it 30. 30 bomb now for Raf as he continues to push for more. They realize that there's someone inside of the hill. They quickly try to get rid of him. Not going to be possible. Death Machine from up above. Coming down from Sai, rushing into the hill. Finds a double. Tries to go for the triple. Tries to help out his teammates. And that's going to be the clean area now in favor of Wolves as they try to once again close that gap.
Zai does so well there, not only by shutting down the claw in the hands of Raf, but just controlling any reinforcements that arrived. And it's a bit of a shimmy, a bit of a shake, but doesn't connect enough if you are Wind. Raf cleans that up. 3 clean kills for OUG. And the feed's looking pretty here if you are the underdog, as you hit 200 points. Problem is, Wolves, that forever in the fight, refuse to go away. And it's going to need more moments of magic. 47 kills on the board for Zai, 42 for Wind. You've not got those kind of numbers if you're OUG, but it doesn't matter, you're turning it into points.
That's right, that's what you gotta do. Right now, double kill for Wind with the Sparrow, double for Sai with his weapon. Now everybody begins to rotate, but let's see how effectively they can do it. Here inside of the hill, there's gonna be none other than Raf. Getting that kill with the KRM, immediately pushing for more, has to reload. He's gonna get the help from his allies, still not gonna be enough, but inside of the hill, there's OUG yet again, 214, the advantage is still gonna be there, still gonna be noticeable, 30 seconds left, and the side of OUG doing a tremendous job at taking so many points with so very few kills. They've been so effective in those kills to make sure that they are taking as much value as possible.
Wolves have managed to get on the point. The rest of this will tie it and send us surely to a final hill at P3. OUG also can't win it here. So it's a case of, well, how long do you stick around? You can see they're already starting to fight for the spawns on P3. Predator Missile's going to come in from Kings to stop that push and support his brother in the back line, and Raf will lose that fight. Kings finds Wind. If you are Wolves, you're still getting the spawns, but you're punched so far back. You need your boys on the outside to arrive, and they do. 3 dead, OUG in. It will be contested. It's 30 points for Wolves, 24 for OUG. This is surely the last hill.
Equalizer is huge right now. They're gonna tie things up. Beck currently waiting for the opponents. Tries to go for them. Not gonna work out. There's gonna be two operators. There's the War Machine by Tech, who clearly knows what he's doing. There's the Tempest from the inside, just currently waiting less than 10 seconds away, 20 seconds away from victory. 35 kills, waiting for the next one. His ally is down, tries to defend, gets the kill. Inside of the kill, there's still Cartels with the Tempest, trying to survive, trying to remain alive. There's gonna be the push, not gonna break through. The Clonova gonna be used by Raph to clear things up. That's a double. Goes for the triple, does not get it. There's the Death Machine inside now by Sai, already with 56 kills. They have the control and there's enough time. There's enough time for Wolves to steal victory away. Can they do it? There's the Hunter Killer drone from outside. They're trying to break through. They finally do it, but it's still not going to be enough. It's not going to be enough time. 249 and OG are still alive and they have the initial hold.
Egg will get here. Zai's trying to arrive in through the north side. OUG are on the point. 1 second to go. And another 50 to 249 victory happens on the B stream. OUG dived the point in just enough time. Half a second from Wolves taking it.
Half a second.
And OUG will celebrate in style. Raph gets loud and he deserves to. Such a good performance there to rip that away, to snatch it.
I don't know who got himself into the hill for half a second just to die, because that's what he did. Yes. He got in just to die. But because of that death, they end up with a victory in a game that they are losing by what? 40 kills?
It's a lot of kills, yes, it's a lot of kills. I'm not sure who it was. I think it's Solo who decides to dive the point there, a mortar for his team.
Goodness.
Either way, it doesn't matter. It's enough to see you through. What a performance out of all of these players, but none more so than Kings. 53 and 46 to top the way, plus 20 assists and nearly a minute in the hill. We know that Summit is chaotic. It's about controlling that, but sometimes I think that players thrive in it, and for OUG, Kings is certainly one of them. A great performance. That being said, on the other side, Wolves, if you're someone like Zai right now, you're looking at how many kills you put up, you're kind of questioning how the hell did we not win this? How did we not turn this into more points?
Yes.
And it's moments like that at the end, selfless plays from OUG. We saw some great technical ability out of Wolves, but we didn't really see that.
It's just crazy. I'm still trying to get over this game, because we were talking about the mental coming down from Wolves, right? How do you feel now that you have lost a game that should have had earned it like 3 points ago? You are not properly getting the hill time that you should be getting with so much of a kill differential. That is just a huge mistake coming down from the side of Wolves. And I mean, we were talking about the fact that they always look to be calm in here. I genuinely feel like they should be concerned, and understandably so. They lost to Elevate, and right now they're losing to OG.
They certainly are. And what I will say, to put this context of the whole series together, you did say that OUG had to win map 1. You do not want to be looking down the rest of that series, having lost a map that we know you're good on, to a Wolves team that are very good on Apocalypse if we get to that map 4. Let's look ahead. Let's talk about the Coastal S&D. We've seen OUG walk relatively comfortably over the New Gen Ninjas. How much we can take away from that, I don't really know. And I guess I pose the question to you. Is it one of those where they dominated a team that should have been quite close? Or is it a case of they had a system and New Gen Ninjas had nothing to counter that? Does that factor into how you're thinking they'll perform against Wolves?
I definitely feel like it's a completely different situation now for OUG, because although they did great against the New Gen Ninjas, it comes down to the fact that they were not playing S&D, they were playing Team Deathmatch by rounds, you know, and it was a completely different scenario. This time around, Wolves, yes, it's their not so great game mode, but it still was a team from China who managed to end up as a first seed for China. So I feel like it's nowhere near a fair comparison for the side of OG, and I said it was important for that same reason for OG to win the hard point, because the search and destroy, I feel like it should be more inclined to Wolves. But then again, how much of the mental has been, you know, shattered a bit on the side of Wolves?
Well, we shall find out. Raph almost finds out just how much momentum a frag grenade has as it misses his ear by millimeters. Using this KRM, to hold Sellers down. And that feels like the perfect spot for him with how good he looked. Tectonic starts off with 2 here, finds Win, Sounds, and King. 3 dead, and there goes Peg. And as simple as you like, OUG walks straight through the Wolves line.
I mean, I'm sorry, OG, I died with you, I guess. 3 kills for Tectonic, 2 kills for Cartels, and not a single casualty or care in the world for the OUG roster. I'm sorry I ever doubted you, but okay, let's go ahead and see what happens. That was round number 1. You did a great job. Can you do something similar on the next one? So far, a few nades are going to be thrown.
Considerably more aggressive from Wolves this time out on the outside of A. Tectonic played very well on that back. Had he last time? Does he get red? It don't matter. Solo and Kings are dead. Tectonic's going to be tucked inside, and he's next to fall. So 3 cleanly for Wolves. Peg's going to try and hold these back stairs, which will be the correct play. Obviously, we know that because of X-Ray. He's doing it purely based on intuition, but do you have enough heads up to think about where the second player is arriving from? Because you do have a player coming through mid in Cartels. And actually, he's wrapped all the way out.
Let's see. Oh, Sai with a sniper shot onto Cartels. All of a sudden, it's a 1v5 and a whole lot of trouble for Raf. Yes, he's an outstanding player, an insane shotgun to be playing with. But against 5 people, what are you going to do? 15 seconds left. Do you want to push? Do you want to wait? There's no real good answer for the last player alive on the side of OUG. He begins to flex with the gloves, but a nade will do the job. In the same way we had a flawless for OUG all of a sudden, now it's the other way around for Wolves.
Heads up play there for Isaiah as well. I think he recognizes it's going to be Raph, it's going to be a shotgun. He's looking for close quarters, throws half a shoulder into that bottom steps, sees him there and goes, you know what, I don't want anything to do with that, backs off. So 1 apiece then and 2 clean rounds, 1 for either team. And the nades are out. This time you've pretty much given up a lot of A if you are OUG. I think you're expecting a B hit to come through or mid, and Wolves are just rinsing and repeating. Nades are going to go out. That should start to shift those blue arrows across. Solo looking to squeeze up through mid. Gets his timings right. He could get behind a few players. You want to do that, though, before this bomb goes down and that post-plant setup is in.
Let's see if they can actually do it, though. Few nades, not going to connect into absolutely no one, so not a whole lot of trouble there. Still patiently waiting. A good nade that does not land onto, I think that was Wind, who was up close on that A site area. Have the opportunity to plant, and they are going to take it. Now 45 seconds on the clock. A very, very interesting strategy coming down from both teams, honestly.
King will open up with the first kill onto Cartels. I feel the problem for OUG here, the lack of routes in, and King has repositioned all the way back through spawn, finds his namesake +1, and they'll do a bit of a dance here in the backline, and King comes out on top of everything. Zai and Win find kills elsewhere, but honestly it's King. He puts himself back through mid, recognizing cut off pretty much the entirety of the map, and even if he does die, the intel comes in. Not that he dies, because he's bloody disgusting with a sniper rifle.
It's incredible to see. I don't think I've ever seen a moment in time where there's 3 rounds in and exactly 15 kills. It is just wild to me, but there you have it. Start of round number 4. First blood in favor of, I think that was King, taking down Cartels. And this has been a weird one for sure, but very, very entertaining nonetheless. Right now, already 30 seconds in, and this time around they were not as quick to immediately rush for one of the sites on the side of Wolves, and well, so far not so bad.
It is a play through the mid though, which is different. It's typically been that A site. Cartels, by the way, a penny for his thoughts as he's fallen quickly twice now. Tectonic could be in through the back, and you don't check that corner if you are Wolves, and you'll suffer for it. Sounds and Peg cleaned out. Tectonic then gets himself tucked in behind the bar as well. Raf's going to be fully aware of the players in front of him because he's dodged all the nades, but look at Solo arriving in, and the observers are aware of exactly how important his position could be because it won't be red. There goes Zai, a 1v4. King does pick up one with the sniper rifle, but likelihood is for OUG here, regroup. You know the bomb's down because
Around the
Tectonic
bomb.
hasn't left it.
Pretty much making a campfire on top of it, just patiently waiting, because they don't have to do anything else, right? 40 seconds in, it's a 1v3. All you gotta do is wait, and that's something that King should be aware of. He is trying to be sneaky, but there's only so much you can do with such an exposed area for a bomb. And that was really, really smart, really, really well done by OG. Once again, tying things up. There's going to be 2 for each. And ladies and gentlemen, are you not entertained? Isn't it this? The highest level of Call of Duty Mobile. I'm enjoying it as if I was a kid. First blood comes through in favor of Wolves so far.
Yeah, understand that you've got a shotgun in hand there and you want to close the gap, but I feel like Solo there's making it easy. King, do you read Cartels through the middle? Yes, but the shot through the railing doesn't hit. Cartels will win that battle. 3v1 though. Only Cartel's still up in this, so you'll be fully aware of where he's coming from. Bomb getting down, wasting no time. Not leaving a window for Cartels to make something happen. And you'll get out. Cartels does very well to catch wind on that exit route, and YSI decides to challenge the same angle. I have no idea. Sounds then up against Cartels. You had to recock the sniper, wasn't ready for the fight. The nade's gonna go out, and no, you do enough to clutch it if you're Sounds, but that was terrifying for a moment.
I don't know why you would, I mean, understandable that you want to try for the nade, but at that distance, when you have already taken a couple of shots, questionable at best, but it is what it is. Cartels is an outstanding player, and he was so close to clutching that 1v4 at a point, I think it was. So we've seen it do insane plays before this time around. First blood immediately going in favor of Wolves, Wind eliminating Tectonic, and as such, they immediately continue to push for that A side one more.
I feel like Tectonic's going to want that one back. It exposed so far up that outside lane. Made it easy for Wolves, if anything. And these first bloods have started to really notch up in their column. 5v3. It's going to slow it down. It is back to that mid lane for King. This seems to be a consistent strategy. Take a hold of the A side and cut off half the map by placing King where he currently stands. The only player that can really do something to deny this post plant is going to be King's. He's squeezed forward, does get one, gets 2 somehow, so that's traded, but you've made the situation far more manageable.
A lot more manageable, that's for sure, but King again finds the knock onto Raf. Cartels proving himself to be worthy of being called one of the best out there. Bomb is going to be planted though. 1v2. Bomb is down. It is Sounds and Sai versus Cartels. Cartels with the Odin in hand. Slowly but surely pushing forward alongside with the Tundra. I do believe it was... I'm not too sure which is the weapon that he picked up, but let's wait and see. So far, Sniper misses that shot. It is way too hard. I feel like they almost read his mind with how effectively they pushed into him.
I think it's a timing thing. At this level, you recognize where this player should be, and if they aren't there by that moment, they've got to be elsewhere.
Late.
And they check it. So we get a switching then of the sides. Wolves 4-2 up, now on them to defend. OUG have done a very different strategy to anything we saw from Wolves and sent the numbers to B. That being said, there are 3 Wolves players here, so you've certainly got a defensive force. Not that Cartels cares, as he makes quick work of it. But there will be a couple of trades, so 3 apiece, and King finds Tectonic to hand you the numbers advantage.
King has been a key player to make sure that the side of Wolves does not lose control of these rounds. Even with the super good kills that OG sometimes get at the beginning, with King constantly poking and making it uncomfortable for the side of OG, has managed to single-handedly make sure that his allies are always in a good situation. And because of that, well, currently Wolves is winning 4-2. We have switched sides, and as you mentioned, OG with a completely different strategy that was very quickly shut down by Wolves.
Nice turn to control the mid lane with the sniper. If you read Solo, well, I don't think you had initially, but it doesn't matter. He's got the quick scope. And leaves Cartels in a 1v3. You're going to know where one player's coming. The problem is there's 2 exits to this underground. And he's going to have to go and retrieve the bomb as well. Do you see that it's down? I wonder. As Peg, King, and Zai are all set in wait. And the trap was sprung. and gives you a 5-2 lead of Wolves. 2 more rounds to tie up the series.
That's right. They are not so happy about losing the first map, but they have shown to us that even after all that pressure, they have still managed to still be themselves. We know how good Wolves are, and that's exactly what they're showing in here. Game number 2. A lot of nades are going to be thrown, not a whole lot of trophy systems. They are finally being placed down on both sides. That's a hit marker for Sai. That's another hit marker for Sai, who then gets executed. That's a 2-for-1 trade in favor of OG, who immediately tries to plant the bomb. There's the aggression coming down from Wind, who immediately gets shut down. All of a sudden, this is a 1v3. They don't know where King is at, but as he walks forward, finds the first kill, goes for the second. They're certainly with the possibility to push forward. They decide not to, and I feel like in a sense that's a smart move because we already know how good King is.
I love the decision making here to play around the timing, suggesting there's rotated away. He will have made a lot of noise now, however, so Cartels and Kings will turn and face. King trying to find an angle, laying on his belly, hoping that he will see a Chow, wants to force the equation. And with how loud he will be right now, Cartels will be calling all of that out. Does King step up and face? Yes, he does.
Well done.
5-3. Great bomb plant there. Was a little bit concerned once King finds the first. This is a 1v3 written all over it. I think it's the decision to waste no time. Bomb straight down, force Kings to come to us. Don't let him move around the map and pick where he wants to fight.
And the angles they picked were perfect. You know, the second they heard the general area he was at, they both peek at the same time. Doesn't matter where he's looking at, he's just not looking at both at the same time. So even if he would have gotten a single kill, which was not the case, he would have been eliminated. Now Wind gonna find the first blood. King gonna get the second onto Raph. The answer is gonna come from Tectonic by eliminating King, and they try to begin the push towards B. They gotta be cautious. Kings with another kill, this time through the wall onto Peg. That's gonna make it a 3 versus 3 now.
You're a little bit hemmed in here if you are Sounds, but you'll find one. The fact that you achieved that is phenomenal. And you also get the support in from the teammates. He's going to leave Solo in a 1v2 completely on his own and pinned in to the back of the cellar. Wind reads him, hears him, cuts him down. 6-3. 1 round away. It's great work by OUG in many ways, and they made the right decision to pick a direction and punch through because otherwise they were trapped in. The thing is, Sounds does enough to not only find the kill, but stay alive for long enough that his teammates can get in and help.
That's the thing. If you don't at least get a kill out of there, you're losing a player. You're not gaining the actual area that you were trying to solidify. That's only going to mean trouble. Now, Raph is immediately getting shut down on round number 10. And as such, let's be reminded, this is map point. This is Wolves trying to equalize the series. And in here, they're a single step away from doing so. And that's something that OG know, because this time around, they are not nearly as aggressive as they've been.
Certainly not. This is a slow play. And King will happily wait. He's found 12 kills with the sniper. Anyone who dares step out of that doorway will be next. Solo, join the graveyard. We'll see you, more than likely, in map 3. 1 minute left on the clock. OUG have a few decisions to make, and it looks like B is the intended target.
It certainly is, but they've lost 2 players already. Not looking too hot, not looking too good for this out of OG. Gonna check every single corner. No one's there just yet. They all pushing forward. There's a few trophies to make sure nothing happens. Through the wall, they take the kill into Tectonic. Absolutely no way for him to defend himself. That felt like paper. Now Kings is trying to defend. That's Cartel with a kill as well. That's 3v2 all of a sudden more doable. But through the wall once again, Cartel is down. And so is Kings. Ladies and gentlemen, that is just a master class in knowing where your opponents are at. If you notice, all of those last 3 players were killed through a wall. That's just how good the side of Wolves knows what they're doing. They're so intelligent with the things that they know how to play, that they have played so many hours, and it heavily reflects on how they finish this one up.
No, they certainly do. I mean, it's been a case there where we know that OUG can slack a little bit at times in the S&D, right? So for Wolves to come out and win that is great, but it's the way in which they do it. It was very controlled. They had different executable strategies. They had a playbook on attack. we saw a lot of what they wanted to do, but it was also multi-layered. If a certain thing happened on their first push out, they'd adjust Kings into a certain position. If something else happened, okay, we're going to move someone like Sounds into this position. And it just felt like they had a, okay, that was play 1, but here's part 2 of that, or part 3 of that.
Of course.
Very deep. And OUG, while they put up plenty in terms of resistance, certainly not enough to stop Wolves coming out with the victory. 1-1 then in this series. And for all the highlights, I guess we've got to talk about a player that really stood out. For me, it's got to be this guy, King.
Absolutely.
Moments like this with the sniper and the machine pistol going big, but it felt like he was the pivot man. For the strategies to work for Wolves, they needed him alive and in the right spot to minimum hand out the information, but just control so much of the map.
And it's really, really interesting because at the end of the day, that's what we were talking about yesterday. How good can Wolves adapt to the introduction of King? Well, the answer is they are, in a sense, a lot of the times playing around him. What is he doing? Where is he positioning? How do we approach this scenario, allowing King to either get a kill or give me enough of a tool to break through an area and actually open a whole lot more room for the squad? It's been super, super key to the team. And, well, I mean, you can say that you're retired as much as you want, but that raw skill level that he holds within himself, it is just wild.
Yeah, clearly a level of ability that I will quite frankly never understand. It is a wonderful thing to get to watch him in action. And of course, a second coming of the King is a beautiful thing for everybody here in Call of Duty Mobile Esports to get to check out. Let's talk about the next map. Crossfire. Very defense heavy. Now, we saw earlier in a different series that Wolves decided to ban this. They didn't want to play out through it. This was interesting to us because it meant that we felt that they would not want to play a very defense-sided map. They wanted to play something more attack-focused. Here, no such thing. We will get it. OUG, we know that they're very attack-focused. Is that potentially trying to play against their strengths? Is that a case of we feel like you're solid at attacking, but we can defend against that because of the way the map plays?
That's a great question. I'm not too sure. I feel like pretty much Crossfire is what happens when you want to, in a sense, toss a coin. What I mean by that is, well, of course we know how good you can be on raid or on takeoff, but anything goes on a map like Crossfire. Look at that, straight through the middle, run for Peg, who picks up a few kills. Rafa was trying to defend, but immediately gets picked by Wind, and Peg gets yet another kill for a grand total of 2 for himself. The 2 shotgunners on the side of Wolves are causing chaos in here. They're just now waiting a single second. They don't want for you to feel comfortable. They just want for you to back out, to feel like you're cornered, and that's exactly what Wolves are doing right from the get-go.
Clearly a very practiced strategy there that will give them positions in the back line. Second ticker B looks likely. And I think for OUG, you've just given this up. Try to figure out how to set yourself up best to defend A. The harder to defend of the 2 sites for sure. Sounds will launch his Hunter-Killer up into the air. Solo does enough to stop B coming through. And I think Wolves had moved themselves into positions to take A, expecting B to fall. So that could be a huge play when we come back to the end of this round. Wolves have found themselves a 4-life lead, though. That's quickly cut to 3. It's a solid position still out of Wolves. They're looking good, but OUG, they've clawed their way back into this.
Can somebody tell me what is Peg doing all the way in the back? I mean, he's patiently waiting for someone to die on the opposite team and cut them off guard as they respawn, but he is just hanging in there. He's hanging in the area of the enemy. He's not really finding any kill. He finally decides to push, if you're looking at the minimap, over onto Bravo, but a really interesting call in there as the side of OUG still managed to hold this control. Tries to get Bravo and will get it, and that is actually going to be huge for the side of Wolves.
Yeah, Peg does very well there because OUG find 3 quick kills. He recognizes he's going to be under instant pressure and does enough to just kind of dance his way until the point comes through. The fact that you get a kill as well is a cherry on the cake. Tectonic tucks himself inside. Wind can try and bait out with the shotgun. King over the top with the sniper. Rips one through the wall. Will connect with nothing. And I'm not sure if you've read that there's a player in through your back line. There you go. Found. Solo dead. 8-9. 3 ticks completed, but it's this A site, typically harder to defend, especially when Wolves are finding quick kills.
He definitely is harder to defend, and in here, it's showing 6-9, scratch that 5. It's no more spawns on the side of OUG. We see the push coming down from Kings, who takes a kill, but immediately gets traded now 3v7. Only Cartels Solo and Raph remain. Solo with a knock onto side. 2 ticks have been taking off of Alpha. Win trying to push, gonna get a kill, gonna go for the second. There's the use of the Tempest, takes 1, tries to survive, has to be cautious. They are nearly capturing Alpha. He's trying to survive, trying to make sure that he stays alive. Whiffs the 2 shots, and that's just horrendous for the player of OUG. If he were to have gotten those 2 kills, maybe something majestic, fantastic could have happened, but unfortunately that's just not gonna be the case.
Yeah, it was one of those moments you could tell as soon as Cartels runs out of that Tempest, oh dear, these boys are about to flood, and flood they do. The Wolves take the attack round then. They won't get as many ticks as they probably would have liked, but it won't matter as long as they do their job on the defensive side. Zai has an Annihilator available to him, not that he needs it. His boys find 3 kills unanswered. Cartels and Tectonic will reply and squeeze up towards that A point. Zai has used the Annihilator now. We'll see one up high. And rips off the first shot, finds nothing. It's progress at A for OUG. So what's Zai's call here? I think it's to cut off the reinforcements, let his boys hit the point and thin the numbers that way.
That's gonna hurt a lot. Right now, there's gonna be a few operators being used. One of them being the Sparrow by Wind. Hunter-Killer drone by Sai, thrown at a distance. The kill advantage continues to grow more and more in favor of OG. Raph tries to push, gets a kill, but immediately gets stabbed in the lung. Was not able to survive that melee aggression, and because of that, well, OG are not feeling good in there. They are trying to push, they're trying to make something happen. There's even the Annihilator being used by Kings, who immediately gets shut down by a double kill from Wind, by the way. This shotgun is completely on fire, obliterating anyone who dares cross its path. Wolves are destroying OUG. They were not happy about losing map 1. They did amazing on map 2, and right here, right now, on Control, Crossfire, they are doing just so flawless that OUG just has not been able to find any single answer against them.
I feel like Wolves have just suddenly turned up the dial. Every individual player has had a pop-off moment. How OUG respond to that, I don't think there is an answer that's really nice about it. As the timer runs out, Tectonic does enough to stay up, not that it matters, 2-0 down. There was a play in there, you see Raph pop the claw, and King, what he does is he kind of tucks himself into a corner, lets his teammate be the fall guy, sure, but beats the player down and then immediately spins and rips a sniper headshot through the wall. And it's stuff like that you can't really set yourself up for if you're OUG. There's nothing you can really do to answer that. Such brilliance on show here. Sounds and Tectonic will echo war machines out through the skies, raining artillery down upon their opponents. And while Sounds finds plenty of purchase, for Tectonic it's a very different story, and unfortunately that's going to mean that Wolves make good progress towards this A point.
That's right. I mean, the uniqueness from the strategies coming down from Wolves is really good, and it's showing. It's showing. They have already taken that Alpha objective. Currently being held by Sounds, as the opportunity to use a Hunter-Killer drone so far has not done so, for the time being at least. They end up dropping A without the second tick, and there it is. They have connected it. Well, job done securing that area by the hands of Wolves, who not only are they securing an area, they are securing pretty much the entirety, or at least 70% of the map. OG finally will be able to answer back in this round. But is it too little too late right now? They're trying to prevent Alpha from being taken, but they are already losing this map 2-0.
Tough situation for sure, backs against the wall if you're OUG. You are up by 2 lives, but we've seen Wolves overturn far worse very quickly. Zai's just moments away from having an Annihilator available to him. Whether or not you bother investing that here or just save it for a defensive round, that should be far simpler, we'll see. A minute added onto the clock. Pipe 63 taps through the smoke. OUG are set up to defend this, and Solo's actually not going to give you a bit of a base to play with if you are Wolves. Great work with the shotgun to find 2, and looks to control the alleyway. Doesn't need to get over aggressive there. Just by being here, he's being annoying, but countered by Peg, who has a shotgun of his own.
Yeah, I mean, that's right. Being annoying can definitely come into place according to the situation. And in here, well, OUG, certainly they will try to secure this one up. So far, not too bad, you know, 10 to 10. Not necessarily something to worry about just yet. double kill, now transforming into one more for Peg, who's now using the Death Machine alongside with the Annihilator from Sai, who misses one, misses two, but lands the third shot, but eventually gets taken out by Tectonic. Tectonic finds a double, a 5v8 all of a sudden. Once again, OG are struggling. Wolves are trying to make it happen with a 3-0 fashion. I think they can. Raf is trying to secure this area, but it's still going to be risky.
6v3. Wolves haven't dove the point yet. They don't need to. And you're right about the risk that Raf faces and tries to just volley rounds off of everything. Does actually get a hit marker, so it lets him know there's a player inside the building with him. Not that it matters, because Wynn's got the equalizer, and it'll be far more than that as it puts OUG into graves that they will not return from. A simple victory here on Crossfire. 3-0. Before we went into that, we talked about the struggles we'd seen out of OUG and whether or not this map played against them. I think we've just found out that it did.
It did, it definitely did, without a doubt. It's been great job done here for Wolves, who maybe did not start with the right foot on this series, but does not mean that they were going to be getting any easier against OUG. Yes, they lost the first map, but they have turned it around completely. They have the perfect opportunity to be the ones who take this in their way. Let's be reminded, we already are, in case you're joining into the fun, on the losers bracket. This is already the second opportunity for both of these teams, and Wolves are trying to make it alive.
They certainly are. And with numbers like that, you'll do a very good job of saying so. Zai, 18 and 14, kicked things off. It's the 15 assists. As many assists as deaths is insanity in a control, a part of everything that was successful in their team's dominance. On the opposite side, it's tough rating. We knew it would be. I think Tectonic's going to feel like he wasn't involved enough. 12 and 13, that's considerably less engagements than a lot of the players across. He was really good whenever we did see him. It just probably wasn't enough if you're a fan of OUG. 2-1 up. A lot of the players now, a lot of evidence on what all of these can do. We look to the Apocalypse hardpoint. We already know how good Wolves are there. This is a map that they have so much confidence on. Is there anything that we're seeing from the OUG players that you feel can counter that? Who's the person that's got to take over to keep them in this tournament?
I mean, it's got to be Cartels. Cartels needs to once again be the key player for the squad of OUG. He's got to make sure that he's cleaning the hills, that he's securing the rotation from the opponents, and he's constantly giving information to his team. Okay, they're here, they're there, I'm pushing in, I got killed, but there's two. He's got to be the key player, and you can see there Kings talking specifically with Cartels alongside with, I think on the other side, there's Tectonic, not fully sure. But yes, the side of OUG will need a lot of communication. We're talking about the fact that when it came down to gun skill, OG was superior to New Gen Ninjas. Well, this time around, I can say the exact same thing, but in favor of Wolves. We saw it on the first hardpoint. They were outslayed heavily.
Yes.
They still managed to keep control over the hill.
It's a good point, because I think that that's how you take this map 4 and push it to that map 5. I think OUG have to play this smart. They have to understand when to push out for Temple to take P2 control, when to lock in for spawns, where to squeeze and play for. The operator investment has got to be brilliant. We saw that in map 1. They knew exactly how to make the impact with those. It's got to be that again, because with Wolves, it wasn't exactly far behind in terms of that Summit hardpoint performance. So here on APOT, where they're far more comfortable, they're going to recognize every bit of weakness in you and take advantage of it should it be there. OUG have been stellar through this tournament. All 5 of these players can hold their heads very high. I don't think, though, there would be a much sweeter moment for them than if they do manage to win this map and then the 5th take over in terms of Chinese teams here, because you said it yourself, they suffer so often at the hands of Wolves. Will that happen again? Will be this another W etched in the Wolves win column in this rivalry? Or do OG have something more to say about it? For one more time, and potentially the final time, we will load into a map here on Stream B. Wolves will hope it will be the last dance, as that guarantees them Sunday. For OUG, it's got to be nothing short of perfection to go ever further.
It has to be. It has to be. They have to close it here. They will, of course, try to do so. what can OG do? I'm not fully sure. They're capable of putting them in a bad spot, so let's see how great or bad they managed to follow that task. In here, the fight already unfolded, the doors are open, and the show has begun. Ladies and gentlemen, map number 4. This is Hardpoint on Apocalypse. This is Wolves versus OG, and this is the loser bracket.
King's going to look over the top here, tap away with the Type 63. Zai finds 2 underneath with the XM4. Wind, just going to play close, protect his brother from up high. You see the body dive out of the chicken coop? No, because the smoke's going to be frustrating. So often something that Wolves play around. They love to use those smokes to clear off various angles. Bit of a thorn in their side there, but not for the rest of the boys, as King finds 2, Peg finds 1. King's will start to squeeze forward. It's contested. We've got to look towards P2. Who's got temple control? It will be Wolves. And the fact that they have so much space here is a good thing for them when it comes to setting up the first wave of pressure. I was a little bit worried the solo would slip through, but no, caught by King, and as such, you get an opportunity to defend.
A very, very good opportunity to defend in here. Right now, completely on his own when it comes down to enemies. Currently waiting a few trophies, a 100-killer drone. Great setup now for the side of Wolves. Great initial hold, and although nades are flying by all over the place, there's no true entrance so far by the hands of OG. Yes, they are trying to get a kill here and there, but once again, they are getting outslayed. They are getting outlawed, and in here, it is getting more and more difficult to know what's going on because, well, Wolves, look at that feed. It's completely filled with Wolves.
It is, and Wind will find 2 more with the Sparrow as well, so that's ever more. I feel this is about 10 unanswered kills. Wolves knocking on the door. OUG, are you aware that the map has started as you flood the front and fail again? And the Predator comes in to find 2. So this becomes ever more difficult for OUG. Underneath we go for P3. This has to be better from OUG, otherwise Wolves start to really disappear, and we're seeing just how comfortable they are on this map. It is at least 3 in reply, but another Predator missile, and this is one of the things here. If you get off to a really great start, you build up the operators, you build up the utility, and very quickly start to turn that screw.
And I mean, they already have 4 available operators on the side of Wolves. There's 3 for OG, but I'm not too sure how much they can do with it. Now, War Machine, 4 sounds will allow him to get a kill onto Cartels. There's the equalizers by Peg. Starts by eliminating Solo. The Death Machine now by Sai. They are not afraid to be using these utilities, and they are trying to take as much value as possible. Problem is, they actually sort of lost control over the hill. They immediately try to regain it, but it's just a flicker of the issues we saw on map number 1.
Kings does very well here with the Sparrow to kill 3. Do you see a 4th? Yes, you do, crossing straight in front of you. So you've managed to rip the point away from Wolves for a moment, but it's only for scrap time. That's the issue. It's almost the exact opposite of the situation we saw last time. The kills are there. It's not going to turn into much in the way of points. You do at least control the northern side of the map, which is best for the next hill. 5 seconds until that opens. Wolves need to look to make their move, and a couple of kills will let them get closer. The fact that Sounds has managed to find himself all the way up towards the spawn point for Temple is just going to be frustrating for OUG. They want a clean line to push forward with.
And they need one. They definitely need a clean line for that. They're solo using the Death Machine, finding 1, finding 2, finding 3, finding 4. Kills to shred through the opponents, immediately looking for more, turns around, runs out of time, but now he's got a VMP, has also a 100-killer drone available. There's the War Machine being used by Tectonic for the first time. We see some good, solid, continuous control, but there's the Sparrow as soon as I say that. Triple kill for Wind. Sai to finish things up. Sai and Wind completely clean that area. That was at least like 10 to 12 seconds in favor of OG. That's nice, yeah. But right now, they're still heavily losing.
It's moments like that, 5 or 6 clean kills for Wolves, just means all the hard work that OUG put together doesn't matter.
Out the door.
As the gap goes to 60 seconds, OUG playing in for scrap time. That's fine, as P1 is only a hop, skip, and jump away. Wind looks over the top, Sounds King. It's a couple of kills, pinstripe feed. But it will be the southern side controlled by Wolves. They will have the better positions for P1. Nade's actually going to clear a body off, but the Pred over the top for Kings will at least hand out information. Doesn't find any kills though, so you've got to go again. Tempest is... Sorry, the Sparrow is going to be good, but still, like, that gap exists and it feels like it's not coming down.
Yeah, this gap is just not getting any smaller for the side of OOG. That's gotta hurt. That's gotta sting. In here, Sounds with the War Machine will find a 1, a 2, a 3, and looking for the 4th one just like that. Just launching it across the map and somehow still Hail Marrying this on the opposite end of the map. That is a great kill, and that is a great usage of the operator. The side of OG, yes, they got a few extra seconds, but there's no clear control, there's no clear hold of these hills, and for that same reason, yes, they are technically in a fighting spot, but they're not quite there yet.
Zai just moments away as well from earning his operator. So 2 in the hands of Wolves. And as the pressure's put on this back spawn, I was about to wonder if you invest them, but it doesn't matter because Win can just handle it all by himself. Kings is going to play close, but you've done enough here to get the reinforcements in, so Zai's there too. The front line has been broken through though. Tectonic does great work, and Zai will decide to invest the Death Machine. Push forward, squeeze. And OUG, they can't really push through cave. This will shred them to pieces anytime they dare step out. So Wolves with that approaching 70, 80 point lead now means that OUG, it's got to be perfect from here. Your tournament is done.
Yes, it would. Right now, first there is gonna be Tectonic. Can you stay alive though? Let's see. Currently trying to be broken by King's Tempest and his squad. There's one, there's no second. Great job done shutting that down, but not as effectively as they would have liked to. They're still going to be losing 6 seconds, but they're like, it's all right, it's okay. We're going to be moving to the next area, and we are going to try to defend ourselves as humanly best as possible. Let's see in here, Kings is trying to push forward, and with a headshot, takes the kill onto Kings. Sai turns around, tries to get inside, and gets surprised by Solo. Solo is executed too. 50 seconds left, and in here, yes, there's kills coming down from OUG, but this is just not enough. It is not what they're looking for. Wolves are playing their game. Wolves are nearly 100 points ahead of their opponents, and they are only thinking about increasing that advantage.
Certainly our Cartels with the Tempest. How important that could be. 2 kills with it, 3 kills with it. And Tectonic takes advantage with a slay of his own. King will reply with a grenade. Solo loses a fight that he probably thought he'd won. Pinstripe. It will suit OUG for now. They have what's left of this time in their hands. It's when you begin to rotate over, and actually Wolves for a second there, trapped in their spawns. Is this the moment of momentum that OUG so desperately need? Well, Wind with 2 kills might disrupt that. Cartels would do well from the fences, but Sounds will be picked up in the back line. So while Wolves are keeping OUG off the point, they're not getting close to it themselves. Suits Wolves for now as they're in the lead, but they certainly want to control their own destiny, and as they squeeze forward, as the War Machine rings out and catches anybody in the cave, it allows Wolves to surely hit that 200-point marker.
Incredible game sense there for Sounds. Continues to cause pain into the souls of OUG, ladies and gentlemen. This is just not looking pretty. They've had their moments on the side of OUG, but Wolves constantly shut them down. There's Tech trying to get through with the War Machine. He will be able to do so, and there's still 20 seconds left. That could be crucial to the outcome of this kill. Trying now to be broken by both Sai and Peg, and that is going to happen yet again. That no longer is scrap time, is the time that Wolves need to close this one up.
OUG get a flip spawn here, and that might panic them into thinking there's players in behind. There actually will be. Spawns all over the place. No one's really going to figure this out. It's going to come down to just shooting each other. Zai's happy to answer that call. Kings and Tectonic will do so themselves as well. P1 then in OUG hands. The problem for them here is obviously this smack bang middle of the map is going to be bombasted with grenades, and it's going to be a situation of just trying to stay alive. Then lock it in for a P2 rotation, a money hill, and you desperately need one.
209, 149. 60 seconds deficit. Inside of the hill, there was King with the Tempest, no one else but King. This time around pushing, finding a double. There's Kings. The Kings from OUG, who is trying to make it happen with his own operator, not gonna have the same amount of success. Now there, on the outskirts of it, there's Sai, who continues to defend his weapon, but has the opportunity, the option to save it.
I actually think this isn't too bad for OUG. You can afford to give up a couple of these seconds here. Contest would be even better, but the spawns flip at the worst possible moment. I'm not sure if that's over-exuberance from OUG or whether Wolves did something that we didn't spell, but you do just about clear it out. The problem for OUG is that that's not going to let you set up cleanly on the defense because Peg's here to threaten. The fact that you get that kill, very important. Solo using the operator at the right time to give you a moment to breathe, a bit of a buffer, a blanket of protection. And the Death Machine will catch King as well. You do still have a Wolves player in your back line. It's going to be Wind, and he gets the spawns for his teammates. So OUG will have to turn and face and hold. Otherwise, Wolves can win it here.
These two angles are super difficult to defend, but so far they've managed to do so for around 30 seconds, doing a great job. Finally closing that gap. Let's see for how long. They're staying with the War Machine, gets a kill now with a weapon, turns around. Hisal's gonna help him out. Great job done here. From up above, there's a Pred missile coming down from Kings, who connects at a distance. A nade by Wind is still not gonna be enough. The control is not gonna be broken. The defense is flawless. The PEM is gonna be used hopefully soon for Kings, who also has the opportunity to use that operator. And all of a sudden, OUG are back into the game.
OUG have figured their way into this. They will topple into the lead just as both teams get closer to 220. Off then to the next hill. P3 will open in a second. Sounds has an operator available to him. Zai decides that it's his calling and not for very long. Sounds goes with his as well, but OUG find the kills. 2 with the Tempest, 1 with the grenade. They will break instantly. Wolves must come back. OUG can certainly do it here. They also have a Sparrow in play with Kings. And look at the bodies fall. Look at the line that OUG are punching into this, trying to send themselves to map 5.
Incredible now. Only 10 seconds away. They have complete control. Inside of the hill, there's going to be Tectonic trying to survive. There's a lot of nades being thrown. They're clutching in at the same time. They do get the kill. They do get the control, but they are not inside of the hill on the side of Wolves. They are finally jumping in. No. Finally, they do it. They are finally beginning to regain some sort of control. A triple kill now for Kings, who completely cleans the area, but still don't give the control. For OUG, they need 6 more seconds. They finally get it. There's 2 players in. They're trying to defend, managing to survive. And ladies and gentlemen, they're gonna take it again. Ladies and gentlemen, OUG has done it once more. Does not matter how far behind they've gotten on hardpoint against Wolves. They do it again.
An incredible contest between these two teams could be settled by none less than an incredible hill there on the APOC. It is incredible to think that for OUG, you thought you'd lock that hill down. Wolves come swinging back in with several operators, and off the back of a 3-piece from Kings and just some very well-placed grenades, you do enough to bully them back out, see off the scrap time. I was a little bit concerned that it had gotten away from you and be heading back over to P4, but we got an insane map finish last time. Kings 54 and 36. Did not stop for a moment. Every bit MVP for his team with the minute and 37 also inside the hill. But the boys were there to support as well. That column on the right-hand side was very, very pretty. APOC hardpoint was supposed to be Wolves' home ground. This was their backyard. And you walked straight in and snatched it away from them.
Snatched it away in a very, very incredible way. We're being spoiled. At this point, Enigma, we're just being spoiled. It's insane that we're getting yet another map 5, who coincidentally is once again for Wolves. I would begin to get nervous with all of this.
100%. I think before we talk about that map 5, a reminder that, looking at the highlights here, you were down like 80 points at one point, and all it needed from OUG was 2 or 3 quick, clean hills. We were in that P1 at one point, and I said, if you can get a couple of seconds here and then set yourself up for a decent temple hill, that would be impressive. That would help you back into the game.
And it wasn't near perfect.
Well, they do better than that, because you actually end up with Wolves getting the spawn, and you said it yourself, they're going to have to focus on 2 fronts here, and yet they control that situation. It would have been so easy with the pressure that Wolves apply to panic yourself away and end up trailing enough that Wolves just walk in and take the map. But all the momentum that they built meant that they were an unstoppable force heading into those final moments. Beautiful work from OUG, a team that continue to entertain us here in Katowice. 2-2 then, and we will go to that standoff S&D. Now, the last S&D, Coastal, I'd say it was relatively comfortable for Wolves, and S&D has been a problem for OUG.
Definitely.
In the evidence that we've had so far through this tournament. But you got yourself into a game 5. Wolves will be shell-shocked, stunned at the way in which they are in this matchup, and the fact that they lost to Elevate before this. So while there are all pros and cons for both teams here, do you have a way in which you think this map's going to go?
That was actually the question that I wanted to ask you so that I wouldn't have to answer it. I have no idea. I don't know. I don't know what to expect. I don't know what to think no more. These two teams have been so unpredictable. There was a lot of people out there who were like, you know, OG did not have enough time to practice. They were not ready. They were this, they were that. But look at them go. Look at them just rebuild composure on those 2 games of Hardpoint. For this search and destroy on stand-up, I have absolutely no idea what to expect.
We ushered a phrase yesterday. It was that form is temporary, class is permanent. And OUG is certainly showing that here. Hardpoint, they are clearly a class above when it comes to playing against Wolves. How much momentum that gives them into the S&D, that's got to be early rounds, in my opinion. You've got to start to take those early rounds. Otherwise, all the wind in your sails is cut down immediately, especially with the doubts that will creep into your mind considering how you lost map 2. At the start of today, though, when we came into this series, you said if we get to a game 5, OUG will take it. So let's see if you are correct. If so, I want the lottery numbers next, because that would be one hell of a call to give us for this series. The faces across at Wolves, I mean, you never really see them get too emotional. We saw a little bit at the end of Elevate. They're always very calm, composed, focused on the task ahead. For OUG, that is what you want to see if you are a fan. It is relaxed. It is confident. It is the 5 players that we've seen in the hotel this weekend, fully ready to go to take this and march on in this tournament.
Yeah, locked into the game, but not so much that they lose composure of their emotions. Really smart on both sides. I would arguably say that even on Wolves' side, it's almost I'm a little bit afraid, you know, like if you see them win, you see them lose, and they're just chilling. They're just sitting there. It is almost wild to see that situation, but they're just like that, you know. They are that type of players. It is going to be search and destroy on standoff. It is definitely going to be a battle. I would love to say a battle of snipers, but we've seen in the past that, for example, with Elevate, they do have openings for a shotgun gunplay.
I absolutely love that you talk about that, and I want to come back to it. The first thing that I want to do, though, is kind of put the context of this next map, one single map, into the overall picture. So let's take a look at the bracket, because everybody's waiting on us here. We're done inside of Katowice apart from this. Elevate and Q9, we know that that's the winners finals up towards the top. Winner there will punch their ticket to grand finals, guarantee themselves top 2. Loser falls down into the lower finals that you'll see there in the bottom right. Stalwart Esports beat out Galorus 3-0. And they are waiting to find out who they're playing next. Wolves or OUG? And honestly, for Stalwart, I feel like they're looking at this thinking, well, we've already beaten OUG once. If they can pull off the upset here, we feel great about how we look.
Absolutely.
But then again, with the wind and in their sails and the momentum that OUG have built, is that then a very different team going into that matchup?
It definitely is. That's the thing, right? They lost 3-1 in the original match of the day, and they will potentially face them again. It is definitely a situation to be very excited, maybe nervous for the side of OG. It goes the both ways. We were talking about the fact that Wolves came from a loss. They're not happy about losing the hardpoint, but as excited that you can be that you have tied things up and you're moving onto a game 5, it is just too difficult.
Well, the thing is here, if you lose this next matchup, you finish with $42,500 for top 6. You win, you've guaranteed yourself $55,000. So there is 12.5 grand on the line in one single map. That is how much is at stake here.
That's crazy.
There's so many things to talk about. Yes, there's pride. Yes, there is history, but also that prize pool change. If you're one of the players right now, you've surely got that in the back of the mind. You shouldn't. You should be focused on the map ahead, but this is an opportunity to close out your year with at least a hell of a lot more money, let alone if you can go on from there.
Each match becomes more and more important, but as you mentioned, it's no longer the whole match. You've already played 4 maps. That's what's up. But now the single game 5 is the one that matters the most. They need to be not calm, because there's no way that you can be calm in this situation, but not losing your control of your emotions.
We get a glorious camera shot here of the different emotions between the two teams. Solo is getting up, it's shaking off the nerves, it's shaking the energy, keeping that flowing through his body. For Wolves, it's that same calm, composed strategy. It is continuing to play our game, not being affected by the environment or the stakes around us. For Raf, he's paying attention to his coach right now, getting those orders. We've seen how these teams play. There's a lot of VOD review. There's a lot of times where we've played against each other. Yes. Were we prepared enough to come into this tournament? This is where those extra hours pay off. This is where those moments that no one ever sees, because it's not flashy, it's not sexy to talk about homework and VOD review. It just isn't. But if you've done enough here, you're going to know how each other roll out. You're going to be able to counter it and make yourself that next spot and ever richer and ever deeper into this tournament.
Absolutely. And even more so on a map like Standoff, you know, it's in one of those OG maps that everybody knows, everybody has played thousands of times. And at this point, like you mentioned, I'd love to see how much of a playbook they got open, because we've already seen, for example, on Firing Range with Elevate, they have a variety of different available options, and you can have something similar in a map like Standoff.
100%. And let's come back to that shotgun comment that you made earlier, right? Like, this is part of the playbook. We've seen how snipers can take over, but if you get your shotgun into Brown, or we saw a couple of players making moves out towards the corridors, over towards gas, right? The shotguns there can be used to great effect. You lock down entire portions of the map, which allow your boys to move. Offensively, that lets you put the bomb wherever you want. Defensively, it shuts off so much and that throttles your opponent. I wonder for these two teams, not only how deep that playbook is, but how much that relies on the shotgun, because we've seen how effective those can be here on Standoff.
Absolutely, absolutely. They can do a lot of damage. They can, like you mentioned, it's a way for you to close a door, or to risk entering through it and then shotgun to the face. If you know, it does, to a certain extent, does not matter that they know that you're there, because it's a shotgun, right? At that distance, there's only a few places that you can be if you're just holding a door.
If anything, you're like, come on in, brother. I got something waiting for you on the other side of this. Don't worry. Yeah, it's going to be a war. And we've certainly had plenty of that through this tournament. I wonder, to be a fly on the Wolves' wall and hear conversations that are going on there, not that I understand a word of Chinese, not a chance in hell, but were you expecting to be in this position at all at any point in this tournament? You came in overwhelming favourites. We interviewed every player here. They said it'd be Wolves. They said Wolves were going to walk this. They've looked best all year. They've grown enough to overtake Elevate. You lose, you fall into this. You've lost 2 hard points in stunning fashion. That sums it up. You're probably right now questioning, how the hell are we in this position?
Yeah, because although you have not lost, it's definitely not the place that you wanted to be at, right? You wanted to go against Elevate on the winner bracket. You wanted to defeat them and hopefully never see them again, or if you do, to be in the grand finals. Unfortunately enough for the side of Wolves, that's just not it. That's not the case. That's not what they have in front of them. And, well, unhappiness is something normal to feel, because that was definitely not the plan.
100%. I'll tell you what, if they get through today, there's going to be a lot of VOD review to do, because we know how obsessed they are with being brilliant. However, ladies and gentlemen, while we get a look in at the players, you'll notice that a couple are away from their desks and in relaxed positions, and that's because we've got a thing or two to sort out. But while we get that sorted out, grab yourself a snack, a little bit of something to drink, because trust me, you're going to want it for this next map. We'll see you after this very quick break.
我们在比赛前的准备主要是会去观看我们即将的比赛对手的录像，然后会做一些自身的调整，比如说在我们一些地图的某一些环节，我们会进行一些特别的调整。
So usually before the match, we just play training mode, 20 minutes to read mode. Then if we're like there's a lot of more extra time in, we just go for a free-for-all together as a team to like warm up our gunfights.
Me personally, as an individual, I make sure to have 3 things. Number 1, it actually happens before the match starts. I make sure to have really good sleep, minimum 8 hours. Number 2, I always make sure to eat very good food. And number 3, I always make sure to take a nice cold shower, because it helps me refresh.
我们队伍每天的训练时间会在至少10个小时，然后如果在比赛密集的时期的话，我们的训练时间还会增加。
As a team, we're working around the 8-hour to 9-hour mark on average. However, people individually do work both inside and outside the game by their own time.
We usually train about 4 to 6 hours a day.
As a team, we might play 6-7 hours.
Usually, pressure isn't really a problem, but every player experiences it at some point. My personal best advice to that is take a deep breath in and sometimes just hold your breath.
I'm more like a chill guy, so I can work with the pressure without problems.
I remember that they're human too, and every emotion that I feel, they feel too.
What's up, guys? Ayo Raf. So, we're currently going to be going through a pro player's loadout. I am personally a sub and heavy player, so I'm a machine gun and shotgun player. But my personal favorite in this meta is probably going to be the VMP. The USS is a great gun, but the VMP takes that throne for #1 spot, honestly. So, I'll be showing you guys my personal and everybody's loadouts in the pro player. All right, bandit adjustable, heavy barrel, great attachment to use. Gotta go with the rapid fire, it's crucial. And this one's honestly where a lot of pro players differentiate. I personally like the integrated grip set, but other players do like the Phoenix grip set. It just comes down to how you like to play as a player person. I'd probably go for the integrated grip set though. And then for secondaries, honestly, melees are the best. I feel like pistols are overrated. You know, you gotta go with the gloves, boxing gloves, prize fighters, Mike Tyson, you know what I mean? It's really, really good stuff to use. Down to the operator, I personally am a fan favorite of the equalizers. It's really, really fun, just running gun, Rambo style, really, really great. The 3 perks, gotta go lightweight, you gotta go gun-ho. Toughness is honestly really, really good too, but I believe personally gun-ho would be the best one to go for. The third option for the blue perks, you gotta go with dead silence. It's a crucial must-have. Now, obviously in pro players, you know, you gotta use these 3 score streaks. You gotta go EMP, Predator Missile, and Hunter Killer Drone, because obviously everything else is banned. But yeah, honestly, that looks like a great loadout. You know, got the frag grenade. Actually, I'm one of the individual. I'll put you on a secret. I personally like sticky grenades. I think they're low-key. Very underrated. Besides that, this is my loadout.
Hey, can I be a little outlandish for a sec? Yeah. What I gotta do to get y'all respect? Give me the microphone, 1, 2, check. What you gonna do? And let me go and run it. I'ma run up the check. Stay light on my feet, flow like a butterfly, sting like a bee. Tell you guys how you ain't outsourcing me. Cause you want extra, it ain't gonna be cheap. Say what? We ain't gonna do a little this, do a little that, get a little crazy. Say what? Everybody wanna get busy, get steady like it's titanium. Say what? Finna go all out. Finna go all out. Say what? How much time you got? Sit down, let me line them up. Hey. On a scale, like 1 to 10, I'm like way over 10. There ain't no explaining it, it's just the way I live. And I won't say sorry, beg your pardon. You don't wanna get me started. Ain't no I go extra hard and I ain't stopping, I ain't stopping, I ain't stopping. So say what? Like you ain't heard me the first time, or you ain't see it with your third eye. I'm always ready like every time. Show and tell 'em my preferred style. I like jeans with a little bit of rip in the denim. Shows you how long I've been in them. Back and forth, I ain't gotta tell 'em. Take this work, now go sell it. Say what? We ain't gonna do a little this, do a little that, get a little crazy. Say what? Everybody wanna get busy, get steady like it's titanium. Say what? Finna go all out. Finna go all out. Say what? How much time you got? Sit down, let me line them up. Hey. On a scale, like 1 to 10, I'm like way over 10. There ain't no explaining it, it's just the way.
For one last time, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Stream B. We've got ourselves a Game 5 between Wolves and OUG, a $12,500 difference in prize pool for whoever makes it through, an opportunity to guarantee at least top 4 and to face Stalwart Esports to claim more here in Katowice. It's been a hell of a series. I'd hate there to be a loser, but there must be one victor, and we will find them on standoff. We told you how this map works. You know how this map works. There will be snipers, there will be shotguns, there will be superstars, there will be plenty of storylines. Let's settle them as we break off into map 1.
No more time to waste. Let's go straight into business, ladies and gentlemen. As we know, this is map number 5. This is Wolves and OG. That's the first blood going in favor of Wolves. Cartels falls to the ground, and immediately they try to go for the trade. Let's see if they can do it. That's a good hiding spot. There's 2 players in. He's going to call out for backup. Backup is about to be coming. A good nade is going to be thrown, and it's going to connect, but not quite going to find a kill, very unfortunately, for the side of OG.
We'll give up information at the very least. Tectonic aware that a couple of players just on the outside of gas. Does this mean you can squeeze towards A? That's a perfect grenade from Zai to find Rav. And look at that bomb move very quickly. These are the adjustments we talk about when it comes to Wolves. They get that information or a numbers advantage. They execute on it immediately, like a hive mind. And Zai's going to peer over the middle. And while there's plenty of damage being handed out by both sides, no one else dies. That doesn't last for very long. Solo with the shotgun up close. Wind will be the first victim. Peg's trying to play with the PKM, doesn't get there. Zai though does find Solo. 3-2 in Wolves' favor.
And all of a sudden, the chaos unfolds. Only one remains alive inside of OG. That's going to be Tectonic, who begins to push. There's the hold by Sounds. Not gonna find the kill just yet, but his ally pushes through. There's the shotgun play and a double for Tectonic. They definitely heard that something was going on, but they did not expect for someone like Tectonic to be rocking that shotgun. That's the beauty of realizing, okay, if they push, I'm ready. And ready he was.
That's a 3-5 clutch to kick us off here on the side of OUG. I'm very surprised that Wolves continued to hit that. Felt like once they recognized the number of bodies, they were just going to play around the time, but they didn't. Committed to the play. May well think better of it now. Sound's just going to hold this outside, lock down a whole portion of the map here. Every time he throws a shoulder left, he knows if someone's pushing through gas. If he throws a shoulder right, he can see if they're trying to hit through Brown and get around the back of his team. But OUG are the defensive side here, and they're going to do what they're entitled to, which is slow the play down, burn through the time, look for some picks.
Yeah, no real need for them to lose their heads. They can just sit down, chill, wait for a bit. Right now it's been a bit of a minute or so. No one has died till now, as Tectonic finds that kill onto Sai, which is a great way to start the round, by the way.
You remove a Hughes and Cartels here. Well, he had company in the number of 2, but we'll actually get a bit of room. Tectonic catches the nade, so that's information given over to Wolves, but he's just going to belly crawl his way forward here. Gets his timings right, he's going to be in through the back. And Solo's PKM, while merry and jingling its way through this map, certainly packs a punch. Peg tries to do the same thing. He's aware of where Tectonic was tucked last time and clears it for his boys to push forward, but Solo's going to find a window to get himself inside.
Yeah, no, the wallbang there was definitely not going to happen. He thought that there was somebody there and wasted so many bullets. Unfortunately not for him, that was not the case. It was completely empty. Now, this 4v4 is going to be quite interesting because Cartels is quite far apart. And although Peg saw him, that was an incredible flick for Cartels. He knows what he's doing. 10 seconds left. They're trying to plant the bomb, finds the kill, gets killed, does not matter. They know where it's at. They can just easily and safely push because of the time. It's happening again for Wolves. Unfortunate situation where they lose control over the timer, and for that same reason OOG just abuses the situation to safely secure another point.
Great work by OEG there. I mean, there's one thing for Cartels when he gets that snap, but it's also moments like reinforcing areas that Wolves believe they've cleared. It never gives them the feeling that they're comfortable, that they're safe. And Wolves, well, how often do you ever feel uncomfortable? The talent they possess will be scratching their heads right now. Kings picks up Zai to open us up. With another blood, Cartel's going to continue to hold this back corridor side. Using the fridge here as his bit of cover. And King, we want to see a bit more of him. Currently sat on nothing, and in these sniper duels, we've got to see him opening things up if you're going to find ways as an attack team.
Let's see. 5v4, a few shots being fired, not really landing into a whole lot. Solo did receive a lot of damage and ends up dying thanks to the nades from Sound. Now Wind is going to capitalize on the tag, but a great nade from Raph is going to equalize this thing. All of a sudden is the 3-for-2 trade in favor of Wolves. 3 versus 2 now. Only Raph alongside with Cartel. They're trying to prevent the bomb plan, and they do it in a huge fashion. Only 45 seconds, and on top of it all, they know where the bomb is at. Now it's only King alive. He's got a sniper, and with a sniper, it's going to be quite difficult in this position. That's something that need to be aware of.
King's going to creep up on this, walks himself into a position, fakes the timing as if he's gone round the back. Do OUG blink? Are they flustered?
Well, one question mark.
King's going to fly forward, misses the first shot, checks out, hits the second though. Reposition coming in from Raph, who's been brilliant all tournament and does enough to finally clutch up in round 3 in a moment where it looked like King had done the impossible.
Yes, and even by picking up that Odin, I was fairly impressed, not only because of the insane shot he landed, but how quickly he realized, all right, there's a weapon here, I'm going to take it because the sniper is not going to be the best option. But even better than an Odin, of course, is a shotgun coming down from Raph. He was not able to defend himself in that situation. Now Tech is going to immediately drop on this round.
Well, if you are a Wolves fan and wondering how you get back into this, King opening up with a sniper should be very welcome news, because we asked for that. Helps his team immensely with the numbers advantage. It's still about punching through players like Cartels, though, who has not been shifted from this backside. We saw just how good the Wolves nades were into Cube a moment ago to clear it out, to catch Solo. That would be very helpful right now as well, as the reposition over towards A comes through.
Oh, wow, those shots so close, yet so far he, of course, has no idea. But my goodness, Tectonic, let's remind it, died quite early, and now following through is also Kings, the one who gets the kill. Now 3v5. That's not news for the side of OG. That has happened before. This time around, they're also going to be losing Solo. They're also going to be losing Raph. And all of a sudden, it's a 1v5 where Wolves can take a very flawless and clean round. And that's exactly what they will get.
Yeah, it's not just that they take the round. It is, as you said, that it's clean. It was dominant inside the round. So have Wolves started to find a way to do better on these attack rounds. They're still down 3-1. They'll need to repeat that a few more times to feel comfortable before they go on defense. But that was better. King up on top here, goes for the jump shot, hits nothing. Tries to repeat that. In towards Grandma's, clearly has an intended target. OUG though will return to their positions. 2 players tucked up towards Cube. 1 through the middle overwatching the B-bomb, and 2 in that back corridor. I'd say other than the player who tends to stand Grandma's, it's very little of an adjustment.
And although a lot of teams, a lot of the times, definitely rush in a lot when it comes down to the offensive side here on stand-up.
Oh my god.
It's the second time that we've seen that, by the way. They're just a millimeter away from hitting that shot, but not quite. Unfortunate for them. But yes, a lot of the times, a lot of teams go for the offense quite aggressively here on stand-up. This time around, Wolves playing a lot for the picks. It has worked once, but outside of that, although they've had advantages, they end up losing rounds. And like you mentioned, they need to avoid getting too far back in this first half.
Solo gets caught out by Peg. It's the double chow that actually comes through for Wolves. Does enough to bait out the shot that's missed. Trade, Pinstripe. 3-3 then. However, what that has handed to Wolves is the bomb site and plenty of space. Cartels could be the difference maker. Huge fight here in the backline. Sounds just about stays up. Throws a little bit of a shake. Bomb going down, and Cartels wins the fight though with the headshot. 2v3. The problem for Wolves is, well, you should have been trapped in, but Cartels backs off and allows Wolves a post-plant position.
The Cartels factor is crazy. It is just crazy. You can never say that OUG is done if Cartels is alive. Right now at 3v2, it's not the greatest for Wolves, but at least they have planted the bomb. King with a sniper shot onto Tectonic. Less than 20 seconds left. Sai missing that shot does not matter. Why? Because the timer is still ticking. Kings takes the knock, but immediately the trade back by King. Now 1v1, Cartel. King and Cartel. He's trying to defuse. He's trying to bait him out. What he doesn't know is that the bait is not going to land. Because generally, I don't even think he had an audio cue. He was just slowly walking by, and he knew where he was going to be.
That moment there where Cartels gets the kill, for me, he's got to push up into their backline. It then doesn't allow Wolves out, or at the very least, he potentially picks up a kill and makes the situation even better. The fact that Wolves are allowed to back off with their 2 snipers just made the retake so hard for OUG. How they may look back at that and wish that they'd been a bit more clinical with their numbers advantage. Either way, it doesn't matter, you got to get on with it. And Raf will find himself inside Brown with the shotgun. No one dies. You hear the bullets ringing out. King, by the way, who's up to 8 kills. After 2 rounds, we saw 0 on there, so he certainly stepped it up. And that is no doubt what's helping Wolves back into this on their offense side.
That's right. Right now, Wolves are trying to even those numbers. The bomb is going to be taken there by Peg. Slowly being moved over A site. Not quite committing to it, at least not yet. There's no real need. A whole minute is ahead of him, and the first bloods are about to come through. King finds one, but immediately gets traded by Solo. All of a sudden, it's a 4v4. Taking a look onto Rafa, taking a look onto Sai now with a sniper. Some smoke in the middle of the map is going to cause some confusion. People can walk by a bit safer than without it, of course. Through the ban, it's going to explode. And that's a kill going for Win, but it made a trade back by the hands of Tectonic. It's a 3v3.
Win manages to slip by the van, finds one. The cover from Tectonic wasn't there, sorry, from Cartels wasn't there, and it got even worse as Zai was there to protect his brother and pick off the player. Bomb goes down for Zai. Raf's going to creep. Do you read the play to your left? The answer's no. So after being 3-0 down, I was very worried for Wolves. ROUG about to claim this upset. However, they answer back with 3 rounds in a row. The adjustments come in, the players that we asked to step up do, and we're tied at the half.
That's exactly why I said this map was going to be completely unpredictable. Would I have expected a 3-0 lead for OG? No. Would I have expected Wolf to then tie it up 3-4-3? No, too. It is just so crazy to see that these teams are taking it a single step at a time. And there's the first blood, to no one's surprise, in the hands of Cartels, and continues to push in. Look how deep they are onto enemy's territory.
It's an extremely different strategy to anything we saw from Wolves. The aggression from OUG, it's not just in the respawns.
Wild.
They love it in the S&D too. Sometimes for better, sometimes for worse. Better is certainly the name here as Tectonic gets the bomb down. King does pick up Solo, but Raf finds Win to maintain the numbers advantage and then also reads the play in through the back. So OUG show their first hand here. The first page of their book on standoff on offense, and that is to be very quick through gas. Get themselves into that beat bomb. Now it's about what else do you possess, because Wolves will adjust for that. They'll understand that that's something that could come through. Do you keep them on their toes? Well, no, it looks like very aggressive, this time straight through Brown.
Oh my goodness, and this time is working to perfection in favor of Wolves. They immediately take 3 kills, and only Cartels and Kings are going to survive. They could try to come up with something, but that is just atrocious news for the side of OUG. And that's the type of risks that you can encounter, you know? When you are not only getting into enemy's face, you're pretty much giving them a kiss in the cheek. Well, they can't just turn their fist into your face and be the one who punch back. And that's exactly what Wolves did in this round, as they are trying to once more even things out, and they have a perfect opportunity to do so.
I think it's one of the things that make Wolves one of the best teams in the world. They can match aggression with aggression when needed. They're very happy to play their opponent's game at times because they're just as good at it as anyone else in the world. What you've got here, though, is still a 3v5. Wolves have decided to back off. Happy to let you try and plant. If you do get the bomb down, we'll just overwhelm. Or even better yet, Zai will find King's forehead through the pipe and make it ever sweeter. Cartels in the 1v5. I don't really fancy your chances, and for good reason. So 4-4 then, 1 apiece. Nothing to split these two teams, whether it be on offense or on defense. We've seen 2 very different plays come out of OUG here, but both have relied on aggression.
Yes.
I wonder if this is where we start to see something a bit more patient.
I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if they continue to be aggressive. Look at them go, throwing a lot of things, but okay, according to the minimap, they're not going to be crossing as many lines as before. They definitely did go ahead and try to position themselves in quite a spot. Look at Solo, already trying to push with a shotgun, not going to pay off as he gets sniped. Same thing for Cartels. Atrocious start of a round yet again for OG.
It felt like they were neither here nor there. It was kind of aggressive, kind of passive. And the problem is, that leaves you in no man's land.
Yes.
And Wolves smoke you for it. So they're going to have to slow this down now. They won't be left with much of a choice. Nade's going to go over here towards Cube. I mean, it doesn't connect either. What you'd have done for it, I mean, just a bit of information. A kill would have been icing, really. Kings will hear the nade, but it misses. Checks out towards the bomb. Sees Zai, and Zai says, shoot what you want, brother. I don't want to fight you. I just need to know you're there.
He would have picked that kill. Really, really good momentum shift for OG. Unfortunately not for Kings. That's just not going to be the case. He knows that they're there, but he knows that if he goes forward, he's going to be exposing himself way too much. It is not the safe bet to do. And for that same reason, you said it yourself, are they going to calm down? They definitely did slow things down, but they are still trying to be as quote-unquote fast as possible.
What you were hoping, I guess, is to drag more bodies over towards A to let your two teammates hit B. That never comes through. Wolves don't fall for it. And Kings left now in a 1v4. Will retrieve the bomb. But that will signal towards the push forward. Gets you a kill if you're Kings. What more can you do here realistically? The answer's probably going to be very little with 8 seconds on the clock. And it's nothing as Win shoots you in the back. So a great answer. The one concerning thing for me there is, as we said, OUG kind of pushed, kind of didn't. You can't have that indecisiveness. It's got to be a clean, consistent rollout. And OUG, you're going to have to figure it out in this next one.
Let's see if they do this time around. Round number 10, ladies and gentlemen. This is getting more and more interesting. A lot of things are going to be thrown in. Once again, they're going to fight here to the death, rough to the ground. The next one is going to be King solo. Cannot do absolutely anything. OG trying to defend back. That's going to be Cartels finding one. There's going to be Tectonic finding another. And then King trying to fight back. Not going to be possible. 3 kills now going 4 in favor of OG. And all of a sudden it's a 1v2. Peg is completely on his own. This was a 2v5. And it got ugly for the side of Wolves.
Tectonic gets awful timing. Do you see Peg cross now? You do. So Cartels waits and finds the kill to tie us up at 5 apiece. Got overtime written all over this, but wonderful stuff there. What I do for a replay of that moment, because it looked like Wolves had won the gunfights initially. Tectonic pops off in the back line and just gets you that route on through that Wolves couldn't handle. Tied up again. Nades go out. So the aggression has worked so far, and while you're still going to get squeezed up towards this outside, it's actually a kill from Solo on Wind at the A bomb that's going to actually force a rotation in. OUG think they've got map presence here.
Incredible situation, because that opens a lot of room. They're going to be throwing nades. There's another kill there for Kings, and a double. Looking for a triple, destroying the side of Wolves. There's only one alive. They can plant the bomb, they can rush for the kill, they can do whatever they want. The open map is for hunting in OUG's name. And ladies and gentlemen, OUG right now are going to have a match point opportunity to eliminate Wolves of the tournament.
How do you respond if you're Wolves, the tournament favourites, staring down the barrel of back-to-back years in top 8, top 6? It is a tough situation for them. For OUG, you can feel the momentum shift. You can feel the confidence riding through them. They only need to get it right once here. 90 seconds on the clock. It's very aggressive throughout the backside of B. King reads it, finds the shot onto Cartels. Raf tries to counter with the shotgun. Doesn't come through. Sounds does enough.
Sound is more than enough. Tectonic here, trying for the wall mines, not gonna land onto absolutely anybody. Bomb is under the hands of Tectonic. He's not too sure what to do. King's in here with the opportunity, but suffers a lot of pain, a lot of damage. Wind is gonna find that kill onto Kings, and that's just bad for the side of OG. 2v5. They've done it before. Can they do it again?
You slow things down if you're OUG. Recognizing you don't want to force this. You've just got to find a pick. Solo could get in behind King here and does find Zai in the process. Didn't read that King was nearby, but you do get coverage from Tectonic, who gave up on the bomb plant. Must have been a call from Solo. I'm in a position here. Hang on a second, help me. Wind at A will be the isolated player. Other than that, you've got 2 bodies in front of you if you're OUG.
Oh. As he plants the bomb, they pick Tectonic. All of a sudden, that got bad for the side of OG. 35 seconds. He tries to reposition and he's doing well, but is he gonna be late? He definitely is going to be late. There's not enough time. It was way too difficult. Good effort on OG's side, but Enigma were once again jumping onto the OT territory.
I've been blessed with some incredible games on the B stream through this week. 250, 249s, that is plural, and multiple overtimes. Let's get it then. The Wolves will attack first. It was even when they played this. The early rounds were a struggle, but they made the adjustments to count. OUG, it's a very similar strategy to what we saw the whole time on defense. 2 players towards B, 2 players at the A cube, 1 around Grandma's. Cartels sometimes plays high, sometimes plays low. This time it's the back tank he's decided is the position for him. And Tech's just going to continue to hold that back line that has not been broken so far through this afternoon.
Throughout both halves, we saw completely different strategies from both OUG and Wolves when it comes down to offense and defense. This time around, once again, Wolves taking it slow, 1 step at a time. So far, no one has died, and there's still a minute on the clock. What are you going to try to do? It seems like they want to push towards B, and that's exactly what OUG may have realized in here. There's King with the first blood, looking to get the second, gets a shot, but not a kill. His allies are going to be there to try to finish them off, and he does. Well done on Cartels. That's the 2-for-2 trade.
Cartels also reaches another player out towards this backside, but do you pick the correct corner? You have the teammates to support. Anyway, and the trade doesn't come through. Sounds finds 2. And a 1v2 then. King over the top of the bomb. Zai's going to be at distance off towards the fountain and finds the final blow. 7-6. Wolves' attacks have been perfect in the last 4. OUG, it's been a mixed bag in their recent run, but they're going to have to make it work now.
It was crazy. It was crazy. The fact that Sounds was not traded was incredible news for Wolves, and that's a big part of why what happened. They are going to immediately go for a push. Wind, Bang, King, all of them getting a kill. There's only 2 alive. Only a 3-for-1 trade. That's super bad for the side of OG. They're trying to go for more. The action never stops. They are trying to back out, but is it too late? I feel like it is. It's a 4v2.
The 2023 World Champions were hanging on by a thread just 2 rounds ago. Now they've got themselves in a position to punch their ticket to the next round. The resilience they have shown is truly other level. And there goes Kings, leaving just Tectonic by the fountain to hold his own, and he will not. The returning retired King, who wants to reclaim his throne, will finish it off here in what has been a, quite frankly, ridiculous series in Poland.
Ridiculous is... Oh my goodness. I cannot believe what just happened. And just as you mentioned, the 2023 champions, they had their backs against the wall and they managed to tie it up. They managed to get an advantage. They managed to get the victory. Solo in here, nearly throwing a wall down. He's not happy about what happened, but he's not sad, you know? He's not crushed. It's understandable. They gave their best. They just showed us how well they're made of. They come in short, but what a show they provided in the way.
Oh, 100% OUG have been incredible entertainment, both inside the venue and on the main stream. It's a tough game to look at, to be fair. If you are solo, 4-12 is just a rough stat line. But it's not on that. It's a case of 2 great teams squaring up, separated by fine threads. A couple of moments where play calls come in that we applauded. A couple of play calls came in that we were unsure of. I think there, OUG, while we've asked for them to fully commit to either the aggression or the passive play, an all-out aggression towards that bomb site, that's brave. And I think Wolves were caught a little bit surprised, but very welcoming of that as they cut them down on their tracks. Honestly, other than that, OUG have been fantastic performers here in this tournament, can hold themselves very proud, but it will be Wolves who march on through the lower bracket and will play Stalwart Esports next. I mean, if they do want to reclaim their throne, if they are going to have to go through Elevate to do that, showing that they've got that resilience, that grit, belief, determination to come through no matter the circumstances, is a great thing and a sign of a hallmark champion team.
Absolutely, absolutely. I feel like they were able to completely commit to what they had to on the side of Wolves, and they gotta be proud. You know, I feel like it is just super, super nice to see them come out on top despite all the trouble that they've gone through.
Absolutely. We will get confirmation on your screens, ladies and gentlemen, of the final 4 teams in the World Championship. all will be squaring up on Sunday. Elevate against Q9 will be the winners' finals. Stalwart, Esports and Wolves will be your lower semis. Whoever loses in that top match will wait in the lower finals for the Stalwart or Wolves victor. From there, those two teams will play and meet whoever is in the grand finals. That's Sunday set up for you. But Friday and Saturday have been a blast, my friend. It's been an honour to cast alongside you. Of course, there will be no Stream B tomorrow. Raven Enigma, this has been Gil, and we thank you all for joining us during what has been an amazing tournament here in Poland. The 2025 World Championships, we're down 2 days, one more to go. A championship to hand out and a whole hell of a lot of prize money and storylines still to be given out. Have a fantastic time, and we'll see you on the other side.
Like that magic, do ya? Want a little more, do ya? Like that magic, do ya? Want a little more, do ya? Pick a number, any number you like. Now forget it, you won't need that tonight. Know my reputation, ain't got it tight. Let me show you this trick I like. Yeah, baby, I'm the best. That's why I ain't taking no less. I'm like the Royals, don't sweat. The haters look little from the jet. Woo! Little to the left. You always hit the spot, yes. Think I'm just blessed. Red souls with that new couture dress. Hey. I'll show you things that you won't believe, no. Yeah. Stand back, baby, here we go. Baby, here we go. Use that magic. I'm the queen of all suits. I'm doing just fantastic. Said they got us a little loose. I wrote up in old classics. It's all diamonds, no hoops. I'm doing good. How about you? Welcome to another world, one where they let out all the girls. Them boys, they don't know where to look now. We're stripping cause it's when it's hot work. Yeah, little to the right. Just so I hit the spotlight. I want everyone to see now. This is how you do the thing right. Hey. I'll show you things that you won't believe, no. Yeah. Stand back, baby, here we go. Baby, here we go. Use that magic. I'm the queen of all suits. I'm doing just fantastic. Said they got us a little loose. I wrote up in old classics. It's all diamonds, no hoops. I'm doing good. How about you? I guess you heard they call me good luck. Cause with me you'll be on the good stuff. Cause we go harder than the bedrock. Shot like the neighbor when the bed rocks. All you